just see, looking at the VU meter on the main screen there, and it's a good scene at the moment. So hopefully the odd shower that is forecast
Echo
will stop. At least you can see that on the VU meter.
Yeah, that is interesting. Both. Okay, right. Both of those bars are going up. Interesting. They seem to be going up a bit higher than they normally do, I must say.
I'll turn the levels down a bit.
But I don't know whether that is coming through.
Yeah, well,
they don't usually go up into that yellow area.
No, I mean the yellow would normally be the sort of the. Let's really get excited. You know.
And he's bowling.
So it says Ed Seaborn. Yeah. So we have audio. Marvellous.
Okay.
So what was?
They had changed some setting on it.
Fair enough. Not anymore. So I can now ask you with some comfort.
Yeah, it was. They had switched something on the back end, or I hadn't turned it on. Hello.
They did say there was.
It was well. He hadn't switched something on or something like that.
What was I talking to you about? Tomo's.
Yeah, well, that's another fire that's got out.
Sort of. That's the fact that he'd sent 9 messages in the first session of the last. It's not a personal service.
No. However, I must say that it was rather good. This is the problem. You see, for every nugget that he's got 20 things that you don't want. But that thing about Gloucestershire not winning their first 2 championship matches since 1931, that was assuming it's right. Which, to be honest, doesn't really matter too much if it's not. But I mean, obviously it's not recent because otherwise that would be, So anyway, that was a. Oh, right. So Marnus Labuskachny, as I like to call him, is back for Glamorgan this week.
Oh, is he playing, is he?
Yeah, apparently, just reading the headline here, it says Welsh Government regulations allow Labuskachny to play against Kent this week while quarantining.
Well, when did he arrive from the country? Not
I
too
don't
long.
know, but obviously it's not a week. So
No, definitely
or 10
not.
days, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Interesting.
Nobody's going to be going anywhere near him.
Yeah.
Mind you, I don't think anybody really is going to be going anywhere near him. Anyway.
Yeah.
What a pest.
Because he scored a load of runs in Australia domestically,
Yeah.
didn't he, just before coming over? Yeah, so he's he's always in good nick.
It just doesn't do anything other than score runs,
Yeah.
unfortunately. They've got 2 batsmen in Australia at the moment. Well, maybe 3, but 2 really, because Warner's not what he used to be. And unfortunately, they just happen to be the 2 best batsmen in the world in Test cricket.
Yeah.
Well, good morning to you from the Bristol County Ground. This is Ian Randall. Ed Seaborn's alongside me. Morning, Ed.
Good morning, Ian, and everyone.
And indeed, wherever you may be watching, I'm pleased to say blue skies overhead for the start of this fourth game for Gloucestershire in this season's championship. And the news here is that Gloucestershire have won the toss and have elected to field first. There is the chance across the next 3 days of some rain. Not a lot, but some. And I wonder, Ed, whether Chris Dent would have felt that the best way to dictate the game here might be to try and bowl Leicestershire out on the first day.
Yeah, the general wisdom seems to be that you bowl first at Bristol because that's when the best bowling conditions are going to be. But I think, especially because Gloucestershire have controlled things on that final day, or had it in their control for the most part this season so far, they'll just want to keep that formula rolling, and they'll be hoping for a similar kind of thing as happened in the Surrey match, where you're able to restrict the side batting first to around about 250 or so, and then from then on the conditions may get better for batting, but you've then, if the plan goes accordingly, you've then built up a lead on first innings, and then you've just got to try and take the next 10 wickets, which is the hard part.
So let's give you the team news then. I'll do the Leicestershire side, and I'll let Ed do the Gloucestershire side. Leicestershire named a squad of 13, out of which they have left out a batsman, Harry Dearden, and a bowler, Gavin Griffiths. So their side, probable batting order, Marcus Harris and Hassan Azad will open. Harris the Victorian, obviously, left-handed Australian. We think probably then Sam Evans at 3. Rishi Patel's also been brought into the side. Lewis Hill, their top run scorer so far this season. Harry Swindle's the wicketkeeper. And then quite a long tail. Ben Mike at 7. Callum Parkinson, who's captain in this match because of the absence of Colin Ackerman through concussion after he was hit on the head in Leicestershire's last game. Chris Wright and Dieter Klein, along with Alex Evans, who's been brought in for Griffiths as the extra seam bowler.
And the Gloucestershire side, you'll see instantly that there is one change from the Hampshire match, and that is that Tom Smith comes in for Matt Taylor. So Chris Dent and Craig Brathwaite are the openers. Craig Brathwaite getting his first half-century last time. Chris Dent 2 half-centuries in the last match here at Bristol. James Bracey been absolutely tremendous so far this season. He bossed the game at Taunton. Tom Lace in at number 4. And he'll be looking to build on his half-century that he made here against Surrey. Ian Cobain, great to see him back in red ball cricket, and he looked impressive in his couple of knocks at the Ageas Bowl. Ryan Higgins at number 6. Runs and wickets for him so far this season. George Hankins in at number 7. Another chance for him. A little bit lower down the order than he's been batting, but he is still in there at 7. Tom Smith, there's the one change. So Gloucestershire do have a front line spin option in this match. Dan Worrell, excited to see what he's got today. He'll be out there and will be bowling first, looking to back up what he did last time. Josh Shaw, one of the 2 heroes from last week against Hampshire, and Dom Goodman, who has started off his Gloucestershire career probably better than he could have dreamed, with terrific performances with the ball, and also part of that 17.5 over last wicket stand that saved the day down at Hampshire last week.
Dan Worrell's going to open the bowling from the pavilion end. Do you want to choose ends, Ed? Which one do you want?
I will take the first over. I will take Dan Worrell. I would like to commentate on Dan Worrell, and you can have the end where all the wickets fall.
Traditionally they do, anyway.
In general.
We'll remind you of our email address shortly as well to get in touch with us during this match, which you're obviously welcome to do, and we always welcome your input as well, wherever you may be watching.
So here's the first ball. Dan Worrell will bowl to Hassan Azad, and Azad will leave alone outside the off-stumper. Not really a loosener at all from Dan Worrell, but certainly didn't seem to be doing too much through the air, that first ball. And so it is Hassan Azad and Sam Evans to open the batting for Leicestershire as Worrell moves in over the wicket, bowls to Azad, and there's a shout for leg before it's given. Second ball of the match, and Dan Worrell has struck. He's removed Hassan Azad. We didn't even have a chance to say what Hassan Azad did against Gloucestershire the last couple of times he's played them. 3 centuries in his last 4 innings against Gloucestershire, and he's been removed second ball by Dan Worrell. It was full. Did it pitch in line? Maybe just. Was it going on to hit off stump? Maybe just. Interesting start. It's a nightmare start for Leicestershire. They've lost Azad. Second ball, it's 0 for 1.
I think, judging by the length of time that Azad was at the crease, I wonder whether it was going over the top, because he put quite a good stride in, but it was a convincing appeal from Worrell, and that is Worrell's 200th first-class wicket worldwide. 2 balls into this match. So, what a way to start your return to Gloucestershire on your home ground. A, with a wicket in the first over, but B, to hit that particular landmark as well. Good start for Dan Worrell.
Well, tremendous start, and height was the one thing that I didn't mention. I mentioned, you always think, seeing as Worrell didn't seem to be swinging the ball too much those first 2 balls, you always wondered, with the left-hander and the right arm over, does it pitch in line? Then was it going on to hit off stump? But I didn't mention height, but umpire Richard Illingworth decided that that was good enough for him. The umpires Richard Illingworth and Nigel Long. I don't think we mentioned that, but we'll mention it again if we already have. So it's an international pair of umpires there. Nigel Long's no longer, I believe, on the elite panel, but Richard Illingworth certainly is, and plenty of tests umpired for Nigel Long. The new batsman at number 3 is Marcus Harris, and Harris will get off the mark first ball as he tucks it away down to fine leg, and they'll pick up a single. 1 for 1 the score. So Marcus Harris, who you would have expected, I guess, before Sam Evans came into the side, that he might have opened the batting, and he's basically opening the batting now. It's just Hassan Azad is not standing at the other end. But Sam Evans, who made that century against Surrey in the first innings at the Oval, back into the side after some concussion issues kept him out against Somerset. So good to see that he is back in the side. So Worrell is in, bowls to Evans, and there is a little bit of a jab at that one from Sam Evans as the ball passes his outside edge. In the end, I would say he did withdraw the bat in plenty of time, but he certainly had a thought about playing it, and Gloucestershire have got 4 slips in place. No surprise that they are on the attack as Worrell is in, bowls, and that's a solid forward defensive out into the covers. They thought about a quick single, but did not decide to go for it. So Worrell's been right on the money from ball 1, as you might expect. He's not... You watch Dan Worrell in a T20 and he doesn't run in like this, but he knows that this is all he needs as Worrell is in, bowls, and that has gone
just short.
The bounce, yeah, to second slip. It looked as though it was soft hands, but that was a good opening over from Dan Worrell. He's got rid of Azad and causing Evans a couple of problems as well. 1 for 1 after 1 over. It's ones everywhere.
Yeah, and the new ball will be shared, as we might expect, by Ryan Higgins from the Ashley Down Road end. Just to remind you that our email is commentators@glossccc.co.uk. You're welcome to get in touch with us during the commentary. Ed and I are happy to take questions or points that perhaps we can introduce, and also we're in touch, of course, on Twitter at Gloss Cricket, and I'm sure you may have read, if you are on Twitter, that there is going to be a social media blackout, effectively, in many sports clubs from 3 o'clock tomorrow, right over the weekend, and Gloucestershire obviously playing their part in that as well. So in touch only on email after 3 o'clock tomorrow. But that's for then. For now, it will be Marcus Harris to face Ryan Higgins in, and Harris just goes back and just plays that quietly up off the pitch. And just looking at the Gloucestershire slip cordon, Chris Dent is at third slip. That is unusual for him to be there. But
it's been the order of priority since Brathwaite came in that he would be at first, and Hankins remains at second.
Here is Higgins in, and Harris again goes back, and there was a yelp from the slip cordon, but it was just a yelp, nothing more than that. And
yeah, there was an inside edge there. I think I heard 2 noises, so I'll be able to see.
Here's a second look.
I'm sure I heard 2 noises.
Second over of the day, but Gloucestershire with 1 wicket already, and Higgins into Harris again. There's an LBW half a shout there too. That may also have had a tickle on it. Harris, of course, plays his state cricket for Victoria.
Yeah, originally Western Australia.
That's right.
Yeah.
But, 10 tests for Australia. We averaged 23, so not as many as he would have liked. Higgins in once more, and that's Harris just taking the bat away and through to James Bracey. Interesting, you were talking, Ed, about the schedule of matches. Gloucestershire playing their 4th game against a side they haven't played yet, and yet some of the teams are playing a side they've already played in this round.
Yeah, Somerset playing Middlesex for the 2nd time, Surrey facing Hampshire in the other fixture in Group 2.
Sun's just gone in. Higgins again to the left-handed Harris, quietly away on the onside. Dom Goodman didn't play in the opening game here against Surrey, but people have been talking a lot about his point of difference being the bounce he gets, and obviously we'll see that at some point here in this match, you would think. Higgins round the wicket to Harris, and that's just played away onto Tom Lace, who's at point at the end of Ryan Higgins' first over. He starts with a maiden, and Leicestershire are 1 for 1. The wicket, the glue often of the Leicestershire innings against Gloucestershire, Hassan Azad removed. LBW to Dan Worrell, just the second ball of the match.
And as mentioned, that success against Gloucestershire, I suppose you'd look at the lineup and you'd say Marcus Harris might be the most prized wicket, but at the same time, given what Hassan Azad has done against Gloucestershire, you'd probably say that he is the most prized wicket for them. In a similar way, it's as potentially Chris Dent is for Leicestershire, as the next over started by a comfortable looking defence back up the pitch from Sam Evans, and Dan Worrell does the fielding of his own bowling, because the reason I say that is that Chris Dent's last 4 innings against Leicestershire, I'll read the scores out in a moment as Worrell bowls to Evans forward, and pushing away to mid-wicket is Sam Evans, no run. Chris Dent's last 4 innings against Leicestershire, 125, 6, 176, 214 not out. So they will probably be thinking that Chris Dent, in a similar way actually, seeing as he's opening the batting with an international, as Worrell bowls, and that's left alone by Evans. A bit of shape on that one from Dan Worrell, but Evans leaving it alone comfortably. And of course, Marcus Harris not opening the batting, but effectively he has been, given the early dismissal of Azad. But they might be looking at Dent as the absolute prize wicket. Leicestershire is Worrell bowls, and there's a leave alone by Sam Evans, and I actually quite like that leave, because he's made sure that his gloves are right above his head. And thinking particularly about Chris Dent already a couple of times, Chris Dent has been out twice leaving the ball with the bat hanging just outside his body, and it's gone onto the stumps as Worrell bowls, and there's a defensive shot which Evans plays and takes a hand off the bat, but he played it down and into the ground. So it looks a bit extravagant, but I kind of like getting the gloves right above the head and the bat completely out of the way, because then you don't get out hanging the bat out to dry like Chris Dent has a couple of times. Not that I would dream of criticising Chris Dent, as Evans is going to get off the mark here as he prods that one away through the cover region. Tom Lace moves across from backward point to do the fielding, and Leicestershire now 2 for 1, and that ends the over. So Dan Worrell's conceded 1 run off each of his first 2 overs, but he has got the prize wicket of Hassan Azad LBW for a second baller.
Graham Van Buren's just trotted out with something for Chris Dent. I don't know what it quite was, but Dent staying at third slip, as Ed said, with Brathwaite and Hankins 1 and 2. Higgins
Smith at fourth.
Yes, I think it. Yes, it is. Here's Higgins then, second over of the day for him from the Ashley Down Road end. And Leicestershire, I think, with Azad having gone already, these two, and I'm conscious of borrowing somebody else's phraseology here, but Richard Ray from BBC Leicester, who's here today doing working for them, said that the Leicestershire batting he would describe as brittle. Well, these two will have a lot to deal with that, and immediately Evans is, I think, away off the bat down to long leg. Josh Shaw is there. He's got a sweater without a number on the back, but I think we say that's him because Dom Goodman, who is 6'5", 6'6", he now has a squad number. It's 83, and we've already seen him away on the leg side at mid wicket, which is where he is at the moment, for Higgins to come in and bowl to Harris, who just chops that away down into the vacant area. Third man, Dent's on the chase, and they'll just pick up 1.
Yeah, you certainly don't miss Dom Goodman out in the field. He's one of those cricketers that, as a commentator, especially when the sweaters don't have numbers on the back, you love cricketers like that because you just know instantly that it's him. You don't have to think for one moment about who it is.
Yeah, I'm going to show my age a bit about talking about tall cricketers. When I first started, you're knowledgeable, Ed, you'll know him. I'll come back to who that might be in a second. Here's Higgins in and played quietly out by Evans on the offside. Norman Graham was in the Kent team when I started really getting interested in cricket when I was a whippersnapper, and that'll date me somewhat. That was in the Kent side of the 70s, and Norman was, I think, 6'7". So again, you couldn't miss him. Probably third man both ends. Here's Higgins over the wicket again to Evans. That's a better looking shot. Lace is on the chase for that. That's perhaps the slightly shorter boundary out towards the scoreboard, and that's gone all the way out there for 4. The pitch is I think 3 scoreboard side of the international wicket, and that's generally the one you consider to be in the middle of the square. And that was a nice shot, just really nothing more than a punch from Evans, and that raced away. And the rain that we had where I live yesterday certainly won't have slowed this outfield up very much. Higgins in once more and played defensively this time by the right-handed Evans. So 8 for 1 Leicestershire. And I was talking to somebody yesterday about at the Surrey match, when the ball was running towards us and you heard a player chasing the ball on the outfield, how hard it sounded underneath. And basically yesterday was probably the only day's rain we've had since that point, so I can't believe it's had any kind of impact on this outfield at all.
Yeah, it sounded as though they were running towards us with lead boots on. It was loud, and like you say, it looks still very dry out there. Worrell continues, bowls to Marcus Harris, and Harris deflects that one away to square leg, but won't pick up a run as Ryan Higgins moves across to do the fielding. And yeah, I was looking at the rain radar in general, and it has rained here a fair bit yesterday, but like you say, it's just been so hard out there and been so dry that will just have gone already as Worrell bowls full, and that's pushed away into the covers. A loud shout of no from Marcus Harris, not interested in a run there. I can't remember who I was talking to about Justin Langer and his relaxed attitude. I've got another example of Justin Langer and his easy coaching style to do with Marcus Harris, which I'll expand upon in a moment as Worrell moves in, bowls to Harris, who is struck high on the pad. There's no chance that you're going to be getting an LBW off that, even from our position at cow corner as we are at the moment for Marcus Harris. We can tell that you're not going to get an LBW for that. So back when Marcus Harris was playing for Western Australia in 2015, Justin Langer delivered this quotation about him as Worrell moves in, bowls for defence up to mid-off for no run. Justin Langer said that Marcus Harris was, quote, mediocre with flashes of brilliance.
So what should we expect from him today then?
Well, this was back in 2015, you see. This was before his international career started, but that that was Justin Langer's verdict on him as Worrell bowls, and that has come off the thigh pad, I think, of Harris, as he in the end wasn't sure whether to play or leave it, but ball obviously way too high and pitching well outside leg, so no chance of LBW, but kind of missed out on a scoring opportunity there, I think, Marcus Harris, as he didn't manage to deflect that one away fine on the leg side as Worrell moves in once more. That's a lovely looking shot, but actually I say it was a lovely looking shot, he didn't really time it. I thought he timed it a little better than he had, and it's straight to mid-off, so a maiden over for Dan Worrell, and Leicestershire after 5 overs are 8-4-1, and when Justin Langer then selected Marcus Harris for the Australia squad a few years later, he was directly asked about this mediocre with flashes of brilliance, and people were wondering whether him and Marcus Harris really got on, because that was very soon after that Marcus Harris left Western Australia to go to Victoria. And did I say he was mediocre with flashes of brilliance? Yes, I did, because he was.
Here's Higgins into the right-handed Sam Evans. That's away to the lanky figure of Goodman at mid-wicket.
Yeah, so did I say he was mediocre with flashes of brilliance? Yeah, I did, because that's what he was. That's the truth. Look at it. What he's done since leaving Western Australia, to his great credit, he's become a really consistent opening batsman with flashes of brilliance.
Well, you say he was brilliant with flashes of mediocrity.
So he's now really consistent with flashes of brilliance.
Higgins staying over the wicket to Evans. A little bit of a gap between bat and pad there, but he got everything just about in line.
So I'm always out to look for examples of Justin Langer's relaxed approach to coaching, and there's another one. I can't remember what the previous one was, but I had another one earlier in the season.
Higgins. Oh, that's jabbed at and gone away, I suspect. Quite sharply off the seam there. That was not shape. That was proper movement from Higgins here. A second look. There's only a prod at it from Evans, but that's gone quite a long way.
It's taken off, really, hasn't it? I mean, especially by Bristol standards, that has absolutely taken off.
Higgins again, and Evans gets further to the pitch of that. And Leicestershire, obviously, they've had 2 defeats out of 3, and they were certainly on the back end of that game at Surrey, because they scored, what was it, 670? in their innings, and they were left to bat out the last day, and they were still behind actually at the close of the third day overall, but they were only 3 wickets down. So Higgins in, and Evans away on the offside. And I think that was sort of my thought ahead of this match, was that ground staff generally are asked to prepare the best pitch they can, and that's fine. But I think in this instance, Gloucestershire would have wanted a pitch that offered a bit to the bowlers as well. You don't want it to be too batter friendly, because to win a game you've got to take 20 wickets. You would have wanted a pitch that would offer them that opportunity. Here is Higgins once more. That's just nudged away by Evans on the onside. They'll pick up a single, and the two Gloucestershire opening bowlers, I would dare I suggest, probably pretty similar pace today, with Worrell at one end looking as if he's bowling a little bit within himself, but just wanting to make the most of the pitch. The first sanitisation break of the morning arrives with Leicestershire on 9 for 1, 7 to Evans, and 2 to Harris. Evans has the one boundary so far today. Hassan has had the man out in the first over. LBW to Dan Worrell without scoring, and he so far this season has been back to some pretty good form. He averages 45 in first class cricket, and already this season with a 150 and 100 to his name, so a big call. And as you work your way down the Leicestershire order, in fact he one of only 2 left-handers, and Harris is the other one. All the rest of them are right-handers, so when Tom Smith comes into bowl, there may not be too much change of line for him.
Here's Worrell bowls, and that one has, well, I'd say
Just
he maybe played inside the line of that one. He certainly played down the original line of the ball, and with the ball just, as you say, maybe straightening on him, he was able to miss it by a little bit. Oh, I don't know. Make up your own minds about that one. Either way, it's another good ball as Worrell bowls, and this time Evans is working that one away out into the covers, and there is no run. Sort of a squirty looking defensive shot really, that one. The bat didn't meet the ball vertically.
You go back to when Dan Worrell came to Gloucestershire first time. I think Richard Dawson made the point that he's one of those bowlers who he just tries to keep the batsmen honest all the time, trying to make them play all the time.
Here comes Worrell, he's in now, he bowls, and that's a much more correct looking defensive shot from Evans, which Worrell picks up with his left hand off his own bowling. And I think you're talking about Worrell bowling within himself, and you certainly see him charging in the BBL and bowling, if you believe the speed guns, at close to 90 miles an hour. And here he's certainly not trying to do that, and if you're a Gloucestershire fan, you should be glad that he's not, as Worrell bowls, and that's just pushed away once more off the front foot by Sam Evans. Up the pitch, no run, but he knows what his job is in English conditions. He's going to get his wickets with swing and maybe a bit of seam, so he doesn't need to be charging in and trying to bowl 90 miles an hour, right? Especially on day one, having won the toss and bowled. As there's a drive, and a diving stop at mid-on is made, so there is no run for that.
Well, Worrell's economy rate is under 2.5 at the moment this season, which is, I think you'd say, is where you want it to be.
And especially as somebody who has had some injury troubles over the years, you do not want him overexerting himself when he doesn't need to. There's a flashing drive this time from Sam Evans, and it's going to race towards the third man boundary and cross it now for 4 runs. So, well, it was not where he'd intended it to go originally, but it was all along the ground, and Sam Evans is into double digits at the end of the over. 13 for 1 is the replay of that shot. It was I said one of his defensive shots was a bit squirty. That was a squirty drive, but it worked out for him, and
I think that's a good adjective to use, actually.
13 for 1 after 7 overs.
Outside half of the bat. There's the card. After Chris Dent won the toss this morning and decided that Leicestershire should bat first, bright conditions overhead, but he would have probably looked at the opportunity as against Surrey to potentially in the position to chase in the 4th innings, and a long chase for Ian Cobain, who just reaches that before it gets to the fence away at the Ashley Down Road end of the ground. The apartments, just the odd spectator out on the balcony, and Leicestershire up to 15-4-1. Higgins and Worrell sharing the new ball here, and the left-handed Harris waits for Higgins and steers that away down to towards third man. They'll pick up a couple, thence on the chase, and there's the wide angle view across to the Cannington Avenue side of the ground. That signage on top of the groundsman's main building that was confused for a beer by a correspondent on email in the last game. That was probably the one of the funnier emails that we had during the last match. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk if you want to get in touch on email. Here's Higgins round the wicket to Harris, and he again defends.
Hoogles. That's what they thought it was. Yes, I've just found the email. Hoogles. Thought it was a local beer. Keith Leonard.
I'm not a beer drinker, so it wouldn't mean anything to me anyway, but
Are you a cider drinker?
No, sir, I'm not one of those either. Here is Higgins staying round the wicket, and Harris lets that go. That's all the Austin. No, I don't do alcohol at all, actually. Just, I don't do alcohol or curry.
Yes, as we discover at lunch almost every day. Anyway.
Still the 3 slips in, and Higgins again to Harris, who lets that go. James Bracey, who I suppose if it got to it, it might get to the I think the first test of the summer is actually the return fixture for this match. So if Bracey was in with a chance of getting in the England side, Tom Lace might well be keeping wicket in that game. I don't know when Glenn Phillips is due to arrive for the T20. I suppose it's possible that he might be here. I don't know whether he's only eligible to play in the T20 would be a different question. But
well, he would still have only the 2 overseas rules. So yeah, but there's been a lot of interesting discussions about what happens with that first test of the summer because of the IPL and the fact that India is now on the red list. So will the likes of Jos Buttler, for example, just be able to come back and play in that test match? They might not be able to, so there could be opportunities as Worrell is in, bowls to Evans, and Evans is defending, and he's looked confident, I would say, so far as Sam Evans. He looks like a player who is just coming off a century as he is in his last match. So he's looked to be pretty solid so far for his 11 as Worrell bowls to him. He bowls a short one which is ducked underneath by Sam Evans, and that's what Dan Worrell can do. He can bend his back and just get that extra little bit of pace, and you don't necessarily see it coming because we can watch how Worrell runs in here. There's nothing in the run-up to suggest that that's going to be an effort ball, and there's nothing until the explosion of the delivery. Worrell bowls once more, and there's a leave this time from Evans. Does not seem to be a massive amount of movement in the air out there for these two, and you'd think if anyone's going to find it, You'd think that it would be these two to find some movement through the air.
Yeah, this is Worrell's fifth though. Just the impression that he might just be cranking it up a little bit.
Worrell's now in. Bowles leave once more off a good length ball, but very wide really from Dan Worrell. Just a little bit too wide in truth to be tempting. I think possibly you'd say he's realised now that he's not going to get too many wickets by swinging the ball all over the place, so maybe now he is just thinking, right, I need to bend my back a bit more here as he bowls, and there's a delivery which was just that little bit closer. It angled in towards him, that one. I'm not sure you could say it necessarily moved much, but unlike the others which started quite wide and went wider, this one, as we'll see from the replay, it doesn't really move a huge amount, but there's a lot of lift there as Worrell bowls. There's a drive, lovely shot down the ground from Sam Evans. It's heading up towards the longest boundary on the ground, and it will make it. So that's 4 runs to Sam Evans. Nice drive there. 21 for 1 are Leicestershire. Evans has 15. It actually probably isn't quite the longest boundary on the ground. The longest boundary is probably right towards us here, so in the marquee, and it would be for the next over with Harris on strike from the Ashley Down Road, and we'd be at backward point. So the straight boundary, however, towards the pavilion is much longer than the boundary towards the flats, and the boundary towards the flats is downhill, so he timed it very well to get it comfortably to that boundary, Sam
You may have
Evans.
noticed the chaser was Graham Van Buren, who was on the field for George Hankins. Hankins is back now in second slip, and Higgins into bowl to Harris, who doesn't quite time that. That's gone out on the offside. TMJ Smith back in the team, does the fielding. Tom Smith, like Ian Cobain, really. If you look at the time under Richard Dawson, didn't play a lot of red ball cricket overall. Increasingly it was a white ball pattern for him. Higgins again to Harris, lets that go. So at the off stop. So Cobain at the end of the 2016 season, 2016 remember, had played 49 first class matches. He played one the following year, and then none for the next 2, and he's already played 2 this year, so effectively he's only played 4 first class games in 4 seasons and a bit. Higgins round the wicket to Harris, doesn't get the front pad very far forward there, but everything was pretty organised, and 21 for 1 it remains.
It is great to see Ian Cobain back, though, in red ball cricket. He certainly made it clear this year that his aim was to get back into the championship side, and he's somebody that in the past has been able to bat for very long periods of time. He's not going to be going out there and playing his T20 shots.
Higgins around the wicket, and Goodman just limbering up away at just in front of square mid wicket, and we may see him shortly. Worrell 1 for 10 in his 5 overs at the moment. Higgins 1 for 11. Turns at the end of his run, and in once more, but there isn't much getting past the bat from that end at the moment. There was the one ball that appeared to really lift and swing up, but that was only after it passed the batsman,
And it was off a length which wasn't that full as well, so it gave the batsman plenty of time to see it and adjust to it.
Again, staying round the wicket. Oh, Harris, what lets that? That's that go, and Dent has gone all the way down to the boundary for 4, and Dent at third slip. I wonder whether he was almost taking evasive action here in a strange sort of way. Oh, it's bounced just in front of him, and he was trying to scoop it up, and the consequence of trying to do so, it's whistled past him in the end and gone all the way down to the rope at third man for 4. 25 for 1 at the end of Higgins' over. We've had 10 overs this morning, and that's probably the closest he's come to kind of creating a half chance.
Yeah. Here's Worrell starting the 11th over. He's in, he bowls, and still trying that length a little bit further back is Dan Worrell, and Evans gets everything out of the way of it. Yeah, I was going to say that really one of the few bits of real encouragement that Higgins has had in his spell so far. I don't think you could say that he's done anything wrong. It's not like he's bowled too wide or some such thing. As Worrell is in, he bowls to Evans. Evans will deflect that one away down to fine leg. 1 run to the total, 26 for 1. Evans to 16, and for the most part they've looked pretty decisive, these two, and that was one of the first moments of indecision. They ball past the bat a couple of times, not many, but both times they were sort of decisively, I would say, playing the line of the ball. That was the first time I think that Harris had looked in any kind of uncertainty out there about what he was looking to do to the ball.
And Worrell going to come around the wicket now too.
He is to the left-handed Harris bowls, and there's a slightly jumpy looking defensive shot this time from Marcus Harris, but he's played it solidly enough out into the offside.
Higgins had, Worrell had been just trying to use the crease a little bit, perhaps starting the delivery strike just a little bit wider on a couple of occasions, but won't be doing that from this angle.
He's in now, bowls full and straight, and Harris is pushing it away out towards extra cover. There's no run. Marcus Harris, who kind of got his chance in the Australia team thanks to Sandpaper Gate, as it was known. He came into the side effectively as the David Warner replacement. As Worrell is in now, bowls, and there's a drive, and he's got it past backward point, although Lace got a hand on it to slow it down, and he's managed to slow it down enough that it's not gone for 4, and they're back for 2 runs. So a good hand there from Tom Lace at point to save 2 total. 28 for 1. Harris to 12. Looked like he was going to take a step down the pitch there, did Harris. He almost did a bit of a shimmy before he played that drive, but it was timed very nicely. Here comes Worrell, bowls, and that's angled away and stopped at third slip, and that ends the over. So Harris 12, Evans 16, 28 for 1 are Leicestershire, who have very much steadied things after the hammer blow second ball of the match. Hassan Azad leg before to Dan Worrell without scoring.
There's the Leicestershire card. Expectation would be probably Rishi Patel in next, and then Lewis Hill, who can keep wicket but probably won't in this game. Harry Swindles, Ben Mike, and then the bowlers. Higgins to continue then for the 12th over of the morning, and that's steered away by Evans to backward point. Lace has been busy in the field so far today on the chase, and they'll pick up a couple.
The bowlers had a habit of following Tom Lace about pretty much, well, certainly at least the couple of games that I've done, because he seemed to field almost every ball against Somerset at one point in the match at Taunton. It's one of those fielders that gets put where the ball goes, I think.
Dent's moved a little bit wider at third slip, and Higgins has one that I think we can probably say Evans played inside the line of that.
It was a beautiful ball though, right, I think, where Higgins would want it. Good length. Had to play at it, but like you say, once again, he's covered the line and he's covered his stumps.
Higgins under overcast skies now, And again, Evans defends. 23 years old, Sam Evans. Not played, I mean, this is only his 15th first class game, so hasn't played a huge amount, but in that time, as Ed said, he's got 200s, including that very patient one at the Oval already this season. So Shaw is away down at backward square just in front of us, but ball doesn't come his way this time. And he and Dom Goodman, I was out and about for part of Sunday and had no internet access or anything like that, and I sort of got home and had no clue as to how the day had gone really since about 12 o'clock. Here is Higgins in, that's turned away neatly by Evans down to deep backward square, just one run. And my hunch was going to be, Gloucestershire probably in front, but they might have set Hampshire just a small target, might have got them, kind of thing. That was where my head was. And I looked at the board and saw 9 down with a small lead. I thought, oh, okay, well, might get out of this. And then you realise that they've been batting for 40 minutes already, this last pair, and there are 6 overs left. And he thought, gee,
I envy you for walking in at that position and not living the drama as it unfolded, because that's what I was doing.
Higgins from the Ashley Down Road end completes over number 6 for him. Sanitisation break time at 31 for 1. Evans has 19 and Harris 12, as you can see at the bottom of the screen. And there is the detail thus far of the Leicestershire innings here at the Bristol County Ground. Brathwaite's just going to nip off the field, I think, for a moment. Just checking that there is a 12th man available to come on. And if you weren't with us right at the outset, a reminder that the Gloucestershire change is Tom Smith in for Matt Taylor, which leaves Gloucestershire without a left armour, which is unusual because obviously he and David Payne both available both in the squad, although as we know David Payne's wife is expecting a baby at any day, which may be part of the reason why he certainly didn't play last week. And interesting that the selection this week is such that they've gone without a left armour at all. But we are going to see now the long striding Dominic Goodman
in his first class appearance at the Bristol County Ground, having really impressed in both his first 2 matches at the Somerset County Ground. I'm sure if we can, I suppose as it's an official sponsor, we can say the Cooper Associates County Ground, can't we? And then of course at the Aegeus Bowl. So here is Goodman. He's in now. He bowls to Evans, and Evans drops that one away up the pitch, and there is no run. And Goodman, who of course was part of that 17.5 over stand to save the match against Hampshire, and I must say I was very glad overall on that final day that there was a double header of IPL to watch, because it took my mind off things for at least a little bit. It was a stressful day as Goodman bowls, and there's a shot from Evans that he almost started the shot a bit too early, and there was a danger of that popping up in the air, but it didn't. And Goodman has it off his own bowling.
At the moment, he has the bounce obviously, but he has a little bit of the unknown about him too, doesn't he, for opposition batsmen?
Here is Goodman. He's in, bowls, and that has, well, that I think you have to say you did play at, because the bat did go away from the body there. It wasn't so much a question of covering the initial line of the ball towards the stumps, and we'll get a replay now. You can see he got completely squared up by that one as well, which is good signs for Goodman as he bowls. And that's a drive, and once more the bat coming out well in front of the body there from Sam Evans. He'll pick up a single as backward point moves away to his left. Tom Lace once more the fielder, and Sam Evans up to 20, 32 for 1 now are Leicestershire. I on that final day I watched the first session, I think, in full, and then it was just too nerve-wracking to watch the afternoon session, so I watched some
IPL.
knockabout, as some people like to call it, in the afternoon, as Goodman is into Harris bowls, and Harris off the back foot plays it away up the pitch once more. But it just got too dramatic towards the end for me not to watch it. In the end, it was that dramatic that you couldn't help but look every ball, and it gets to that stage where, no, I've got to watch it, I've got to watch this. It was just incredible as Goodman is in bowls to Harris. Ooh, Harris plays that one off the inside edge, really out into the leg side. Good start from Dom Goodman, and he's just picking up exactly where he left off, really. There's been no looseners, nothing loose. He's put it on the money, hasn't tried to bowl too quickly, hasn't tried to dig it into the pitch too much. And another impressive over. 32 for 1 Leicestershire after 13 overs. But I watched a little bit after tea when the wickets started falling, because you felt as though Gloucestershire would have it at tea time, and then the clatter of wickets fell, and really there didn't seem to be much hope when Goodman joined Shaw at the crease at that point. And from then on it was really just one more over, get it to a point where there's maybe a chance that they can defend something with everybody back on the boundary, and it never came to that.
No. Double change. Josh Shaw coming on from the Ashley Down Road end, and he immediately gets Evans playing back, and probably Shaw might feel that he needs to get back to how he was for the match against Surrey. Didn't perhaps bowl at his best at the Aegeus Bowl, and here comes on with tidy opening figures for the two openers. Worrell 6 overs for 13 and 1 wicket, and Higgins 6 overs for 18. Shaw in, and again just making the batsman play. Whatever Chris Dent will feel. Well, we've been out there this morning for 3/4 of an hour. Well, the 1 wicket is a bit below par, actually. He might have wanted a couple, having got Azad so early.
Add credit to these two for the way they've come out, really, as well.
Shaw over the wicket, and the right-handed Evans just plays that back up the pitch. Going to send the subfielder Van Buren out to deep square. I wonder whether Worrell has gone off the field. See him out there at the moment. So that may be why Van Buren is on. Here is Shaw, bowling without a sweater. And that's left alone by Evans. The interesting thing also, looking at Goodman from the camera behind him, his action looks relatively simple and repeatable, which is kind of what you look for in a quicker bowler. You don't want anything that's too complicated, and his looks to be relatively straightforward. Shaw, also quite a simple action too, and Evans pushed forward at that. It just held its line, I think, from where Shaw was delivering it from, quite wide of the crease, certainly not as close to the stumps as Worrell. And taken by James Bracey. Here's another look at that last delivery.
That's a beauty, isn't it, from Shaw, really.
Can you get that line perhaps just 3 inches straighter? Again, fields it off his own bowling as Evans punches it back down the pitch. Yorkshireman just throws the ball away. Dent, in fact, is player who was off the field. And Van Buren trots back to the pavilion. Oh, he walks past Dom Goodman. There's probably
Yes.
there's probably about 9 inches, if not a bit more, between those two in terms of height. The much smaller Van Buren just almost coming up to Goodman's shoulder.
It reminded me a little bit of when, for the West Indies, you see Jason Holder batting with Shane Dowrich, the wicketkeeper. That is, or actually Jermaine Blackwood as well. As here is Goodman, he bowls, and that's left by Harris as the ball angles across him. There is an extraordinary height difference there. Jason Holder must be 6'7" at least, I would have thought, so I think there's possibly even more of a difference there, but it certainly reminded me of that. And they go to punch gloves, and Blackwood's / Dowrich having to reach up above their head to punch gloves with Jason Holder. As here's Goodman, he's in now, bowls, and that's full and pushed away up the pitch, and they're playing straight with these defensive shots. Goodman has been on the money with every ball so far.
Adrian in Nelsey says, "You two were lucky. I followed every ball at Southampton." Well,
I managed, as I say, I managed to distract myself for a little bit, but from my point of view, not enough for my heart rate still to be up greater than I would have liked at about 7 p.m. as Goodman is in, bowls to Harris, and that's a drive. Nice shot, and it beats mid off, and that will be 4 runs. Worrell couldn't quite get there, and it's another nice looking straight drive, and we didn't see a lot of straight drives in the Surrey match, and you don't tend to see too many straight drives here, but there's already been 2 very nice ones, and that's just a lovely punchy straight drive from Marcus Harris to move to 16, and Leicestershire 36 now for 1, as here is Goodman. He's in, bowls full and softly defended up to mid-on, where Josh Shaw is there to do the fielding. I just could not put myself through the entire day there. I couldn't do it. And of course the beauty with the YouTube streams is that you can pause them and watch every ball, but you don't have to watch every ball live, which is what I did. So I did watch every ball, I just didn't watch it live. You can reduce some of the nerve factor that way, as Goodman is in, he bowls, and that's left alone by Marcus Harris. A little bit tighter to him, that one, but Harris was not tempted to play at that ball, which he did not have to play at.
Just a reminder, you can get in touch with us on Twitter at GlossCricket, or on the email at commentators@glossccc.co.uk.
Here's Goodman to complete the over. He bowls, and once more Harris is watching that one go well past him. It was tempting him to have a drive there, was Tom Goodman, but Harris was not tempted. 36 for 1 is the score after 15 overs.
Martin's in Churchtown. Morning, Martin. Given that Dominic Goodman's batting average is currently infinite, despite having stood up to the hostile fast bowling with a second new ball for 105 balls, how far up the batting order should he go? He asks.
All the way.
All the way, yeah.
As he says.
I think there was a school of thought from some people responding to that knock that said, he might end up as a sort of a bowling all-rounder, something like an 8.
Yeah, 8 seemed to be the general Twitter consensus from some of the people who'd replied to my tweet saying that he'd batted for, I think it's 17 and a half overs, which coincidentally exactly the same length that Sean Goodman had batted at Southampton without getting out.
Here is Shaw now with the ball in his hand, and that's steered away down through the gully as a chase on down towards the boundary at Thurman. Again, it is laced with the chase, and they'll pick up a couple. I don't think Gloucestershire have done a huge amount wrong in this, say, first 50 minutes or so, but there's not much getting past the bat.
No, I think they're just going to have to remain patient, as we keep saying. It's probably one of those ones where you could put a penny in a jar for the number of times that we say that over the course of a season, but it's true.
Shaw over the wicket, and all that's turned a little aerial just for a brief moment by Evans, and Tom Smith on the retreat towards us at the deep square leg boundary will return the throw, and they'll pick up a couple. I say Goodman does have that bounce factor as a point of difference, and the fact that people will not have seen a great. I know that you can get clips on just about everybody at the moment, but they will not have seen a lot of him live. Shaw again to Evans, who's on 24, and looks as if he's playing himself in for quite a long knock here at the moment.
But it's certainly something that you hear batsmen say a lot. Yes, it's one thing to see people on video, it's quite another to face them live for the first time. So yeah, like you say, the surprise factor could be at play.
Holds his bat quite high, does Evans, in the preparation for Shaw. And that's up to the sweated figure of Ryan Higgins. There's the wide angle view of our camera on the edge of the apartment block at the Ashley Down Road end, looking across the ground. And right hand left hand combination after Azab was out have stabilised things for Leicestershire here. Shaw in, and with the three slips, there was like a first, a second, and like a 3.5. You can't see Dent in that shot. He's just that stride wider. There, this is in fact almost be a fourth, almost like 1, 2, and 4, isn't it?
Yeah, you almost wonder if he's half there to try and stop the angled shot down to third man, as well as try to take a catch.
Sun's back out again. Shaw comes in, and once more Evans goes back.
He's sort of there as a deterrent as well for that kind of thing, although I don't know, it'd be a school of thought to say that you want him to be trying to play with half the bat, but he's quite far forward there, so it certainly isn't a run saving position first and foremost, it is a catching position.
Shaw sprinting in from the Ashley Down Road end, and that's again these two just playing between themselves at the moment. That's back down the pitch again from Evans. 24 he has. Harris, who came in at number 3, has 16, and these two have added 42 because Hassan was out the second ball of the day to Dan Worrell without a run on the board, either to him personally or to the team. And I'm not sure that this is Leicester's best start to an innings. I'm not sure about that. They certainly batted very solidly in the second innings at the Oval, but given the relative inexperience of the batting order, a lot rides on these two.
Here's Goodman starting a new over. Back foot played comfortably once more by Marcus Harris, and yeah, certainly like you say, the overall stress level out there from these two does not seem to be high. They both look as though they're pretty comfortable with what's being thrown at them at the moment. Well, not thrown, of course, because there'll be a no ball, but here's Goodman. He's there, bowls full and straight, and pushed away out towards extra cover, and no run.
Goodman was playing it for playing for Clifton College, wasn't he, last year, I think, and now obviously at university at Exeter.
He's at the end of his run now. It's a comfortable approach he's got as he bowls, and that's left alone. And like you say, it is that repeatability, it's the rhythm, and it's the fact that he doesn't, I've said it several times already, but it's the fact that he doesn't try and do too much through his delivery. He's just happy not to bowl at express pace, let the height do the work really, a bit like somebody like a Craig Overton, for example, as he's in now. Goodman bowls, and that's a leave from Harris, a little bit tighter to him, but he didn't have to play that one on length and was not tempted to have a cut at it, and the cut would have been probably too close to his body to play. So still the judgment from these two has been good, and Gloucestershire are hunting a way to try and bring the wicket. There's a full ball which is defended away towards extra cover, and no run as the sun comes back out again.
And sometimes you can say, you said you're hunting a wicket, which is true, but it's not as if they've created 6 or 7 chances where the ball's really beaten the bat, or the balls have fallen short of stick. There's not been a rush of chances, has there?
Nope, and the ball has not done a huge amount as Goodman bowls. There's a drive from Harris straight up to Worrell at mid-off though, and there is no run. It's a maiden over from Goodman. 42 for 1 the score remains, 16 to Harris and 24 to Sam Evans. There's been a fair amount of talk about the ball this year, or the set of balls this year that are being used, and the fact that they don't do much after the initial period, but this one didn't do very much during the initial period either. There was not a great deal of movement to be had through the air, and well, Gloucestershire should probably be quite glad that they got Tom Smith to call upon for some overs. Admittedly, it's only 42 for 1. Things can change very quickly, but the overall, the overall impression that we've got is that it's quite hard work for the seamers out there so far.
Short from the Ashley Down Road end again to Evans, and he lets that go by once again getting the bat well out of the way. I think that was, you were a little surprised, were you not, that there wasn't a left armer pick today, because you've got the 4 right arm seamers. Yes, Smith obviously offers you the change of pace, but sometimes the change of angle is worth something as well.
The 4 right arm seamers do have some variety within them, but like you say, I suppose it would be good to be able to call upon the left armer.
Sure. And once more, and Evans quietly away on the onside.
Perhaps there are other reasons for that, with whatever they call it, workload management type thing.
Yeah,
could be something like that. There's a lot of cricket obviously this summer, and they need Matt Taylor to be
for sure. And he
100%
would play.
Really.
He would play an awful. He's bowled 98 overs, so he's bowled more overs than anybody other than Ryan Higgins at the moment. Sure, Ian and Evans just dabs that out to Tom Smith, who's in front of square on the leg side, and again Shaw says to Smith, go on, then you drop out and just give the batsman something else to think about, to see if there's a short one coming here. So Taylor 98.1 overs ahead of this game. Higgins at 118 has bowled the most. Brackets, he's undroppable. Well, he is on form at the moment. You have to say that he is undroppable. Shaw staying over the wicket, and Evans all gets down into the ground, and it's just short of second slip. That's where George Hankins is.
I don't think that fell too far short, did it? It was kind of scooped up off the half volley, it looked like, from George Hankins. Yeah, not far off carrying at all, that.
That's the one they've been looking for, just the line where it was in the Surrey match where Shaw had bowled a little bit wider and then just bowled one that was straighter, and that too is that's gone through. Brathwaite, I think, had gone forward to get towards that to try and scoop that up, and it's gone past him and all the way down to the boundary at third man for 4, and Shaw might feel a little bit hard done by in this over, because he's had one drop short of Hankins, and then this one with again Brathwaite coming forward
signalled leg byes.
Nothing off the bat. And Leicestershire go to 46 for one, but Shaw just in this over, giving Harris something to think, giving Evans something to think about. He gets that one in the middle. Way on the offside. Thanks to Martin, by the way, from Churchdown for his email. Commentators at glosscc.co.uk. And if he's still with us, perhaps he'd like to suggest where he thinks Goodman might bat. Whether we think that, 8 ultimately, it might be a reasonable call. A sanitisation break coming here. Might just have a chance for Chris Dent to have a brief word with his bowlers about the delivery of the plan and how it's going and what they might tweak. I'm sure they will have had a team meeting yesterday, if not this morning, just to confirm how they wanted to go about this. But until that last over, there hasn't really been all that much to get the slip cordon interested.
No, it's going to have to be, as Josh Shaw in particular is very capable of doing, we've seen he's capable of doing over the years, is producing that bolt out of the blue type ball which can dislodge a set partnership, which this one is swiftly becoming at 46 now. But I think at the moment these two have bowled well. The change bowlers, not a lot, I don't think, different that they need to be doing, as that's a back of a length ball and that's punched away but straight to point, and Harris will be disappointed with that one because that is exactly where Marcus Harris likes them. He's very strong off that back foot through the offside. Of course, he's used to having deliveries get up there a fair bit more, I would imagine, than he's going to be getting here in general, but certainly when you watch him bat in Australia, he's very strong through that region as Goodman bowls, and that's left alone by Marcus Harris, who, mentioning his time with Australia, he had a really torrid time of it in the 2019 Ashes. He played 3 tests in that, and well, actually I think he played 4 tests, but the last 3 tests his highest score was 19 in those 6 innings, so it was a variety of bowlers as well doing the damage. As here's Goodman, he's in the bowls, and there's a drive, but Worrell will field at mid-off. The timing has been there really from both these two, which would suggest that there is some pace in the pitch. It's just that it's not moving about very much, and they're not having much difficulty timing these drives, which is often something that you see at Bristol. Here comes Goodman, bowls, and that's a flowing drive through extra cover, and that is racing across the turf and over the boundary rope for 4 runs. So there's the 50 up for Leicestershire, the 50 partnership as well, and Marcus Harris up to 20. We'll see how full that ball was. It was a half volley, yeah. It was a wide half volley, and Marcus Harris has taken advantage of it.
And that has been the one thing you'd say this morning, is that Gloucestershire have not given Leicestershire too much to really accumulate runs freely.
That's down the leg side this time from Goodman, and Harris didn't even bother to have a swat at it, just watched it.
And even actually at the Ageas Bowl last week, when Hampshire on the first day, I think they were 290 for 3 roughly at the end of the first day. You think if they're 3 down, you might have expected them to score faster than that, but actually the economy rate of all the bowlers on that first day, even though they weren't taking wickets, was pretty tidy.
Here comes Goodman, he's there now, he bowls, and that's left by Harris. It's just that tempting line, but he's not driven a ball yet that hasn't been there for the drive. 50 for 1, 19 overs have been bowled. And I think the economy thing, the three bowlers who really kept it very tight were Goodman, Higgins and Worrell, and Shaw and Matt Taylor. If there were a couple who were a bit more expensive, it was those two. But it wasn't easy because it was a very good toss for Hampshire to win that on that pitch, and considering that it had started to misbehave a little towards the end, Hampshire certainly had the better of things as far as that toss was concerned.
Shaw from the Ashley Down Road end comes past umpire Nigel Long, and that's down to Goodman, who'll get his throw in quickly from long leg. I'll just pick up one run, so only six boundaries in the first 19 overs, which I think does indicate there's not been much loose so far, despite the fact that these two have both got into the 20s now.
I wondered how long it would be before they did this. Sorry to cut you off, Ian, but there's been two clips. Excuse me, I'm going crazy, of course, because they're just switching sides. But I do think that we've seen two clips in the air behind square on the leg side from Sam Evans now. I think that we might be seeing an extra catcher move, possibly to maybe a backward square leg or something when he's next on strike.
Short to the left-handed Harris, who gets the bat one out of the way. Yeah, Brathwaite at first slip, Hankins at second. Seeing where skipper Dent is now. He's gone to mid-on for Shaw. Goodman down in front of us at third man. And again, Harris lets that go. Outside the off stump.
I suppose it's sort of got to that point, really, where you're saying, OK, we're not taking wickets by moving the ball about, but that is something that he's done a couple of times. We may as well see whether he wants to do it with a fielder there. And I should be interested to see whether they've been thinking along similar lines when Evans next gets on strike.
Harris on 20. That's a nice clip, and that's gone past the dive of Dent, or does Dent hold that in?
Yeah, he stopped it.
He has stopped it. He was very slow to get up, and you don't always know whether that's one that the fielder has halted en route to the boundary, or whether that's one that they've literally saved a boundary, which he's done there. That's not the longest boundary on the ground either. And
he certainly timed it as well as he could do. So interesting, they've not gone for a catcher in the ring behind square, but they've decided to put deep square out now.
They've done this a couple of times to the right-handed Evans, who's on strike after that last single, and that's a more orthodox single out to Smith. I think that was actually Kevin James mentioned on the stream commentary last week that Gloucestershire had almost been content to give them the singles, Hampshire, when they were but they didn't want to make it too obvious that the board started rattling up with too many boundaries. I think Chris Den here is conscious that with only one wicket down, he wants to keep the lid on the scoring a bit. Shaw staying over the wicket despite the nice bowling to the left-handed Harris. That is the end of the over, and Gloucestershire still trying to split these two, this second wicket pair that came together in the first over of the day after Azad was LBW to Worrell's second ball. Might have been a little bit high, but Richard Illingworth didn't think so. And as you can see, Evans has 26. That's Sam Evans. Alex Evans also playing in this match for Leicestershire. And Marcus Harris has 21. Probably Rishi Patel in next, and then Hill and Swindles making up probably the bulk of the run scoring in the middle order, you'd have thought.
Here's Goodman, continues, and Evans plays that one away to mid-wicket, and Goodman, as he does quite often, he puts one hand up in sort of the beginnings of an appeal or celebration. He thought he might have been through there, but in the end he was not, and Evans still playing relatively comfortably. But there have been a few times when he has just reached out in front of him to play a shot. That was one of those occasions. There's an attempted clip off the legs, and Evans does not manage to connect, and Bracey takes it diving away to his left.
He's taking a stride down the pitch there too. Trying to disrupt Goodman's line.
Yeah, you're right, he's made a sort of a slight crab-like walk, and actually he moved across as well as down, which would lead Goodman to think maybe he wants to target those pads. So there's a drive, and a drive which I don't think that was a bump ball. I think it bounced well short of Lace at point, but it was, I think, in the air for a little bit. I don't believe that went straight into the ground once and then twice before Tom Lace. Certainly the way that the ball bounced for what I think was the first time would suggest the spin that was on it that it wasn't a bump ball. Here comes Goodman, bowls, driven or punched really back to the bowler. Been a good over this once more from Dom Goodman. He's not actually, unless you count the attempted flick, past the bat in the over, but he's got Evans doing something a little bit different here, which possibly would lead you to believe that Evans would like to move the score on just a little bit. As Goodman bowls, and that's clipped away, and a diving stop is made at mid-wicket by Ian Cobain, and there's no run. So the pressure, if there is pressure building up, it's being kept on. Having said that, really, Sam Evans made a century against Surrey in almost, well, I'll give you the exact number, 395 minutes he took for that century, as Goodman is there, bowls, and that's a quieter looking shot from Evans, this time not reaching out in front of his body to play the ball. So good over, maiden once more from Goodman. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9 is figures so far. 53 for 1 is the Leicestershire total after 21 overs.
I think that's Paul Nixon in the bobble hat, just wandering around, the Leicestershire head coach.
He was certainly, I did a bit of a preview for BBC Radio Leicester for 5 minutes or so, but Paul Nixon was understandably projecting a good deal of confidence about this game, saying that Leicestershire know what their approach needs to be and they know what they need to do, and that, talking of course about Hassan Azad having scored runs, he hasn't scored runs today, but these two so far are doing the job for him.
Yeah, so far Hampshire at home lost by an innings and 105, and then the draw with Surrey and the defeat at home by 9 wickets to Somerset. Here is Shaw, and Harris drives that down the ground for 4. That's a nicely timed shot, and the first time that Shaw has been driven to that relatively short boundary up towards the apartments. And with Hankins coming in a bit shorter now at that second slip position, he didn't get the opportunity there. That was almost half volley length, really.
It certainly invited the shot, didn't
Yeah.
it? But goodness, he played it well though.
Not too wide, to be fair, not a real gimme, but everything was pretty organised. And again, he didn't try and hit it too hard, just played through the line.
Yeah, and he waited for the ball to come to him rather than trying to reach out in front of it, and you know, played it within himself, but timed it to perfection.
Round the wicket, Shaw, as a result of that. And Harris, after the excitement of the last delivery, a quieter defensive shot.
Right under the eyes was the sort of thing I was trying to say. Sort of playing within himself, but he just waited that extra fraction of a second, which is really the key if you're going to drive down the ground on this ground.
Shaw bustles in once more. That's squarer, and that is going to be a race between the ball and the fielder to go towards the rope. The chase is on, and once again it's Lace with number 8 on his jumper, who is the retriever, and his return once more is a good one. I mean, he's a busy man in the field. I know Ed says the ball follows him like a magnet, but there may be an element of that in that he's one of the best fielders too, and that therefore you put him in the important position. 60 for one. Leicestershire, these two having put on 60 so far for the second wicket. And Lace switches now to point for the right-handed Evans. These two scoring at pretty similar rates, and again Lace does the fielding to a full pitch ball which Evans defends.
You can have quite a lot of movement on that defensive shot sometimes. The bat sort of comes across the ball a bit, and like that time the face kind of opened, and that's why it went very square towards point. I just wonder actually that the pitch may not be not being absolutely express pace. If it were on a quicker pitch, I think that might be more of a problem than it is on this one.
Shaw again past umpire Long, and again Evans only interested in defence. Nigel Long, of course, played his county cricket at Kent, only at Kent, I think.
That sounds right.
Don't believe he played anywhere in the days when, by and large, players didn't move very much. Former policeman, of course. Shaw in, and Evans again up onto his toes really this time to play defensively. Nigel Long?
Yep.
Just Kent?
Just Kent. He did play a list day match for Norfolk, but that's okay. Yes. First class county was only Kent.
Yeah.
I didn't actually know that he was a former policeman though.
Yeah.
So that seems to be something that's well, I suppose at one point there would have been 2 former policemen on the elite panel, because Chris Gaffney is also a former policeman. So obviously there's something about about those jobs being similar. Anyway,
very forensic and analytical in certain senses.
Yes, exactly, and stickler for procedure. Goodman to continue into his 6th over. He's there, bowls, and there's a drive from Harris, but he can't beat extra cover. So the shots being opened up really by Marcus Harris. He's opening up his selection of shots, is what I'm trying to say, which might not necessarily be such a bad thing from Gloucestershire's point of view.
Dent's coming out into short extra cover, is he? Yes,
Yep.
He is.
So short extra, just the slip, and Hankins is quite wide at second there actually, as that's left alone. There's no, in fact no, he's not quite wide, it's just the angle's deceiving me a little bit because Hankins is further forward, and that from our current position at Cow Corner with Harris batting, it made it look a little bit to me as though there was a gap between them, but there isn't, as I can see from looking at the monitor. But the short extra cover in place for that drive that might just be in the air, as Goodman will get driven straight down the ground, and it will race away for 4 runs. It looked like that was quite a bottom-handed drive from Marcus Harris, almost a little bit of Graham Smith in that one, in that when I saw him play the shot to start with, I thought that was heading towards the extra cover region, but in fact no, it was actually quite full, and straight drove it, as that's left alone this time by Marcus Harris off the bowling of Goodman. And yeah, no, it wasn't quite as Graham Smith-like as I thought from this angle.
And the only time really that Goodman has been driven is when he's offered that little bit of extra width. Those have been the 2 occasions when the batsman said, right, it's almost a free hit. But
5 boundaries now for Marcus Harris, as Goodman bowls short, pulled away by Harris, and he's not really timed it perfectly. It's heading out towards the deep backward square boundary. Will be hauled in. They'll come back for a third, and there's going to be a shy at the non-striker's end from Bracey, which doesn't hit. And that looked to be a very last-minute decision to take that third run. It was very much on the arm, and they made it, but not at all comfortably, because Marcus Harris is now examining his bat to see whether he's done some damage to it, trying to make his ground.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that is a long boundary out towards the deep backward square for Harris in that instance, and Tom Smith was the player on the throw.
Goodman bowls, and dropping that one at his feet is Sam Evans, 67 for 1 after 23 overs, and Harris has advanced his total up to 35. He's been racing along of late. He's picked up 14 runs in the last 8 balls that he's faced, so accelerating his scoring rate. And actually it's something that I wondered whether to pick up on earlier, but the twos, some of the twos that they've run towards the boundary, in their minds they've always been twos, and that one, I think, when Harris hit it, he thought 2, and then hang on, I can get an extra run here. It wasn't a hard sprint to try and get the third run, which I think they'll probably do next time after what happened there.
So bowling change now. So Goodman's bowled 6 overs, so there might be a double change coming here again, but Dan Worrell is going to come back but change ends and come to the Ashley Down road end. So Shaw 5 overs for 16, Goodman 6 overs for 16 at the moment. I suppose that might be his last, I would think, for a while. And
Tom Smith was doing a bit of loosening there, so maybe Gloucestershire are going to give him a bit of a go, I'm not sure. Either way, Tom Smith is certainly making himself available.
I'd say that. So, as he did at the outset, Worrell bowling in a sweater, and bowling just with the one slip, which really does indicate that there is not much pace being offered in this Bristol pitch. It's almost got a slip and a fine gully, you would argue, really, with Lace also at backward point, and Worrell around the wicket steers it on the bounce into the ground, and it's taken by Hankins in that almost that 4th slip, fine gully position. Brathwaite is the one orthodox slip, languidly standing there in that very individual style. I mean, everybody has their own style in terms of concentration at slip. Some players go down very early, some literally go down at the last minute. Here is Worrell in, and that's again past the outside edge of Harris's bat through to Bracey.
Yeah, so Brathwaite dropped to catch off Ian Holland in the Hampshire match. Holland had got about 70, 80 odd, somewhere around there anyway at that point, so it didn't cost masses, but at the same time it was a catch that should have been taken. It was regulation.
Worrell, oh, that's a different approach. He'd almost, when Worrell got to the wicket, he'd almost stopped in the delivery stride. There was not much pace or process through that final stride at all. Here's a second look at it.
Yeah, it's almost a pace bowler's version of Robert Croft.
Yeah, they're going to stop. That's a bit better this time, and again out by on the offside from Harris's bat. You're very welcome to our coverage of this opening session of this round 4 game at the Bristol County Ground, wherever you may be watching the stream, home or abroad. And Worrell looking for a second wicket, can't get past the defences of the left-handed Victorian Marcus Harris, who of course Worrell would know from his time playing in the Sheffield Shield. 67 for 1 Leicestershire. They lost the toss and were put in. Azad out to the second ball of the match. LBW to Worrell. Pretty straight, but might have been a bit high, although umpire Illingworth certainly saw it hitting the stumps. And since then, Sam Evans, who opened the batting, and Harris, who came in at number 3, have added 67. A sanitisation break, I think, out in the middle after 24 overs of the morning session. Gloucestershire have split the bowling so far between their 4 seam bowlers, their 4 right arm seam bowlers. They haven't got a left armer in the game because neither David Payne nor Matt Taylor have been selected.
However,
and
there is going to be a left armer to bowl.
Yeah, there is going to be a double change as we thought.
Left arm spinner, however, rather than seamer, so it is going to be Tom Smith, and he will bowl to the right-handed Evans. See what kind of a field he gets. He's got a slip. Looks as though that's going to be the only close catcher at the moment. Chris Dent just ordering his troops around. Brathwaite will come into extra cover, and Dent will be at a sort of, well, almost a short extra from our angle. They're almost standing right behind each other, but they're just a little bit separated. Dan Worrell at backward point. Deep backward square leg out as Smith bowls full, and Evans off the front foot, pushing back to Tom Smith,
who only bowled 5 overs in red ball cricket last summer.
Played 2 matches.
2 matches, correct.
Yeah. So Smith off that traditionally quite long run, fires that one in full, and Sam Evans drives out to the sweeper at deep cover. I'll pick up a single. 68 for 1.
That's the difference, isn't it, between bowling red ball and white? You said fired in. That's exactly what he would do in the T20 by and large. But this is a different game, a different challenge for the slow bowler in red ball cricket in particular.
So Smith will bowl over the wicket. Too much surprise there as he bowls to Harris. Harris is forward and pushing away to extra cover. So catching mid-wicket in for Marcus Harris. So the close catcher, who is Chris Dent, not moving from his position regardless of right or left hand, as Smith bowls flatter, and that's an attempted cut shot which is missed by Marcus Harris. It dropped his length back. I'm not sure whether he was trying to do that, trying to skid the ball on and skid the ball flat on Harris and trying to get him to cut off the back foot. But he does have protection out there, so it may have been what he was trying to do. Smith this time bowls full, and Harris is onto the back foot and getting right in behind this one. Just the 1 ball remaining in the over. Gloucestershire certainly don't have a problem with their over rates, even when the spinner's not bowling. They got through 33 overs in the morning session at Taunton as Smith bowls. It's not quite flat, but straight and on a good length, and Harris is meeting it defensively. 68 for 1 is the Leicestershire total after 25 overs. I can tell you, by the way, major events have happened at the Oval this morning between Surrey and Hampshire. Hampshire are 44 for 5 against Surrey. So that is a bit of a change up from how things have been going for that Hampshire batting lineup. It's all the top 5 who are out. So Weatherly, Holland, Alsop, Northeast and Vince are all gone.
Wickets?
2 wickets each to Jordan Clark and Ricky Clark, and the other one went to Kemar Roach.
Yeah, neither Ricky Clark nor Kemar Roach obviously played in the game here. Clark, I think, was injured, I think.
Yes, he was. Ricky Clark, yeah.
And Roach, obviously, as did Craig Brathwaite, started playing in round 2 of the competition. It's becoming Leicestershire's morning at the moment. Dan Worrell in to try and change that, and just played a little bit on the jump by Evans out on the offside. I think if they get to lunch 1 down, Leicestershire would say honours definitely theirs. Even 2, you'd probably say it's on points to the batting side. Worrell again to Evans. We got back with 2 orthodox slips in, just the 2 though. And seeing where skipper Dent is, and the answer is he is almost in that sort of up at mid-off for the right-hander. Make sure he's got A, the opportunity to talk to his bowler, but B, the usual view would be either slip or mid-off for a captain. And Dent walks in again as Worrell is played down on a cut. I would say cut. It's almost a dab shot away down through the gully, and that's going to race away for 4 more. Again, that's not the shorter side of the ground boundary wise, but there was just enough width there for Evans to dab that away through the gap. Quite a long way from his body, but he clearly saw it was a pretty secure shot. There's a biggish gap between the 2 slips and the man at backward point.
It was a shot of confidence, really, wasn't it? Because, like you said, there was width, but it wasn't a rank delivery.
Worrell in, and again Evans steers that to Tom Lace. Backward point, so he has 31, and Harris just ahead of him on 35.
Tom Smith, by the way, is in the position at backward square leg now, just behind square. So he is in that position that we've seen a couple of balls go in the air. At the moment, Worrell hasn't bowled especially straight, but he's in a catching position there. He's not walking in.
Worrell again, and Evans on the bounce to Lace. James Bracey again puts the tucks the cap into the back of his trousers, and the headgear comes back out again for him to stand up to Tom Smith.
Well, this is extraordinary. Hampshire are now 44 for 6 at the Oval. 3rd wicket for Jordan Clark, 3.5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 3. So starting to look a little bit like what Hampshire did to Middlesex the other week with Muhammad Abbas, as Smith bowls to Marcus Harris, and Harris with a punchy drive out to deep cover, and we'll get 1 run for it. 73 for 1. Harris ticks up to 36 now. Apart from that, though, rather seismic event at the Oval, there's no other games where more than 2 wickets have fallen so far this morning. A couple affected by rain and bad light as Smith bowls, and lunging forward is Sam Evans and playing that one up the pitch.
I did see they was having a delayed start at Chesterley Street, I think. So
due to hail.
Gee.
We know all about that here as well, though. Had some hail on the evening of day 3 of the Surrey match, as here's Smith moving into Evans bowling very full, and I'm not sure if that was actually even a low full toss as it's turned away out to mid-wicket, just wide of the fielder. So they're able to come through for a comfortable single. 74 for 1. At the moment, this is almost looking like a containment job, really, from Tom Smith. As you'd imagine, there's not a great deal on offer for him. He's got the sight screen, is what it moved? I can't imagine you once it moved. It's probably just somebody walking a little too close to it for Marcus Harris's liking. It's still they want somebody to move.
I think there's a...
Or is there a door up there or something?
Is it reflecting?
Might be. Anyway, it's been sorted as Smith bowls and Harris goes back and plays away into the mid-wicket region, picked up by Dent in that catching position there. Few oohs and ahs. They possibly felt that maybe Harris could have been forward to that ball and he went back, but played it comfortably. As Smith bowls, comes down the pitch, does Harris, and he almost yorked himself there. Squeezes it away out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. It's 1 more run, 75 for 1. Harris to 37. He came down the pitch early, and I think he did pretty much york himself. He was just able to dig it out. Last ball of the over. Smith bowls to Sam Evans, and that's pushed away to short extra, and there's no run this time, but 3 runs off the over. Leicestershire be pretty happy to do that every over, And 75 for 1 is the score. Smith 2 overs for 4. But you wonder if, with 20 odd minutes to go, Chris Dent just thinks about saying, okay, we've had a look now. There's not a lot going on. Let's have another burst from Higgins potentially before lunch.
I wonder whether, yes, that's possible. He would be the logical choice to return, or whether they think about Higgins initially after lunch. Here's Worrell into the left-handed Harris. And at the moment, there is not a lot happening, having won the toss for this Gloucestershire attack. The scoreboard is not racing away, but it's the wickets column that's the issue at the moment. Worrell around the wicket and taken by James Bracey, going down the leg side, but it was a good enough take for him. A lot of obviously responsibility on Bracey this season with the batting and the keeping wicket, and hasn't had too many days so far. Is Worrell, he saves that drive from Evans with his boot, where he's had to do where the day has been split. It's largely been one or the other. So he's either been in the field or batting. He hasn't really been. He hasn't had a day where really he's had to be keeping to mid-afternoon and then suddenly find he's had to go in and bat for a session or more after it.
He wasn't having the easiest of times of it at the Aegeus Bowl in that first innings in particular. There was a lot of hand wringing. I'm not sure whether he got blisters or if a ball just jarred him. He was not having an easy time of it with the gloves in that match. He's certainly looked perfectly secure here, though.
Warren again on the inside half of the bat from Marcus Harris. Worrell conscious that a wicket before lunch would really change things. But was it the David Payne wicket off the last ball before lunch against
before tea? It was, yeah.
Worrell goes in once more, and again Harris defends. So last ball before tea on the third day.
Yeah, Jamie Smith was the Surrey batsman who saw his off-stump cartwheeling behind him, and Payne had plugged and plugged away, and he was really bending his back there as well. He was putting all the effort he had in, and he finally got that reward off the last ball before tea. And we thought at that point, of course, of that match, that was going to be the change, but in the end it wasn't, as Smith continues and Sam Evans plays back up the pitch. But in the end, Folkes and Jordan Clark looked as though they were going to take that game away from Gloucestershire. In the end, it took until towards lunch on the next morning for Gloucestershire to turn that one around. Here is Tom Smith, bowls, and Evans has dropped that one away backward a square on the leg side. And it's as if he was just feeling for that one maybe a little bit, but it's clutching at straws a little bit to say that there's anything too uncertain going on out there from the two Leicestershire batsmen at the moment. As coming forward is Sam Evans, and pushing that one just to the left of Craig Brathwaite at cover, and so they will come through for a single. 76 for 1. And Brathwaite actually did bowl a few overs in that Hampshire match, so there were a few overs of spin bowled as Smith is there bowls, and that's turned away to Dent at short mid wicket, and there's no run.
I mean,
but
Dent
I was
had a bowl as well, which really did indicate that Gloucestershire were thinking left field to try and split that Hampshire batting up.
Smith bowls to Harris, goes back and turns it straight to Dent at short mid wicket once more. No run. And I was just thinking that was probably the first time spin had been bowled in the first innings of a match this season. Certainly we haven't seen anything of any length this early. As down the pitch comes Marcus Harris and knocks it away up to Josh Short mid-on, deep mid-on really, and that allows them to come through for another single. 77 for 1, 38 to Marcus Harris, 33 to Sam Evans, and well, I think you still have to give a lot of credit to the way that these two have gone about their business. They've not gone hunting for anything. They've waited for the odd half volley to come along, but there hasn't been too much that Gloucestershire have given away. It's just been really decent cricket from Leicestershire and not too much wrong so far from Gloucestershire. They're just hoping for that moment that can potentially open the door for them here.
Just looking at Graham Van Buren's bowling so far. There's Worrell in, and it's up to Dom Goodman fielding at mid-off. He didn't bowl in the first innings against Surrey, and in the game at Somerset he took 0 for 23 in the first innings. So
he did bowl a few overs there.
Yeah.
Right.
But as you say, hardly could be said to be extensive. Worrell in once more. That's better placed from Harris. That's actually going to skate away past the chase of Smith and all the way to the boundary at extra cover for 4. And through the gap, because of this very fast outfield, always, and again just that little bit of extra width. Worrell turns around, as you can see, just disappointed to offer that. Just that, well, but anywhere between 3 and 6 inches makes a big difference when you've got top order batsmen able to capitalise on that. And Smith just getting back into position. Leicestershire will be very pleased with their morning's work. Harris on 42, and Gloucestershire trying to rather than attack and get a wicket, they're trying to put the squeeze on and force a mistake here in order to split these two up with a quarter of an hour to go until lunch. Worrell staying over the wicket. Oh, and that's steered away past Brathwaite, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary at third man for 4 more. There is conscious of only the one slip, and yeah, that was just a genuine steer, wasn't
yeah,
it?
Exactly. What he's done there is, because a couple of overs ago he tried to do that, but he steered it straight to Hankins at that gully position, and this time he's really just tickled it off the outside edge and made sure that it went in that gap. But that's the level of control that these two have had, really.
Harris down to 46, and a good deflection by Dan Worrell down the pitch. Obviously the ball running into the stumps, but Evans was home.
And there was also that dab shot that Sam Evans played, almost one-day style, down towards third man for 4, and both those shots indicate, I think, how well these two are seeing it and how well they're timing it.
Worrell round the wicket, and again Harris into the onside, but fielded by Ian Cobain. Last sanitisation break of the morning coming up. Gloucestershire have done really well on their overs. They've got through 30 overs already, and we've still got 12 minutes to go until lunch. And that, I think, it really comes from the fact that you don't have anybody with a very long run who is a dawdler back to their mark. Certainly Worrell isn't. Higgins' run isn't very long. Shaw's is probably the longest, but again he isn't one to delay too much, and therefore we're going to get certainly 33, possibly even 34 overs in in the morning session. So 85 for 1 Leicestershire. As you can see, Harris within a boundary of his half century. Evans on 33, and just Azad gone from the Leicestershire batting order, which, you know, on the face of it, you have to, has to respect them as a professional unit, and they're particularly wanting to prove a point after the first 3 games, but it didn't look the strongest on paper anyway.
Smith will bowl another over, and that's going to be glanced down to the fine leg boundary, and it will cross the boundary for 4 runs. So Sam Evans gets his total moving now as well. 37 to Sam Evans. 5 boundaries he's got, and just a really quiet angle of the bat. Glancing it, a really traditional leg glance. 37 for him now, 89 for 1. As Smith is there, bowls full and met defensively, and even discounting that last boundary, the lid on the scoring rate had been taken off really by Marcus Harris, and that seems to have taken the pressure off Sam Evans as well. Smith is there, bowls, and pushed away to wide mid-wicket, no run.
It comes back to that, you add 2 wickets to the score, and what does it look like? And that's what Gloucestershire will be thinking, I suppose, at this stage.
Smith is in, he bowls very full, and that's driven in a shout of no to send Sam Evans back, because Chris Dent haired across after that one and timed his slide to perfection. It would have been the slide and throw, but Evans had been sent back. It's tucked away by Evans, but straight to the, I say straight to, just to the left of backward square. Smith moves in once more, bowls to Sam Evans, who's forward and meeting it very comfortably. So the boundary off the first ball of the over were the only runs from it. But Leicestershire at 89 for 1 are very much looking on top here, and as you say, add 2 wickets onto the score. Well, even then, Leicestershire might not have been too disappointed with around about 100 for 3 at lunchtime, having been put into bat.
Worrell into his 10th over of the, into his 11th over, as you were, of the morning. In 2 spells, and these 2 really giving Leicestershire a very good base here. The left-handed Harris on strike, and just Azad, the only other left-hander in this Leicestershire team, actually, left-handed batsman in the team, the man out so far. Was bowled all morning in a sleeveless sweater, and once again tidy but not desperately penetrative after that initial surprise of it. Surprising Azad with a straight one. Second ball, not that he should have surprised him, it was straight, that sounds wrong. It was accurate and just quick enough to get through his defences, while around the wicket, and that's a bit more like it. A little bit of a push at that from Harris, and Gloucestershire having, as they taken a wicket in the first over, they certainly want one in the what remains of the morning session. That's just a bit shorter from Worrell.
Yeah, I don't think Marcus Harris would be particularly pleased that he played at that.
Yeah, Goodman's just dropped out a touch at mid-off, and that's on the bounce, dabbed down by Harris, taken by Hankins, who's feeling almost at a fine gully there. It's just Brathwaite in its slip, as you can see in your shot.
Yeah, trying that shot once more. and it shows you that, you know, they're comfortable with playing with half the bat even. They know that the ball's not going to be doing a great deal.
Worrell past umpire Long, and that's whipped into the onside by Harris. He'll only get one, and the throw is returned by Josh Shaw to keeper Bracey. There again, the wide angle camera. But in terms of, you know, opportunities to split these two, there's a couple in the same over that sort of steers that just drop short of slip. But apart from that, not a great deal. That's a bit better from Worrell. Better line. And he wanders away ruefully at the end of another over. The strike has almost been equally shared in terms of ball face falls base between these two. In fact, it's so equal, it's just one delivery difference. The only question would be how much Worrell has bowled to the right-hander. We might be able to find that out at lunchtime. Obviously, he would like a rhythm which would get him perhaps into a position where he feels more dangerous about things. Quite a chat between the two batsmen at the moment. Smith is going to continue, and I would say probably two, this one and one more to go until lunch.
Yes, I don't think that they're going to be able to chat for long enough to prevent there being another over. In fact, they're only chatting because there's some protective equipment being put on, and I think that is Tom Lace, who is going to come into a catching position somewhere.
He's put some those lightweight pads on under his trousers, and
well, no, apparently not for,
well, not yet anyway.
Not for Harris anyway. Possibly there's going to be a catcher in for Evans, but not for Marcus Harris at any rate. So Lace has got the pads on actually outside his trousers, it looks like, as Smith bowls to Harris, and that's full and defended away towards the bowler, and he hasn't got, I think he's tucking the pads underneath the trousers now, so obviously he felt like he was taking too long over it and wanted to make sure, of course, they get another over out of Worrell, especially after having beaten the bat a couple of times in that last over, as Smith is there, bowls, and that's just comfortably steered away off the back foot out to deep point by Marcus Harris. He's up to 48 and the score 91 for 1. So he obviously didn't feel as if he had time to get everything sorted before he got into his fielding position. He's going to have to get everything sorted now because he's going to be in at short backward square leg, I think you'd say. It's not short leg, it's not leg slip, it's short backward square leg. At least that's what I'm going to go with. As Smith is there, bowls to Sam Evans, who plays off the back foot quietly out to extra cover.
He's fielding in a helmet as well.
It's not absolutely right underneath the, well, right behind the batsman, but he is in plenty close enough as Evans off the front foot deadens that one, and Smith with 3 more balls remaining in the over and the clock's still at 12:57. It will be just the one more over after this one as Smith bowls full, and once more Evans plays without a great deal of alarm. So the last match that I did was the Somerset match at Taunton, and we're talking about how loud Somerset are in the field as Smith bowls, and that's just dropped away out to backward point. There's no run to end the over, so just the single from that Tom Smith over. 91 for 1 are Leicestershire. Will be just one more over before lunch, but I think even Somerset would have found little to ooh and ah about this morning in general. It's been the odd play and a miss. In fact, really those last 2 plays and misses in that last over from Worrell were the first for what felt like about an hour or so.
Yes,
And I think Gloucester should be quite glad to get into the dressing room and have a bit of a think about what they're going to do this afternoon.
Yeah, there's been quite a bit for them to ponder, really. Last over before lunch, and Worrell into the left-handed Harris, who has 48. I'm sure you won't be too bothered about getting the extra 2 to get into his 50 before lunch. It's not essential. What's more essential from a Leicestershire point of view is that he stays there.
Hampshire have lost a 7th, by the way. 53 for 7.
Worrell in, and again the defensive push from Harris. Yeah, I wonder what Ian Harvey and Mark Elaine will make of this morning. And indeed Chris Dent too, because he's the one who's been out there. Obviously, I'm sure the coaching staff will have been looking at it with the analysts. Worrell round the wicket, steered away by Harris. He'll just get 1. He'll go to 49. And Leicestershire up to 92 for 1. It's been very much their morning from the second ball onwards. Josh Shaw just dropping out to long leg here, and Smith again is just behind square on the leg side for the flick from Evans, but he gets inside that.
Things really started with a bang this morning, and if you'd have told me at that point that we would be here at 92 for 1 with 2 Leicestershire batsmen in full control out there, if you'd have told me after that second ball that was what was going to happen, I'm not sure I'd have believed you.
No, it didn't look like that, did it? Worrell in again to Evans, who's content to defend up to Don Goodman, and you have to think that it's probably going to be maybe Higgins and Goodman after lunch. Worrell having had 2 spells now this morning. He said he spelled 12 overs in 2 stints. Here he is again to Evans, who just pushes that out on the offside, and the umpires say that is lunch, gentlemen, with Leicestershire 92 for 1. Harris has 49 and Sam Evans has 37, and these two have added 92 since Azad was out to the second ball of the morning. LBW to Dan Worrell, and since then no chances have gone to ground. There have been a few near things, but really nothing that would suggest a genuine chance has been missed. And Leicestershire, well, they will feel they've won that 2 hours of cricket.
Certainly will, and all the Leicestershire players have been watching from just behind the boundary rope there, and all of them have stayed to applaud the efforts of Marcus Harris and Sam Evans in that morning session. There's a lot of fist bumps going around. The Leicestershire players and staff had all been enjoying the sunshine of that morning session, and they had been able to enjoy it thanks to the performances of Harris and Evans, and they'll be looking to pick up right where they left off after lunch. Gloucestershire have got a bit of thinking to do as they trudge up the steps into the dressing room for the lunch.
And we'll take our leave of you as well until about 1:35. We'll be back for the afternoon session here at the Bristol County Ground. Gloucestershire at lunch, having won the toss, would have been disappointed only to have taken the 1 wicket, particularly with Leicestershire's start of the season and an inexperienced batting lineup. They'd hope for more. Perhaps that may change after lunch. Join us to find out when play resumes at 1:40. At lunch, Leicestershire 92 for 1, Harris 49, Sam Evans on 37, Dan Worrell with the 1 wicket. You can see the ground staff doing their duties at lunch, and we'll be back with you for the resumption at 1:40. Join us then. Welcome back to the Bristol County Ground. Can you hear that sound? It's the sound of steady rain, which has just started on our marquee roof. You can see the ground staff with the covers on the actual pitch at the moment. The umpires have just been out to speak to them, and there is, I don't think, any way that we're going to resume just at the moment. We had a look on the rain radar during the lunch interval. It may not last long, this, but I think it's fair to say, Ed, that we won't be starting promptly.
No, and I think it looked as though what was going to happen was we were going to hit 140 without it actually raining at that exact instant, and that the ground staff would have to take the covers off, and then the rain would start. But I guess in a way, fortunately for all concerned, the rain started at 1:39. Everybody could see that it was coming. The ground staff could, we could, and in the end, they've made the umpire's decision quite easy not to go out. It hasn't rained heavily for particularly long, and looking at the rain radar, at the moment it looks as though it shouldn't be more than a quarter of an hour, 20-minute delay here.
Well, 92 for 1, as you can see across the top of your screen, is where Leicestershire were at lunch. Harris on 49, and alongside him Sam Evans on 37, and they had scored all 92 of the runs for the second wicket, because the first wicket fell with just 2 balls gone on the day's play. Dan Morrell trapping Hassan Azad, LBW for no score. It's off the second ball. During the lunch interval, just about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago perhaps, there was just literally a 90-second burst of rain, not very much at all, and then there was this sort of warning about the dark cloud that was over our left shoulder from the Kennington Avenue side of the ground, and now the ground staff are deciding that actually the bowlers' run-ups do need to be covered as well, despite the fact the ground is so hard and any kind of moisture will go straight through, I'm sure. They're actually going to make sure that the run-ups are covered as well. So no play immediately after lunch here. Might just give us a chance to run through the scores from the other matches this morning. Gloucestershire, of course, won the toss here and asked Leicestershire to bat, and the main fun in games was at the Oval, I think, also in this group.
It certainly was a terrific morning for Surrey. Probably it has to be basically their best session of the season, really, doesn't it? To reduce Hampshire to 70 for 7 at the lunch break, with Ian Holland the top scorer with 22, and ducks for both Vince and Dawson, as the two Clarks, spelt differently, Jordan and Ricky, ran through the middle order, and Kemar Roach picked up a couple of wickets as well. So that really is the main story from around the country. Do you want me just to run through all of the scores? So the other match in this group, Group 2, Somerset against Middlesex at Taunton, and Middlesex 86 for 2 there. They lost a wicket to the last ball before lunch, bowled by Craig Overton. As it turns out, it was the last ball before lunch. There was still 1 ball left in the over, so it wasn't the absolute last ball, but still, Max Holden out for 49 right on the stroke of lunch, so that kind of turned that session a little bit in Somerset's favour. And elsewhere, rain has stopped play at Derby in the Midlands, or one of the Midlands derbies between Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire currently at 113 for 2, another half century for Ben Slater. Hasib Hamid out for a second ball duck there, so not quite able to back up his heroics from last week at Chestley Street, where there was a long delay due to hail and rain. It's now rain of a different sort, because Ben Rain has taken a couple of wickets there, as has Sam Wood and Sam Wood is Mark Wood. Mark Wood. What am I talking about? Mark Wood's taken a couple of wickets. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 7 for him. And Warwickshire currently 22 for 4 there. So they're on their way to another good bowling performance for Durham. It's been the batting that was the problem, otherwise they would have beaten Essex the other week. Worcestershire against Essex, that's taking place at New Road. Essex are 64 for no wickets, so Brown and Cook off to a good start there. Worcestershire, I think, have drawn all 3 of their fixtures so far, currently sitting in second place in Group 1 behind Warwickshire and ahead of Essex. So if you're Worcestershire, you probably wouldn't mind a draw out of that one, to be honest, and we'll see. At Cardiff, Kent batting 100 for 4 at the moment. Couple of wickets for David Lloyd, and Zach Crawley is 30 not out for Kent at the moment. But Kent, for me, have been the... If Gloucestershire have been the surprise good story around the country, Kent
disappointing
have been the... Yes, I think Kent have been the biggest disappointment. I really thought that this might be Kent's year to kick on and potentially challenge for that title. As it is, only Leicestershire actually have fewer points from their first 3 matches, so they've got a lot of work to do to catch Lancashire and Yorkshire, who are both out in front there in Group 3. And Yorkshire, currently it's raining at Headingley, and Yorkshire are 67 for 2. Tom Culler-Cadmore 42 not out. Adam Lyth was out to the first ball of the match, bowled by former Yorkshireman. Well, I say former Yorkshireman, I don't think you're ever really a former Yorkshireman, are you? But former Yorkshire player Ben Sanderson bowling Adam Lyth to the very first ball of the match, so going one better than Dan Worrell managed here. There's plenty of other action going on around the... In fact, I've missed one, haven't I? I thought I'd missed one. Sussex and Lancashire at Hove. Sussex 113 for 1, so they're going along quite well. Another duck for an opener. Thomason was bowled by Tom Bailey without scoring, but since then Tom Haynes and Stian van Zale have both made half centuries. Tom Haynes is somebody who seems to be racking up the runs at the moment.
He's had a very good start to the season.
Definitely somebody to keep an eye out for.
And just to say here, as you can see, an extra cover has been put on the part of the square, particularly where the worn wickets are, but there is no play at the moment. We've just got a shower of rain here at the Bristol County Ground. Leicestershire, as they were at lunch, 92 for 1. I think we can say we'll rejoin you on the stream when there is any news of a resumption, but at the moment a brief interruption, we hope, to matters with Harris on 49 and Sam Evans on 37. Dan Morrell with the 1 wicket to fall so far today. 92 for 1 is where Leicestershire were at lunch. We haven't resumed since then because of a brief rain interlude, and we'll be back with you as soon as there's any news of a resumption. Full play here on the first day of this round 4 match. Welcome back to the Bristol County Ground. Unfortunately, a brief delay for rain since lunch. Gloucestershire only having taken the 1 wicket this morning. The players went to come out at 20 minutes to 2. And we had the second of 2 showers. The first one was basically here and gone in a minute and a half. The second one was a little longer, and we have had the covers on the pitch and on part of the square and the run-ups as well. But those, as you can see, have now gone. And given Gloucestershire bowled 34 overs in the morning session, we should be all right, I would have thought, hopefully, if the rain stays away, to complete the full allocation of the day. Ed Seaborn's here alongside me as normal, and we're going to see Josh Shaw opening up from the pavilion end for this first over of the afternoon session.
Well, you'd guessed, even with the brief delay, it would have to be some combination of Higgins, Shaw and Goodman, and Shaw is going to have his first burst from the Bristol Pavilion end. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 16 from the Ashley Down Road end. So here we are, we're ready to go with Harris on 49 and driving the first ball after the resumption up towards mid-on, and then examining the bottom of his bat and not picking up the one more run that he needs for his 50. It was looking very fluent, especially as the morning session went on, was unfurling some really nice looking drives, and Gloucestershire have gone back on the attack really, with a couple of slips and a gully as Shaw bowls to Harris, and that's pushed away out to cover. No run, defensively played by Marcus Harris. There have been extraordinary events elsewhere in the country.
This has been very quiet and serene compared to what's been going on.
Exactly. There've been runs seem to have been flowing for Notts at Derby, and similarly Middlesex are going along at a decent clip at Taunton. Sussex going along well at Hove too, as Shaw in bowls to Harris, and Harris will push that one away up to mid-on. There'll be a shy at the stumps, which will not be in time from the fielder from mid-on, and there is the half century for Marcus Harris. He's certainly deserved it. Had to walk into lunch and then sit around and wait for another half an hour on 49, but he hasn't let that bother him. Just took off for that quick single to take him to his first half century in Leicestershire colours. Didn't have a terrific start against Somerset, but he has looked every bit the player that Leicestershire would have hoped they were getting when they signed Marcus Harris. His 31st first class 50. He has made 1500s. Shaw bowls to Sam Evans, and that's driven nicely through extra cover. It's heading up towards the longest boundary of the ground. There's a huge chase on, and sliding away. Chris Dent will just haul it in, but they have come through for 3 runs, I think. Yes, 3 runs. Evans up to 40, 96 for 1, and that was looking rather like things were in the morning session there.
Yeah, just to complete the numbers on Harris, 104 balls and 7 fours, and he now needs 12 to get to 7,000 runs in first class cricket. Another 12.
Well, Harris on 50, Sam Evans on 40, and that conversion rate is eye-catching from Marcus Harris as well, as he drives without timing to extra cover, and there's no run. Just some absolutely extraordinary scores, though, elsewhere. Hampshire have now been bowled out by Surrey for 92. Jordan Clark figures 10.5 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 21. And the amazing thing is that that is not even looking like the lowest total of this round of matches so far, because Warwickshire are 31 for 8 against Durham as Shaw bowls, and that's a defensive shot by Harris that goes pretty much straight down into the ground. Ends the first over since the resumption, just The single to Harris to bring up his half century and a drive from Sam Evans that brought 3. 96 for 1 is the score. But yeah, 31 for 8 are Warwickshire. The 2 batsmen at the moment are Craig Miles and Liam Norwell. So good luck rebounding that one. And Mark Woods picked up 3 for 15. Ben Rains 6.4 overs, 5 maidens, 5 wickets, 3 runs. And it could get even better.
Well, that's one would think a bit of a lively wicket, or some very, very poor batting.
Perhaps the hailstones are still there on the pitch. Balls jagging about all over the place off the hailstones.
Well, Ryan Higgins is going to bowl the first over after the resumption from the Ashley Down Road end. A reminder that our email remains open, commentators at glossccc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at Gloss Cricket as well. But here, the right-handed Evans prepares to face Higgins, who was a short one to start with, and Evans ducks underneath. It's taken by James Bracey. Back to 2 slips again for Ryan Higgins. Nothing really, or nothing definitely to hand in the morning session. A couple of edges dropped just short, one just short of Brathwaite, one just short of Hankins, and they're in there again as Higgins is in. That's down the leg side and taken by Bracey. Evans had really gone for that. He might have been able to pull it to square leg, but first over that he's faced after lunch, he wasn't going to risk that at this point, particularly having got himself in and got to 40. He waits again for Higgins, and again it's respectfully forward. I'm sure that Paul Nixon and indeed Harris, is the more experienced of these two, would have said, right, come on then, just start again, just make, just kind of pretend you're on naught and just go out and Leicestershire add another 2 sessions to the one they've done this morning, they will be very, very pleased with the response. I mean, I did concede a big score at the Oval, 670, having batted modestly in the first innings, but even with all that scoreboard pressure, they still were able to save that game, despite the fact that even when the captain shook hands on the 4th afternoon, they were still behind the Surrey total overall. But with only 3 wickets down, there was just never a hope, as Higgins bowls another short one that's gone over the top of Evans, as he ducked a long way, to be fair.
You've got the deep square leg out as well as the long leg, so obviously said to Ryan Higgins that if he wants to dig one in short he can, but be interested to see whether that works.
I'd like you to think it's going to be a persistent theory here. Higgins in, that's once again down the leg side. A little jab at it by Evans, but without getting a touch. Bracey tidies up behind the stumps, 96 for 1. They were 92 for 1 at lunch, Leicestershire. We didn't start again until 10 past 2. According to the board, we have 60 overs remaining on the day, and that's still where we stand, because Gloucestershire bowled 34, which is a good number pre-lunch.
A couple of balls in that over distinctly on Ryan Higgins, like, surely they're not trying leg theory, are they? Short bowls to Marcus Harris, full and straight, and Harris gets everything in behind that. I suppose if we get another over like that from Ryan Higgins, you probably have to say that they are, because surely Ryan Higgins would not be like that for 2 overs in a row.
No, it may just be that it's getting the radar back. It's only first bowl since his opening spell.
I've just got too high standards, perhaps, for Ryan Higgins nowadays. Expect him to be on the money every single ball. Sure, bowls, and that's a back of a length attempted drive from Marcus Harris.
You've got 17 wickets at under 17 and an economy rate of 2.33.
And just setting too high standards for yourself. You need to pace yourself a bit more. It has been a fantastic start to the season for Ryan Higgins, and there's certainly been a lot of Twitter momentum behind Ryan Higgins for England of late, which I'm sure he'll be pleased to be in the conversation with, but he won't be letting that bother him right now, as that's a short, wide ball which is carved away over the top of the slips, and it's gone for 4 runs. So that's where Marcus Harris does like them, as I was talking about in the morning session, really. He's not the tallest of players, and playing on Australian surfaces, you get rather used to putting short, wide balls away.
And that was both of those things.
Exactly what that was. That was asking to be hit, and it was just a question of where Harris wanted to hit it, and just used the pace and really just helped it on its way over the top of the slips. That's the 100 up for Leicestershire as Shaw bowls to Harris, and that's clipped away, not timed by Harris. Rarity, that, really. And up to Chris Dent at mid-on, and there is no run. So really, you say about 2 batsmen starting again on 0, but to be honest, both of these two have started like they were on 49 and 37 since they've come back out there, because it's gone right back pretty much to the patterns of play that we were seeing before the break, as Shaw bowls round the wicket full and driven up towards Higgins at mid-off, who almost knees that one. I think
Just to give you an idea of, in a sense, what a good response this has been. The record Leicestershire partnership for the 2nd wicket at Bristol, Barry Dudleston and Chris Balderston in 1979, was 153. So that's well, that's what they've got to get to break that record.
Shaw bowls to Harris, and that's 2 straight, clipped away down to fine leg. Going to be a single though, as the fielding's completed. 1 for 1, and I should have.
George Scott.
I thought it was George Scott, and I was going to do a double check to see when he. It has to be George Scott. It's his walk, isn't it?
So Worrell is definitely out there. Where is Goodman at the moment? Don't think Goodman's on the field at the moment. So that is why George Scott is out there.
I probably should have made more actually off the 100, because of course it was the 100 partnership as well as the 100, which I wasn't really taking into account. So another milestone within a milestone.
Higgins and Dent having a chat about the field now to the left-handed Harris, and Tom Smith is going down to the 3rd man boundary. And he can be right on the rope, is he? No, about 10 yards in perhaps. Quite wide though, and a huge gap for Harris if he wishes to use it between the 2nd slip and point. And he jabs at that, and Higgins thought he'd got him for a moment, started to sweep away in celebration of a wicket, and then stopped. Maybe he realised that Harris hadn't got a nick to this. Higgins round the wicket. And certainly played at that, did the Victorian. That's not by age, that's by state. Higgins around the wicket again, and Harris forward this time. I wonder what Gloucestershire would have been hopeful of when they put Leicestershire in this morning. From memory, in the Surrey match, it was something like 220 for 9 at the end of the first day.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, I'll do very well to get to that point from here. Oh, and that's off the edge and just dropping short of Hankins at 2nd slip. Higgins in this over a little bit more like the Higgins we've seen so far this season. Hankins is quite close there at 2nd slip, and it's dropped short of the Gloucestershire batsman there, or say batsman comes slip fielder, because he's not a bad slip fielder, George Hankins.
He could have played on there. I mean, that ball off the inside edge right into his boot, I think. And there's already been more happening in this over than there have been in most of the previous, what feels like about 20.
They haven't asked for a change of ball, have they? Don't think so. Round the wicket goes Higgins, and clipped by Harris to mid-wicket. Is it going to be hauled in? Yes, it is. Worrell will put it up just short of the rope, and they'll come back for a couple. Worrell's had 12 overs today in 2 spells. 2 for 27 he has at the moment. Sorry, he has 1 for 27 at the moment, as you were. 6 overs for 13 and 6 overs for 14, respectively.
I saw what you were trying to do there, though.
Higgins, metaphorically take a wicket, and Higgins completes his 2nd over of the afternoon, and just a little bit of a moral victory against Harris in that over, but Leicestershire's reply to losing Hassan Azad has been very spirited indeed. So Goodman not on the field at the moment, so it will be Shaw and Higgins, I'm sure, to continue for a while, with one of them trying to at least open one end up here.
So Sam Evans on 40 on strike, and he'll push fairly... Again, he's done that a few times, a little out in front of him as he plays the defensive shot, which ought to give the Gloucestershire slip fielders at least a bit of encouragement. But the ball was met with the full face of the bat in the end. He said that, really. There have been 2 nicks which have fallen short of the slips, so at the same time we've got to be worrying whether it will actually carry. In fact, it may even have been a drop, that second one, as Shaw bowls, and that's just driven off the back foot but straight to point. There's no run.
There's no great disappointment from Hankins, though. Normally the players' body language would tell you that it would be a big chance gone.
What I thought live was that it had fallen short, and then I just got a second glance at the replay, and that was when I thought that I saw that it had carried, and Adrian Thomas has been in touch to say that it was a dropped catch. But I wasn't sure whether I was seeing things on the replay or not. Here is Shaw, he bowls, and that's defended firmly up to mid-on by Sam Evans, and there's no run. So if that was a dropped catch, it's another dropped catch. And also, I mean, it was not in exactly the same situation as the drop-off Ian Holland in the last match, but similar in that there was a partnership established and there was a chance to break it, and it wasn't taken. And I don't remember Gloucestershire really dropping a catch in the Bob Willis Trophy in the slips. There must have been the odd one, but in general there weren't many, and there's already been a fair few drops this season in the slips. As Shaw bowls to Evans, off the back foot, pushed away to point, and there's no run. So Shaw's been pretty tidy so far since the break, and there was that boundary off the delivery that was just a bit too short and wide from Josh Shaw by Marcus Harris, but in general he's probed away well so far, as Josh Shaw. He's in now, bowls to Evans, bowls a short one, and that's ducked by Evans as the ball was heading really a little way down the leg side, and Bracey's able to take the best directed short ball there, really, by Josh Shaw. Not the easiest thing to do, of course, here, to bowl short. Getting it exactly right so that it's a problem is, well, you just don't have that much margin. as Shaw bowls, and that's cut, and he's beaten point has Sam Evans. Question is whether it's going to hold up. It's going to be a teaser, and it's just going to be hauled in at the last moment. They will come back for 3 as Lace does the second half of the relay movement. Tom Smith having done the first half of it. 3 more runs to the total, 106 for 1. Sam Evans up to 43, and it's just been very difficult for Gloucestershire to build much pressure on either of these two. They've not necessarily pushed a lot of singles about, but there seem to be quite a lot of 2s and 3s as well as the boundaries, which have really, it's kept things ticking over. It's kept the strike turning over as well. And Ryan Higgins, well, I'll just have to hope that he can continue to pass the edge and maybe take it as he did in the last over.
Higgins, and another short one which is ducked under by Evans. I just sent a note to the scorers to ask, will T still be at 32 overs to go? The official time of close is now 6:29, I can tell you that much, after the rain delay. So in theory, because I suppose because they're ahead on the overs, perhaps the umpires aren't too concerned at the moment.
It was a no ball, that last ball. And Higgins does overstep occasionally. And he's done so there.
Shaw's bowled 1 no ball as well today. Sun is now out again and steered away. By Evans, straight to Tom Lace.
We can still see how dry the square is though, because there's a great big puff of dust that comes up when the ball hits those ends of the used pitches. I'm not sure whether they're the practice pitches over there or whether it was just the pitch next to this one, but it's still very dry.
Higgins again. I just pushed gently by Evans out on the offside. So 2 slips, point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, deep backward square, and a long leg for Sam Evans. Back in the team and back in the runs, you might argue, for Leicestershire, having got 100 in the Surrey match and then sitting out because of concussion protocols the game against Somerset.
And then of course the concussion, I'm not going to say concussion bug, but they're missing Colin Ackerman of course in this game because of a concussion that he sustained in the last match as well.
Higgins over the wicket, and again Evans back into his crease this time.
And it didn't happen while batting, as you would assume. It happened whilst he was at slip, in fact, and Callum Parkinson was bowling. Ball went off the outside edge onto the glove, I think, of Harry Swindles, and then up into Colin Ackerman's face, and immediately you could see that it was nasty.
Higgins in once more, and Bracey almost thought he got that through, but he squeezed it out on the onside. 109 for 1 Leicestershire, and 109 for this wicket between these two after Assad fell second ball for naught in Dan Worrell's opening over, and conditions now much more amenable than they were during the lunch break, because we had a half-hour delay, or 29-minute delay to be absolutely accurate, after lunch because of rain. But that's gone and got blue skies overhead again.
Josh Shaw to continue, and he bowls to Evans. It's a full ball, but Evans has not looked in much trouble off the front foot really in general. And Shaw, if he hasn't tried a Yorker yet actually, Josh Shaw, which is something that he can do and can be very effective doing, I don't know whether he might think about trying a Yorker at some point here. As he rounds at the end of his run and charges into bowl. There's a drive, won't get any runs for it though. Well, Evans, as it goes straight to point. They've been so comfortable driving, which is something that particularly Surrey, when they look to drive, they often seem to nick off to them, but they've had well, I say absolutely no difficulties. They've had basically no difficulties at all driving the ball today, which shows you, I think, that it's a pretty good surface to bat on.
And one might argue not that dissimilar from the pace of the pitches at Leicester.
Apparently not. As Shaw bowls, and that's down the leg side, and has been helped, I think, yes, helped away for 4 runs. 48 now to Sam Evans, 113 for 1, and the runs continue to come at a decent pace, and they'll continue to do exactly that when you bowl there.
Heading towards the leg stump and going further down the leg side, so really just getting inside the line and helping on its way for Evans, really.
And it's not even one of those ones where you might hope for a strangle down the leg side, really, because it's in exactly the right place for that glance. Shaw bowls, that's nicked, and it's going to go through everybody and heading towards the fine third man boundary, and I think it's going to go. Is it? No, it has just been hauled in. It's the couple of runs that's near. Let's have a look at the replay of exactly what happened here. It was a flashing edge, and it was right in between slip and the keeper, and neither of them could prevent it from heading towards the boundary. But that's 2 runs, and it's the 50 for Sam Evans. And at the point that Hassan Azad was out second ball, he's shown excellent composure, has Sam Evans. 23 years of age, it's only his second 50. He does have 200s to his name, including, of course, the one we've been talking about in the last match that he played against Surrey at the Oval. In fact, it was 4 runs, as that's just dropped away out into the covers, and there is no run. I thought that the fielder had kind of attempted to bring the ball back in and then maybe knocked it onto himself and then been in contact with the ball as he crossed the rope, and that's exactly what happened, I think, in the end. So
that was his 7th 4, by the way. 126 balls for the 50.
So 2 outside edges have been found since the rain break, and neither of them have been to hand. Well, pouched in the hands, I should say, as that's a full ball push to cover to end the over. 117 for 1 after 41 overs. There are chances being created, I suppose, is the one thing that you could say if you're Gloucestershire since the break, but at the moment they are not able to dislodge this partnership.
Yeah, and that one was the obviously we've had confirmation really from the edge when Harris got the edge to Ryan Higgins that it did carry to George Hankins. That one definitely carried, but it was literally absolutely bisecting the keeper in Brathwaite. So, is it the one with the man with the gloves? Yes, arguably it should be his, but it went so quickly that Bracey couldn't get to it. Dabbed away by Harris into the offside, and he'll pick up a relatively comfortable single. And it just feels as if Gloucestershire just have to keep the lid on the scoring here. It's what happened on the first day Southampton, where Chris Dent was determined not to let Hampshire get away. He's got to make sure that Leicestershire don't get away here either. Dominic Goodman's back on the field, I'm pleased to say.
So it might be a little while until he could actually come back on to bowl now. So
yeah, Scott is still out there though, so I'm just looking to see who now is not on the field. Higgins in. Cobain perhaps is the one we're missing at the minute, because Scott is still out there.
yeah, I think you're right.
It's almost I would say a rolling 12th man, but it almost kind of feels like it sometimes, with substitute fielders scuttling on and off, maybe just for a couple of overs at a time. So Higgins to bowl again to Harris. 119 for 1 Leicestershire. I'm a little bit jumpy on the defence. There it's gone out on the onside, and once again no run.
Yeah, certainly looked more threatening actually even than his opening spell, I think you'd have to say, Ryan Higgins in general. There did just look to be a little bit maybe for him in this spell, but so far chances that have been created have been shelled.
Higgins staying around the wicket. Oh, now Bracey takes that, almost going on its original line, angled in.
I think he did play at that as well and then motioned the bat backwards as if he'd left it, but I think that he did have a little flirt at playing with that one, Marcus Harris.
Just trying to settle himself again. And the 42nd over of the day. Higgins around the wicket again. Harris defends this time. If you think that's a little bit in arrears, if you've recently joined us, then you'd be right. We lost 29 minutes of play immediately after lunch. A shower literally as the players were about to come out, and that's why the schedule close is now 29 minutes past 6. Here is Higgins in, and once again Harris defends. These two are not going to be dislodged easily on this pitch. Be the first sanitisation break of the afternoon. And at 42 overs, Leicestershire 119 for 158, as you can see, to Marcus Harris, 53 to Sam Evans. And Gloucestershire striving for another breakthrough. And truthfully, the game doesn't really move very far until the next wicket, does it? In a sense that Leicestershire will be quite happy to slowly accumulate, but the game doesn't move on until we get an opportunity to see somebody else back, because these two have definitely got themselves in.
Yeah, well, it's if you're Gloucestershire, it's a case of opening the door, as we've talked about before, and who knows, it still doesn't feel, and perhaps it never does to a certain extent when you've got a situation like this, but it doesn't feel as though there's going to be a clatter of wickets coming anytime soon. It just, the ease with which these two have restarted as well, I think it just seems as though it's the kind of pitch where it's not actually that difficult to get yourself in on. Or perhaps it is just these two, but I don't know. Just going on the evidence that we've seen so far, because these two have made 2 starts each. And that's down the leg side, and Bracey has taken it one-handed. So he's certainly saved himself 4 byes there, because it would have gone against him. And saves Josh Shaw really a little bit there too, because another ball which was just misdirected a little too straight. I think the final, I guess it will be 2 overs. Higgins will probably have 2 more overs. I think the way it's going, they're 2 very big overs, those, as Shaw bowls, and that's driven down the ground, and he's not timed it as Sam Evans goes straight up to Ryan Higgins at mid-on, and there's no run. But once they see off Higgins, then it may be that Dom Goodman isn't quite eligible to come back on and bowl yet, in which case Gloucestershire will probably have to go back to either Dan Worrell, who's bowled 12 overs in the morning session, or Tom Smith again.
Yeah.
So if they just get through those 2 Higgins overs, and Higgins has been the one causing most of the problems really since the resumption, then be looking pretty good. That's back of a length and just dropped away down to 3rd man for a single by Evans. 120 for 1. Sam Evans 54.
I'm sure that Chris Dent will be fully aware of when he can get Dom Goodman back into the attack. And most of the spells today have been 5 or 6 overs for his quicker bowlers. I think 2 sixes for Worrell. Shaw had 5 this morning.
Yeah, he hasn't gone longer than that. Shaw bowls. It's clunked into the pads of Harris and away out into the backward square leg region. Was there an inside edge on it as well? Apparently there was, so single is taken, 121 for 1.
And it wasn't a morning either. I mean, we've not had it since lunch, where the bowlers have been leaping around asking for LBWs regularly.
No, that was the only LBW shout was the one that was given to Hassan Azad, and we had a look at it at the lunch break, and it looked out to us as Sam Evans looks to drive, doesn't time it, straight to lace cover, and there's no run. We have a few questions about it, but all of the questions I think we could answer with actually yes, it did pitch in line, yes it was going on to hit off stump, and no it wasn't too high. And it looked as though Richard Illingworth got that one right. But since then, as you said, I think there haven't been any shouts for anything really. Short bowls, and Evans will defend up to mid-off. So 2 runs off the over, 1-2-1 for 1. Both Marcus Harris and Sam Evans have passed their 50s and are looking to double up.
One of the Leicestershire squad bringing out a drink for Harris by the looks of it. It's just he's just taken a tablet as well. That's why he wanted the drink. And he places his headgear, 121 for 1. So Gloucestershire have used their their 4 main seam bowlers: Goodman, Shaw, Worrell and Higgins, and we've seen Tom Smith as well already in these first 43 overs. That was an indication, I suppose, of how comfortable these Leicestershire second wicket pair are. The fact that your spin bowler's on within an hour and a half of the start of play. Higgins round the wicket to the left-handed Marcus Harris. 6,997 first-class runs now for Harris. The career average is, well, just over 38. So decent enough. Could be, well, he will be advancing that in this game. Crisply back down the pitch, straight to Higgins, who
He's never going to miss an opportunity to do that, was he?
Just going to give the batsman the idea that he might throw the ball back at the stumps, but competitive edge, one of the reasons why Richard Dawson brought Ryan Higgins to Gloucestershire in the first place. Never gives you the impression he's going to take a backward step on anything. Squirted away off the outside half of the bat by Harris as a chase round for the subfielder George Scott, and they'll come back for a couple. 123 for one.
It's an interesting throw from George Scott, which is now rehearsed. Obviously, when you are the substitute fielder, and you know that's all you're going to be doing, I suppose you may as well try out a few things. It was a lobbed throw which went quite high in the air, and now he's actually doing some elbow exercises, so perhaps he's thinking maybe he shouldn't have done that.
Higgins round the wicket, and Harris again, just easily forward.
He's now undergoing some very wild swings of the arm as George Scott. I hope he hasn't done any damage. But
It wasn't one of those.
I don't
really
think my elbow certainly would not be
No.
liking me doing that, that's for sure.
It wasn't one of those really flat, fizzy throws, was it? Easier to say that. Higgins again, back over the wicket.
Fat Flizzy.
Yes. Flat and fizzy. You know the ones I mean. The ones that run like tracer bullets right the way in beside the stumps.
Well, I'll note that one down for the next time we get a throw like that. We certainly got a few from Marchand to Langer in that Somerset game. Goodness, he can get him in from the boundary rope.
Higgins trying to keep Harris guessing here. One ball over the wicket, then back around again. But whatever Gloucestershire are trying is not dislodging these two. Came together at 0 for 1, and we wondered about whether it would be a morning where the ball would dominate the bat. Far from it. 92 for 1 at lunch, and they've added another 31 so far this afternoon, after the session that began 29 minutes late. Higgins has just taken his sweater, so in fact he might have even taken 2 sweaters from the 12th man, who's Miles Hammond, one of the other squad members here on duty for this match. I say 2 sweaters to Higgins suggests that Goodman from the other end, but we'll see.
So sure it will be for now from the Bristol Pavilion end as he bowls to Evans, who drives and doesn't beat Lace at cover. So George Scott's moved, seeing as he's on the field, he's moved back into his seemingly favoured fielding position of backward point, and so Lace has moved to cover, which of course means that the ball goes to Tom Lace at cover.
Worrell is at fine leg, and he was just doing some shoulder limbering after that last ball, so well, he might fancy a third spell.
Here is Shaw, he's there now, he bowls short, and that's ducked underneath by Sam Evans. He took his eye off that one though, at least in so much as the head went very quickly down to the ground. I always say took his eye off. I mean, he knew where the ball was going, but at the same time, I think that's why Josh Shaw was giving him a little bit of a glare there.
Talking of people taking their eye off the ball, did you see the Essex Cricket League tweet over the weekend?
No, I did not. You'll have to enlighten me.
So it was done, I think, at a club in Colchester.
Here's Shaw. He's there, bowls, and there's a drive, and it's rather skewed out to backward point. They'll come through for a single, 124 for 1.
So the bowler's you're looking at it from behind the bowler's arm. Bowler comes in, the ball leaves his hand and goes straight up in the air. We've all done it. It's gone straight up in the air, and the umpire doesn't know where it's gone, and he ducks to think, oh, where is the ball? And it drops literally onto his head.
Oh, oh dear.
At no great pace, and just about everybody could see the funny side.
Oh dear. No, I haven't seen that. I shall have to make a note and watch that this evening. Shaw bowls to Harris, clips that one firmly but straight to mid-wicket, and there will not be a run. There was a moon ball rather like that, I think, in the IPL. I can't remember who bowled it, but I remember thinking, goodness me, you don't see that at this level. And I think it was Rishabh Pant on strike, went charging down the pitch towards it and aimed a massive hoik, and of course it only went for, I think, a single. And so you're thinking, well, maybe I should try that a bit more often. Try the old donkey dropper. As Shaw bowls to Harris with deep backward square leg out, and it's just flicked away off his, well, I was going to say off his hip, more like off his ribs by Harris for a single down to Dom Goodman at fine leg. 125 now for 1, and Josh Shaw has plugged away, I think, as best he can, and he has tried to vary things a little. I suppose the one thing he hasn't tried is that Yorker so far, but he's not plugged away with success. Last ball of the over may well be the last ball of his spell as he bowls, and that's met with the full face and the maker's name by Sam Evans. 125 for 1 after 45 overs. Evans 55, Harris 62.
Shaw 11 overs for 40. That's not dreadful, but by relative terms compared to the other bowlers today, he is the most expensive. I just say that does take Harris now to 7,000 first class runs. 62 not out today takes him to 7,000. That's worldwide, not in his Leicestershire career. 108 first class matches to get to those 7,000. So yeah, that's a decent record, and it will be Worrell.
I suppose you've had the extended break, really, haven't you, because of the rain as well. So
he hasn't bowled. So he was bowling at 1 o'clock. He's come back on at 3, effectively, and around the wicket to countryman Marcus Harris, and he lets that go. Gloucestershire for the second championship match in a row. Well, they didn't win the toss at the Rose Bowl, so at the Ageas Bowl, so it wasn't their choice. But finding wickets hard to come by on the first day. Lace's just gone a bit square at point, and Worrell staying around the wicket. And the one thing that Leicestershire aren't doing by going relatively slowly is batting Gloucestershire out of the game. They're taking time out of the game, but they're not batting Gloucestershire out of the game.
Unless they pile up a
yeah,
huge
for sure.
score.
But then
Yes.
that also is taking a lot of time out of the match, isn't it? That's the thing. And that's what Hampshire did by getting to 470 by, well, I think there was only about 3 overs to face at the end of the second day, something like that, at the Ageas Bowl for Gloucestershire. And you think, oh, okay, last thing you want to do is to lose an opener in that time, which they didn't do. But that would then put a lot of pressure on this. You've got to think the pitch is going to break up. And again, Worrell staying around the wicket to Harrison. I think you said that you didn't watch all of the last day of the last game, and neither did I. But there was a bit of uneven bounce coming.
There was, and in fact, particularly early on, there was actually quite a lot of uneven bounce, and there was still the odd ball doing things that you wouldn't necessarily expect the ball to do on a day one pitch.
Worrell around the wicket again, and content to defend when they have to defend this pair.
But I think it seemed to do less in terms of uneven bounce right at the end, which is odd. I don't remember a single one behaving too unevenly when Goodman and Shaw were batting.
Morrell in again to Harris, who can't get him away.
Great big kick at the dust there, did Marcus Harris. Definitely feels he missed out.
Tom Smith with the fielding, and I wonder if Smith might have a bowl shortly. Gloucestershire perhaps looking to mix things up a bit, but for Josh Shaw from the pavilion end now read Dominic Goodman, who's going to come in for his second stint of the day. He wasn't on the field at the start of the afternoon, so they've had to wait a little while to bring him on, but they now can. And you know, he's been impressive for a young man trying to come into the side. Sometimes you see a young rookie like him, and they're going at 4.5 and 5 and over in their first couple of games, but not in his case.
No. Goodman bowls first ball of the new spell, and Evans deadening that one off the front foot. A couple of slips in place, and he already feels like somebody you can throw the ball to say, give me something different here, you can make something happen. And really that's what Gloucestershire need him to do, of course. As here he is, he moves in now, bowls, and once more Evans propping forward and playing quietly, and they've really not gone searching for anything so far, these two for Leicestershire. I still can't think of a ball that they've tried to drive which wasn't there for the drive. Yes, they've played and missed it a couple, but you're always going to see the odd play and a miss as Goodman bowls to Evans, and that's off the back foot, just run away down to third man by Sam Evans for another single. 126 for one. Sam Evans 56. But there's been no drives off balls that haven't been half volleys.
So it's scored 34 in 50 minutes since we came back on after lunch. So you know, they're not concerned about the pace of scoring, it seems. They're literally just the old adage, isn't it? You play each ball on its merits.
Goodman in, bowls to Harris, and Harris has turned that one away quite quietly into the leg side. There was a bit of interest from those behind the stumps, but I think he was in too much difficulty there with Marcus Harris as the wind just gets up a little bit, starts blowing around things in the marquee, but I don't think it's going to be having too much of an effect on anything. There is a fresh breeze blowing at the moment as that's delivery which is left alone by Marcus Harris, just angling back in from round the wicket as Goodman's moved round, but not really doing a whole lot. And yes, the angle was taking it towards the stumps, but Harris has shown that he's got the judgment to know exactly what it's going to do. Some members of the Leicestershire bowling attack walking about in front of us. Chris Wright's there along with Gavin Griffiths as that short cut away on the bounce into the hands of Point.
Is that Azad with them as well?
Yes.
Looks like him, doesn't it?
Yeah. That ends the over. 47 bowled, 126 for one, so good start from Dom Goodman. I feel like I say that every time he bowls. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 17.
And just to go back to that point about younger bowlers trying to make their way in the game, what tends to happen is, especially with the younger seam bowlers, perhaps we've tried to see Gloucestershire introduce over the last 5 or 6 years, is that there's tended to be a 4 ball in every over. But with Goodman, there doesn't seem to be that, and that's where you have to admire his consistency coming into the side and not getting sort of away from that sort of literally pitching the ball on a sixpence as much as he can. Chopped away by the right-handed Evans at the start of a new over. Goodman's gone down to third man.
And they have sort of gone looking a little bit for somebody with a bit of extra, if it's extra pace or a bit of extra height or something. There have been a few bowlers that I can think of, I won't name names, but there have been a few bowlers who've sort of come and gone in that kind of mould. But Goodman so far, like you say, he's been different because he's got the combination of the height and the accuracy, it seems.
So Harris on strike again to Worrell. The wind is just picking up a little bit. Again, from the crease. This is an attritional effort by Leicestershire, and they've had 2 defeats and I wouldn't say the wrong end of a draw, but a back foot draw you could call it against Surrey. So they've arguably got a point to prove here. They don't want to be the whipping boys in this section of the county championship, and they might have thought, okay, Gloucestershire in form, but traditionally not too many demons in Bristol wickets. Chris Dent, I'm sure, would have thought that any help there was would have been out there this morning. It didn't quite turn out like that. More in again, that's off the legs of Harris, straight to Lace at square leg.
I suppose what you would say, though, is that Leicestershire know from that match at the Oval that their batting lineup can perform in these situations. As you know, they'd be saying, right, if we go out there and apply the same approach here, then we will get the same results. We will pile up big runs, and so far putting themselves in a good position to do that.
Worrell staying over the wicket, edged and caught. Harris goes. At last, Gloucestershire get a breakthrough. It's Worrell again. He got the first wicket this morning, and the left-handed Harris goes for 62. 127 for 2. Here's the nick. It's a gentle one, and in fact he doesn't even ask Nigel Long. There may have been an ask from the batsman, but umpire Long didn't need to put up his finger. James Bracey taking a comfortable catch, and relief for Gloucestershire to split probably the most important partnership in the Leicestershire order. 127 for 2.
I think you felt that it was most likely to have to be either Higgins or Worrell, just even though you back Dom Goodman, of course, to make something happen, but it needed really one of the 2 opening bowlers, the 2 main strike bowlers, really, I think, to step up, which is why I thought when they had seen off Ryan Higgins that might be a big moment in the afternoon. But Dan Worrell has been ready to bowl another spell, and I think you would say that the ball was certainly tempting the drive, and I don't know, I'm not sure that I would necessarily say that he shouldn't have driven at that one, because it was quite full. It certainly wasn't a ball that you would say shouldn't have driven, as we're just getting a few spots of rain now, which I'm sorry to say, and especially if they go off now, Marcus Harris will be particularly sorry to see it start raining now, but hopefully it won't be anything too prolonged.
Ground staff, a couple of the ground staff just walking to our right. They've got their hoods up, and that may be as much to get the wind off. So anything else? Rishi Patel has come in at number 4, and he's got away straight away with a little glance off his legs. They'll take a couple, and will they go for 3? Not on Tom Smith's arm, they won't. And it's a good throw from Smith right over the stumps. And so Patel underway straight away, 22 years old, and just his 9th first-class game, but he's off the mark straight away. But a wicket for Worrell takes him to 2 for the match, and to 6 for the season. Took 4 in his previous game at the Ageas Bowl, and here's Goodman to try and disrupt this Leicestershire innings further.
So will one bring two? Goodman bowls to Evans, full and defended away to Tom Lace at cover, and there's no run. Rishi Patel, who was on Essex's books before joining Leicestershire, and as you say, didn't really play a whole lot for them, and obviously behind the likes of Feroz Kushi, etc., in terms of young Essex middle order batsmen, as that's left alone by Sam Evans outside the off stump. But I watched a little bit of him bat against Somerset. Well, I say I watched a little bit of him bat. I watched all of him bat, but he obviously wasn't out there for
very long
masses of time, because he only batted in the one innings, because he was the concussion replacement for Colin Ackerman. As here is Goodman, he bowls to Evans, and Evans dabs that one away to point, and there is no run. Tall player is Rishi Patel, and an attractive player, at least from the shots that he played, but as we were just chatting a little bit with Richard Ray, the BBC Leicester commentator, before the start of play, he was batting very well on the evening of day 2, and then he came out on day 3, and I think it was out first or second ball, as once more playing late is Sam Evans, and no run out into the point area, and nicked off very quickly on that what turned out to be final morning in Leicestershire's defeat to Somerset. The rain does continue to come and go. It's sort of steady but not particularly heavy at the moment, and no movement as yet from umpires or ground staff as Goodman bowls to Evans, and Evans leaves alone.
I think they're just poised in case things should get worse. A couple of them are right by the run-up cover at the pavilion end. Should say Worrell now 2 for 30 from 14 overs. It's a good effort on a pitch that hasn't offered very much.
Yep. As Goodman bowls to Evans. Evans once more dropping that one away to point. So maiden over from Dom Goodman, keeping the pressure on, and the score 129 for 2. And the weather, which is coming from really the north, maybe slightly north by northwest, and
I thought you were going to drop into the shipping forecast mode there for a moment.
Yes. which shipping forecast area? Lundy here, I suppose it would be, wouldn't it? And the weather is coming from that direction anyway, and just as it almost exactly as it was actually during the Surrey match, it means that we can't actually see in our position here in the marquee exactly what's coming, but it doesn't look to be too bad, so hopefully they'll just be able to ride this out and stay on the field.
So Worrell then to try and disrupt Rishi Patel, balls in a delivery which he lets go. We've gone back to 3 slips again. I've had a communication that edge that we felt was going between Bracey and Brathwaite at slip may in fact have been one that Bracey actually got a glove to, so it may have been a difficult chance that was spilled. So yeah, technically a chance, but not an easy one. They've gone. There's the camera that's on the top of the pavilion, looking down at the pitch. The one you see on the left is the pitch that was used, I think, for the Surrey match. And just a bit further across towards this scoreboard. Here's Worrell. Doesn't take long to get through his overs, and he's bowled Rishi Patel. Let that go, and Worrell has 2 quick wickets, and it's the old adage, isn't it? You can just add a couple if you can break a big stand. Sometimes either the other established batsman goes or the new man can't get settled. And here's Worrell just bowling one that goes on with the arm, really. It just continues its line. A poor bit of judgment from Patel. He's gone for 2, and it's 129 for 3.
Well, we saw an awful lot of leaves that hit the stumps in that Hampshire match. There must have been at least 3 I think they were all Gloucestershire players leaving a ball that in many cases wasn't even hitting off stump, and that one really in the same mould. I think you'd have to say it's not as though that ball has extravagantly moved back in off the seam, for example. It looked, like you say, just to angle into him and just continue to angle in, and there's been nothing to suggest that the ball would nip away off the seam like that and allow him to leave. And like you say, it's just about getting that new man out there, and he's not seeing the ball as well as Harris and Evans were. So indeed one has brought two, and the pressure does mount a little on Sam Evans now in terms of being the one to hold this together. However, it is the form batsman in a way for Leicestershire, at least certainly the most consistent batsman for Leicestershire so far this season, Lewis Hill, who is striding out to the middle and marking out his guard.
He's got fourth. Remember, this is only the fourth match of this championship season. He's got 4 50s already. He's averaging 64.
And I think all 4 of those 50s were in a row as well.
So here he is at 129 for 3, and Worrell have a job to take the ball out of his hand at the moment, and he forces the right-handed Hill to play forward to his first ball. Now, if Gloucestershire could get Evans out now, then suddenly things do start to change a bit, and the balance has certainly gone back to a more even keel now, with 3 down and only 129 on the board.
Yeah, I think if you could give Gloucestershire the choice as to which of those 2 set batsmen they wanted out, it would be Harris.
Worrell in, and we're not sure whether Lewis Hill knew exactly where that had gone. The answer was it had dribbled out on the leg side. Maybe he played it onto his foot.
Yeah, it certainly looked like it may even have gone in between his 2 feet. See if we can have a look. Quite sure how that's ended up exactly where it has, unless it's gone through his legs.
3 slips still in. Dent back at 3rd slip again, and Hill is away. Down to 3rd man, and 130 for 3 Leicestershire. 58 to the established Sam Evans, who came in at the outset with Hassan Azad. I need to lose Azad 2 balls later, and then a good stand for the 2nd wicket. 127 in fact in all, before Marcus Harris was caught behind off Dan Worrell, and Dora's since dismissed Patel as well. And now I'm sure Don Goodman will be encouraged by that success at the other end, because it gives him somebody new to bowl at.
Yep, I don't think they will have minded the single off the last ball too much at all, allowing Goodman a go at Lewis Hill as Goodman bowls to Hill, and Hill gets everything out of the way of that, rather like Sam Evans actually, with the leave right above his head. He's not the most, I suppose, most experienced, Lewis Hill, in 45 first-class matches for his age, because I believe he is 30 years of age. He was a latecomer to county cricket, and I believe he started off in that assembled team of players without first-class contracts, the Unicorns.
Yeah.
As here is Goodman, he bowls, and there's a drive, but it's not an especially comfortable looking one, and it popped into the air just a tiny bit before going to ground and being fielded by Goodman off his own bowling. I suppose the biggest success story of the Unicorns is Louis Rees, who is now an absolute mainstay at Derbyshire, as here's Goodman bowls, and Hill comes forward, plays it away up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Just from that wide-angle camera, you could see that there was still some moisture in the air, but hopefully umpires Long and Illingworth will not see it as sufficient to take us on. In fact, the 2 ground staff who were stood by the covers to our right have now moved away from there, so they may indicate that they think the rain is moving away.
Goodman in bowls, and that's going to be run away off a controlled outside edge, and there's a shy at the stumps, which I'm not sure how close that was, but Gloucestershire was certainly interested in it. 130.
It's Chris Dent going back from third slip here. He's on the chase.
Yeah, there was not a great deal of urgency really from Sam Evans there. I don't think he felt that he was in any danger at all, and then at the last minute he might have been. Goodman is there, bowls full and pushed to mid-off, no run. I think he'd possibly he didn't even know that Dent had stopped it, actually, judging by how he set off.
And he certainly didn't think that Dent was going to pick the ball up and throw it at the striker's end in one movement.
Goodman to complete this over, bowls now, and Evans leaves alone. So Hill will kind of starve Evans of the strike a little bit. 131 for 3 after 51 overs, and I guess that's what you get when you have one of the better outfielders in the business, really, in Chris Dent in white ball cricket, and he's fielding in the slips. Don't necessarily expect to see that from your slip fielders.
No, Dent is an enthusiastic captain, and he'll certainly want to lead by example in the outfield. So Dan Worrell has bowled 3 overs in this spell, so might conceivably have 3 more to try and see if he can really bring Gloucestershire back into this game. He's over the wickets to a new batsman, Hill. And there is a little bit of oohing and ahhing going on out there again, which we didn't really have for much of the morning session.
There's a lot of movement from Lewis Hill, I think, compared with what we've seen so far. He really has that strong move across his stumps, and then there's a lot of movement as he plays the ball, which is, I think, what's getting Gloucestershire interested.
Worrell now with 2 right-handers to bowl at, and stay pretty much over the wicket all the time, I think. Now, that's what you'd expect.
But he's certainly in good touch with the movement at the moment, because, as I say, I believe it was 4 consecutive 50s, and that was only broken in the second innings of the Somerset match by a 47. So he's in very good, very consistent touches, Lewis Hill.
Waits now for Worrell. That's steered not off the half of the bat that he thought. Out to Tom Smith. Brathwaite, Hankins and Dent are the slips you can see in your screen. And Tom Smith just exchanging a few words with Richard Illingworth. And then now the beardless Smith. And he and Ian Cobain really the 2 players to come right back into the red ball picture. That's a wide one from Worrell. Really under Richard Dawson, they were seen right, either in Richard's own mind or because of the other players available, really as white ball, almost white ball specialists actually. But now in the 4-ball team, in the 4-day team I should say.
Yes.
4-ball is
breaking into a Ryder Cup out there, yes.
Golfing term. And there is the slip cordon. Banter and chat constant, I would imagine there. Hill on 2. Facing Worrell, and that's pushed at, and he might have just played inside the line a bit to that, but there was a bit of a jab at it. So this is an important little phase here for Gloucestershire. They've got 2 wickets since the resumption.
Looked to be a bit of movement there as well.
Yeah, it's
just
straightened up. from its natural line from Dan Worrell.
Which is really interesting to see in the 50, or at the end of the 52nd over, because having not seen it really with the new ball, it's mystifying really to see a little bit happen now, because it's not as though, you know, you'd think if it were there to be found, they would have found it before. Anyhow, Goodman to bowl to Evans. Evans is playing a lot of his balls to backward point at the moment, and this one is the same. So let's have a little look at the rain radar. There's little spots of drizzle about by the looks of things, and hopefully, as long as it is just like what we had a few moments ago, it should be alright, hopefully, as Goodman bowls. And there's a drive which is not timed at all by Sam Evans up towards mid-off. And since the wickets have fallen, really, it's as though the timing in Sam Evans has just gone momentarily. It may yet come back, but at the moment it looks like this is a period that in his innings that he may just have to grind out. And
he scored 20 since lunch.
Here's Goodman bowls and defensively played back to the tall quick, and there's no run, but there hasn't been anything more than the odd single since that wicket of Marcus Harris. And like I said, really, it's, if you could pick one of them to get out, it would be him. The overseas pro, as Goodman bowls, and that's played away off the inside half of the bat towards mid-wicket, mostly bat and mostly towards the middle, but Goodman, as he likes to do with that arm up in the air, preparing that celebration perhaps.
Yeah, I think he's 20 or 50 or 51 balls since lunch, Evans.
Goodman bowls back of a length this time, but Evans gets up onto his toes and plays it right down into the pitch, and there's no run. So yeah, Evans 57 off 142 when Harris was dismissed. So been 9 dots since then, as that's short, and it's been ducked underneath by Evans, who's really shown absolutely no interest in playing the short ball, regardless of where it's directed, really. He's just very content to duck underneath it and have nothing to do with it, which is an admirable attitude, I think. 131 for 3, 53 overs have been bowled, and the attack from Dan Worrell will resume, I'm sure.
Yes, just if you've joined us partway through the afternoon, we had a rain interruption of 29 minutes, which stopped us getting underway on time after lunch. So we still have 9 overs to go until 11 overs to go until tea, as you were. 11 overs to go until tea. And the scheduled cut-off now has become 6:29. Here is Worrell to continue play into the ground. And away on the, in the end, marginally on the offside by Lewis Hill.
It's definitely marginally. That's a little bit like in the golf commentary when they say, "Oh, he's just pulled it a bit," and it lands about 2 feet from the hole on the pole side. Equivalent of that one, really, is that one. From our angle, it almost looks as if we're heading towards the stumps, but it was a little way away from them in the end.
Worrell again to Hill, who's got made 2, and he's just trying to get himself through those first 20 balls or so, where you feel as if you've got an idea what the pitch is doing, and the answer for much of today has been not a lot.
No, it's odd actually, because in some ways it's been as though individual overs the ball seems to have done something, because there've been, seems like there've been a few overs where there've been multiple plays and misses, or multiple, edgy shots, but not much in between.
Let's just run rate definitely slowing down since lunch. They were 92 off for one off 34. Well, I'm sure you can do the maths from there. They're basically only going at 2 and over this afternoon. Gloucestershire have got 2 wickets.
Now the run rate for the innings has dropped below 2.5 and over now as well, so further indications of the squeeze that's been applied by Gloucestershire recently.
Chris Dent clearly have a thought that whilst they weren't taking wickets, he's want to give Evans and Harris cheap runs. At least you stay in the game to some degree at that point until you can dislodge one of them. And Worrell's done that and removed Patel as well. Evans on 57, waits for Worrell. He's pretty organised. He's Sam Evans. And he's played less than 1 full season, you'd say, of red ball cricket. Only his 15th first class appearance.
He certainly wouldn't, from what we've seen here today, and I'm sure from how he batted at the Oval as well, he wouldn't say that he had the record that he did really and had the experience that he did, because so far he's playing admirably.
Worrell in, always gets hits. Evans on the pad. There is a big appeal, by context of the day, a big appeal, but Nigel Long just strolls out onto the offside, not interested in any way, shape or form. There's the view from the pavilion camera, and going down leg side, I think you'd say.
Yes, and possibly a little high as well. Apart from that, good shout.
2 of the 4 main things you have to consider.
Yeah, well, there you go. You're 50% correct. That's a pass.
Worrell in once more. And Evans, undeterred by the appeal from the previous ball, plays that quietly away. So Worrell has had 5 overs in this spell. He might have 1 more perhaps, but he's taken 3 for 32 from his 17 overs, and you know, I don't want to be unkind to Dan Worrell. He is a willing workhorse. He's more than that, but he is. You can't argue his want to be thrown the ball and to get involved, and to try and do 2 things really: to try and dry the runs up if he can by being accurate, and also to try and take wickets as well.
And his economy rate's gone down below 2 and over now, as is Dom Goodman's. 18 runs off his 10 overs as he bowls to Hill, and Hill pushes forward. And Dom Goodman has a bit of difficulty picking up the ball.
It's a long way down from where he is.
Smoothest piece of action you've seen there. Yes, I suppose that's true. Yes. It's not making me feel better about my height, though, still.
No. He wouldn't need a ladder, would he, let's be honest.
Here's Goodman. He's in now, bowls to Hill, and Hill drives, and there's a attempted deflection maybe, or actually maybe not, maybe he just didn't pick the ball up again. I'm not sure whether he was trying to tip that one onto the stumps or not, but either way, no harm done. It's another dot ball.
I think, you know, we conscious that, you know, we've had rain here, but that's the nature of showers, is that some places will have them and some places will miss them.
Goodman bowls, and there's a full delivery, and Hill plays kind of a little bit around that front pad, but it was well outside the line of off stump, so would have been in any danger had the ball hit the pad.
I remember the former stadium manager Peter Hall who's always like you have a rain radar on your computer, and he would always say raining at Taunton, and you think, okay, if that's heading this way, then we're going to be, you know, in half an hour or 40 minutes we might be off for rain as well.
Goodman bowls to Hill, and once more Hill playing quietly off the front foot.
Didn't always work that way, mind you.
No, it has a tendency not to really, and this is the thing about these rain radars. And to be honest, the forecasts as well, which tell you with great confidence, or at least it seems great confidence, 10% chance of precipitation, it said, when we received that shower. So, yes. Goodman bowls, clipped away. That's a nice shot from Hill, through wide, long on, and it will be 4 runs away to a pretty long boundary there. Not the longest, but longish boundary. And Lewis Hill gets his first 4, 136 for 3. Nice piece of timing there. Didn't think it was massively too straight, but straight enough. Hill was able to tuck it away, and not just that one shot, and already there's a sweeper out on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Tom Smith getting ready for a bowl, I think.
Here's Goodman bowls. No shot from Hill, who sways away from that one. So a rarity, really. Some runs conceded by Dom Goodman. He's still got very tidy figures. 11 overs, 4 maidens, none for 22. 136 for 3 is the score. And that's really, it's kind of the key thing, isn't it? Because you can bowl 12 overs maybe and not take a wicket. And okay, you might not be too happy having bowled that number of overs and not taking a wicket, but you're leaving yourself with the opportunity to come back in another spell, maybe on another day, depending on the situation, and you can still end up with figures of 2 for 40 or something like that, which still, you know, that's how Ryan Higgins, for example, averages 21 with the ball. He's not taking 4 and 5 wickets, you know, every time. He's doing it by keeping a lid on things sometimes and waiting until his opportunities arise.
Here's Worrell, perhaps knowing that this is the last chance in this spell. I'm going to give it his all.
Roger Gibbons just pointing our attention towards the 9th wicket partnership that's taking place currently at
Chester
Street.
Street. Norwell and Miles.
Norwell and Miles have put on 52 so far, which is a gigantic partnership in the context of that game. They've put on 52 and everybody else managed 30.
Worrell in again, and Evans thinks about a single, but that's quickly onto by might be Higgins out there, I think. I know the way it's no run, or as Michael Klinger would say, no run.
I think there's rather a lot of them that increasingly fashionable to scream no run.
Yes,
including a certain Australian who's now playing for Glamorgan with a South African surname.
Right. Here is Worrell. Apologies to our Australian friends for our terrible impression of the accent.
Oh, I thought it was very good, actually.
Yeah. I was only thinking about Klinger the other day, 137 for 3. You know, as somebody who, you know, in the days when now often overseas players are whistled in and whistled out for short stints, he was exceptional value over his time at the club, both on and off the field, actually. Worrell, from the same nation, of course, in, and Hill gets out of the way. So Worrell, 18 overs. Is there another 6 overs in Dan Worrell after tea, I wonder?
I think at some point you'd have to say there'd be another spell on the way. Question is whether it could come before a potential late new ball or not.
Yes, 55 overs gone. We're in the 56th of the day. Worrell in. Oh, it's down the leg side and clipped away. Any signal of a leg by? No, from Nigel Long. Fielded by Goodburn down in front of the Pigeons, who are, I don't say they're feasting on any seed out there. I don't suppose they were beyond the boundary right where they are. But
so there weren't quite enough starlings for a proper murmuration early on, but there were certainly several interested there.
So they're
tempted to shoo them off, really.
Yeah, they're digging in certainly for an afternoon feast. Here is rolling again once more. That's much finer. There's a chase for Goodman. Will he be able to hold it in? Not. Oh, I say that. No, the ball's just run against the rope. He dived to try and stop it, got a hand on it, and then the ball went forward from where Goodman had dived and rolled along the rope. Therefore, goes 4-4, 138 for 3, and Evans, I should say, into the 60s. He has 62, and Lewis Hill has 8.
Yep, just tickled away very fine there, and despite a valiant effort from Dom Goodman, wasn't able to bring it in. So it looks as if he'll have another one.
Look at that the board set on the bowlers in terms of the sharing of the workload here. Worrell has 18, and then Higgins 11, Goodman 11, Shaw 11. Chris Dent very much trying to even out the work amongst his bowlers in this what's becoming quite a testing day to try and take wickets.
Goodman continues and bowls, and Hill tries to repeat the dose from the previous over with that whip through wide long on, but can't beat mid-wicket this time. I suppose going back to the Leicestershire thing, what he does is he'll leave the ball and scream no run. I think that's the particular idiosyncrasy is a bit of a kind word for it for Marnus Leicestershire when he bats, but there we go. I think both him and Steve Smith know that they've got that ability to irritate the opposition, and they take full advantage of it. Here's Goodman in and bowls, and there's a drive which has squirted away down to third man. It will just be a single. Hill moves to 9, 143 for 3. Just beginning to get things going a little bit more, these two, considering how things were before in terms of being tied down. Just a few signs that possibly they're beginning to find their feet out there a little bit. As here is Dom Goodman, he bowls, and that's cut, and he's missed out as Sam Evans, and walks away in annoyance towards square leg because he knows he got a very rare delivery which he could have a cut at, but he didn't manage to beat point.
The magnet that is Tom Lace is there.
He is indeed. And more warm-ups for the other Tom Smith, as here is Goodman bowls. That's driven wide and mid-off. Dent's going to try the slide and throw all in one motion, but even Chris Dent, with the athleticism that he's got, cannot pull off the run out there. There was always going to be a single. 144 for 3.
I think the thing with Dent trying these, he's got a couple of those now, is that sometimes the throw doesn't really have much power to it.
But it's kind of hard to do that, really,
Yeah,
isn't it? When you're
very
sliding,
difficult.
when
Very
you're
difficult.
sliding along.
You know, it's to his credit that he tries it, but the net effect is that to get the throw away quickly, sometimes it doesn't really have any real oomph about it.
It's got to be just a perfectly timed movement, hasn't it? Here is Goodman. He's in and bowls full, and just played away quietly to mid-wicket. And I put the curse on Messrs Miles and Norwell because they didn't add a single run onto the 52 when I said their partnership was worth 52, because Miles has been dismissed. So Warwickshire may yet not reach 3 figures, just like Hampshire failed to earlier on. Here is Goodman. He's to the crease bowls, and no shot this time from Lewis Hill. 144 for 3, Evans 63, Hill 9, and things just feel a little bit in the balance out there at the moment. There's no longer that feeling that Gloucestershire are absolutely bang on top after the quick couple of wickets. Equally, Leicestershire haven't raced away yet, but they do have a batsman who's clearly seeing the ball well out there in Sam Evans, and a batsman in very good form in Lewis Hill. So key passage of play, you feel this, with these two out there, and then potentially if Gloucestershire can get another one quickly here, they'll be thinking about making some serious inroads
Well, it's going to be Higgins from the Ashley Down Road, and so it could be a double change again. Higgins and Smith, you would have thought, potentially up until tea. There are 7 overs to go until tea, so that would mean potentially 4 overs for Higgins, which would be a short stint. And I'm just having a conference between skipper Dent, Worrell and Higgins about what they might try and do to attack Sam Evans here, who's batted all day for his 63. It's been a determined effort from him on his return to the team after missing a match because of concussion protocols. But he's been out there for 3.5 hours, just over, for his 63.
Well done, Dom Goodman. He's scared away the pigeons and the starlings as well. Is there anything this man can't do?
He's down at wide long leg for Higgins' return to the attack, and that's chopped away by Evans down to third man. I think that might be, I think that's George Scott out there, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I thought he was on the field earlier, I must say.
He has had a couple of stints out as sub-fielder, but it's accumulation here from Evans at the moment, conscious that he's got to get Lewis Hill into his innings, and Smith continues to warm up. There's the view from the camera on top of the club office, just to our right, and bright sunshine now, I'm pleased to say. Higgins in, and that's gone onto the pads of Lewis Hill. He's worked that down to Goodman. They'll take one, but Goodman whips in a throw, and taken by Bracey. Just one run.
Is that a fat flizzy throw there?
No, that wasn't a that wasn't one of those. No. View across towards the scoreboard from that camera, and we have Cameron on camera duty today. So
he's currently on drinking coffee duty back there, actually.
Okay.
But
in from Worrell. Another defensive push from Evans. Yes, we should say normally have a team of 3, but because of important parental duty, James isn't here. His partner gave birth on, I think, late on Tuesday, so congratulations to him. Latest addition to the family. And therefore he's away, and Cameron Shane looking after us technically. But it's been, in a sense, quite a quiet day's cricket, hasn't it? And not in the sense that there are no fans in, obviously, but just in the sense that after that explosive start with the wicket to the second over, then Leicestershire just sort of calmed the whole thing down, and Gloucestershire have stayed in the game. 146 for 3. They've not been batted out of it. The question is, can they just get into that lower part of the Leicestershire order where, you know, on numbers at least, there don't look to be an awful lot of runs. Higgins in once more, but again Evans content to defend, and Higgins through the first of what you would hope would be 4 overs up until tea. 146 for 3. You've had 58 overs in the day. The scheduled close after that delayed resumption, which was meant to be at 1:40, but in the end turned out to be at 9 minutes past 2. That means that the scheduled close of play now is at 6:29, and we're going to have a sanitisation break before I think we'll see Tom Smith into the attack again.
You'd guess so. You would guess so.
Goodman's had 6 overs.
It's hard to know where else you go, isn't it? Unless Josh Shaw has a brief spell, has enough in him for a brief spell. It's interesting, isn't it? Because the seamers seem to be doing quite a decent job of tying things down at the moment. So do you say try and push them hard here, or apparently not, no. Ian is making spin signals next to me, so...
Yeah, umpire Illingworth had the ball and just threw a gentle catch to Smith as the players split up again after that sanitisation break. So you would think that Smith would have 3 overs up until tea, and then probably Shaw will be first cab off the rank again after the interval.
Gloucestershire still 5 ahead on the over rate, which I don't know if I've ever seen before, certainly not at this stage. But Smith, who comes in off a length of run, which would suggest he's going to bowl medium pace, but of course he's not. He'll bowl to Lewis Hill on 10. There's a deep cover out, but I think as far as I can see he's the only fielder out on the rope as the first ball is defended away. They've got that leg gully in place. I suppose you'd say he's leg gully rather than... yes. I think that was probably the term that I was fishing around for when I called him.
It's very short
backward square leg. Here's Smith bowls, and that's once more met with a firm push from Hill up the surface to Smith.
I think short backward square leg is probably the most accurate phrase you could use.
He's a bit further back than slip, but not much further. Smith bowls. Down the pitch comes Hill and drives hard back to Tom Smith, who, well, I know plenty of spinners even who would have given it the old pretend shy at the stumps there, regardless of whether Bracey had moved from behind them. Smith bowls to Hill, and that's inside edge onto pad, I think, and then away into the backward square region. Hill, I think, showing Tom Smith that he doesn't want to be bossed about by him, but equally Smith will be quite happy, I think, to see that early on. As there's a smash from Hill, he stayed in his crease that time and walloped it straight down the ground, and it's gone all the way for 6, in fact. So there's the 150 up for Leicestershire, and Hill decided that he didn't need to use his feet to attack Tom Smith and launched that one away. I'm afraid I lost sight of it as it went towards the rope, but it did clear it. 1-5-2 for 3. Smith bowls and Hill plays defensively. There are always going to be oohs and ahs after getting hit for 6. I wanted Tom Smith to feel like he'd come back at Lewis Hill there. Hill's up to 16. 1-5-2 for 3 is the score, and Gloucestershire would dearly love to get at least one more before tea, just to open things up potentially for the evening session.
Higgins is in his 3rd spell of the day, 0 for 29 so far, and quite right that actually that Smith bowls from the pavilion end, because that is the longer straight boundary, so he's got the, if protection is the right word, he's the danger of bowling at the Ashley Down Road end is that batsmen really can attack you and score quickly. Here though, Higgins content to bowl at that end, often does. But it was more from that end than the pavilion end in terms of an actual analysis. Certainly feels that way. And Evans, who is now the mainstay, you would think, of this Leicestershire innings, on 64 and on strike. Waits once again for Higgins with his bat raised quite high, and again comes down really quite late, but gets there in time. So remind me of the Hampshire total earlier at Surrey. Was it 92?
92, I believe it was. I'll just double check. Yes, 92, and in reply Surrey currently 76 for 1. So not looking great for Hampshire, I think you could say that. Rory Burns 45 not out.
Higgins in and Evans again on the defensive. So have Durham got past 92 in their game?
Warwickshire
Warwickshire, are
have
they?
not. No, they have just been bowled out for 87, with Bryden Cast taking the final 2 wickets, Miles out for 22 and Norwell for 25, and Will Rhodes made 10. Those were the only 3 Warwickshire batsmen to reach double figures, although interestingly not a single duck in that innings.
He's in again, and Evans out to Lace. And you'd think that if those conditions really are that helpful, then Liam Norwell in particular would enjoy bowling on that pitch.
They're going to have to if Warwickshire are going to have a chance. 87 all out, but then of course Essex came back from a total. Was it in the 80s or was it in the 90s? Either, it might have been in the 90s. Either way, they came back to win against Durham.
They did. I had a very good stat about that game, which I'm indebted to. I must credit Alex Winter for it, and that was that the chase of 256 was the second highest achieved chase against Essex since Harmer had been at the club. In comes Higgins, and again Evans defends, and the previous highest successful chase was 2. So basically anything else Essex have defended.
That was the Warwickshire game, though, right? Wasn't it?
That was the Durham. So that was the Warwickshire game which they lost. Was the game where they couldn't defend 256.
Yeah.
Basically, anything below that figure they had defended above 2.
Right. It was extraordinary because I think he went wicketless, didn't he? Simon Harmer,
in the second innings.
Which I doubt that happens ever.
And that's the point. He's taken 250 wickets in his 4 seasons.
For him to take 0 in a second innings. Here's Smith. He bowls to Lewis Hill, and Lewis Hill was attempting to. I don't say attempting to do it. I'm not sure what he was attempting to do with that when he was defending, and then looked as if he was taking a step towards Tom Smith, but got back as Smith bowls, and that's clipped away in a good diving stop by Tom Lace from that short backward square leg position, and there's no run when it might have been heading off towards the rope. I do like that position. I've said it before and I'll say it every time it's employed, really. I do like to see a leg slip or a leg gully or something like that, as Hill with an angled bat trying to work that one away through wide mid-wicket, but picks the fielder. So
you can
no
see,
run.
so you can see Brathwaite as well there.
Here's Smith bowls forward confidently is Hill. There's no run. We'll see whether he fancies having another go at Tom Smith in this over. Certainly not really thinking about playing for tea at this point. Smith bowls to Hill. He drives, and this is going to beat extra cover. Dom Goodman's got a chase on from deep cover, and they'll pick up 2 runs. So the ball was going to stop well before it reached the boundary rope, but just content to place the ball well there was Lewis Hill. 154 for 3. Hill up to 18. He's very much steadied the ship and rather picking up where he's been in his last few innings. Smith bowls to Hill, props forward, and Smith will collect. So just those 2 runs from the over. 154 for 3. Smith has only conceded runs off 2 of the deliveries that he's bowled in this 2-over spell so far, but has conceded 8 runs.
There's the card. A bit lopsided from a Leicestershire point of view. Losing Azad early, then a good stand, 127 for the second wicket before Harris fell to Dan Warren, and then, as often happens, another wicket goes at the same time. In this case, not the other established batsman, but Rishi Patel bowled shouldering arms for 2. 3 overs until tea. We are at a minute to 4 at the moment, so considering we've lost nearly half an hour on the day, Gloucestershire have done well with their over rate. And another spell for Goodman after tea, you'd have thought. If the balance of the day continues, then Gloucestershire will have about an hour's cricket with a second new ball tonight. That's what they'll want. Smith might go on for a bit further. And there's a jab at that from Evans. It was a false shot. So there was an appeal from the slips. Here is Higgins. Perhaps he took the bat away at the last minute, you could say, but it was a play at it and then a play away from it. Higgins again down the leg side, too far down the leg side. Bracey can't take that. It's going to go all the way to the rope, and it's 4 byes. And the Bracey prostrate on the floor. Now gets up.
Stare from the floor at the wicketkeeper to umpire as if to say, "Oh, why? Why must that go against me? How on earth was he meant to stop that?" I mean, yeah.
Quite a long way down the leg side.
It was a fair distance down the leg side. It certainly did not come out right from Ryan Higgins. Hasn't even got the right hand, left hand going on at the moment.
Leicestershire up to 158 for 3. It can sometimes be thought perhaps of trying too hard, or you say that sometimes about a player when the control goes a bit, perhaps. That's sometimes the accusation. And again, that's just short of Hankins. Several of those edges today have just not carried. Oh, and catch it there.
It would have had to have been a very interesting field position to catch it, though.
Yeah, that's true. But Evans in this over. Oh, yes, it was.
I think it had been almost literally mid-wicket.
Yeah, you have to have gone. You'd have needed the. Oh, Evans goes extravagantly with a stride down the pitch and then the bat out of the way. You needed Goodman's build at 6'6" and a full-length dive to have got anywhere near that. So there is the Leicestershire card. Just the 12 extras, including those 4 byes in the last over. But 158 for 3, and it's more evenly balanced now than it was at lunch. 92 for 1 at lunch, you'd say definitely Leicestershire's morning. This afternoon, 2 wickets for Gloucestershire, and they've not lost control of the scoring rate either.
Here's Tom Smith. He bowls to Hill, who goes back, turns to mid-wicket. There's no run. No, it's still, despite Lewis Hill going on the attack a little bit the last couple of overs, it still feels like this is the tipping point for the innings. Smith bowls and played up the pitch once more by Hill. I'm not sure when it stops being the tipping point as far as this partnership goes. Is it when Leicestershire hit 200, maybe even beyond that? Smith bowls to Hill and presses that one up the pitch. So Gloucestershire have some time here. They'll still feel like they know what is to come in terms of the order. Not that they can't bat at all, it's just the form isn't necessarily quite there. As that's clipped away through mid-wicket, there's nobody there, and this is going to race for 4, I think. Yep, it's gone for 4. So Lewis Hill, he's been strong through that mid-wicket region, and he picks up another boundary through there. He's up to 22, 162 for 3, and he's been pretty severe on anything that's been around about middle and leg. Smith bowls, and once more it's a forward defence from Lewis Hill.
Ian Cobain's got a big area to cover there. Brathwaite's behind square, and Cobain's at quite a straight mid-wicket.
Yeah, the protection's really out on the offside where you've got the deep cover as Smith bowls. That's driven hard, it beats the dive of extra cover, and there's a chase on towards the wide mid-off rope, and I think the ball's going to win. It does. So 4 more runs to Lewis. Hill couldn't have placed that better if he'd had several more goes at it, and Josh Shaw could not hold the ball in. 166 for 3 after 63 overs now, and Lewis Hill up to 26. This is sort of what I was a little bit afraid of in terms of, yes, it's only a few overs from the spinner before the tea break, but the seamers had kept a lid on things, and it was just an opportunity, as it turns out, for Hill to get things going a little bit, and he felt he could go on the attack and pulled it off.
You see, but
And
he
now
scored.
the scoring rates just accelerated a
He
bit.
scored 26 out of 37 in this stand, and I say Evans at lunch had 37, so he scored 27 in this afternoon session, which will be a little bit. He scored 27 in 30 overs. It'll be, because this, by all the rules that we understand, should be the last over before tea, because there'll be 32 overs then to go until the close. Keeper standing up for this final over before tea, and Higgins and the 4th over he's playing. He might go a bit longer after tea actually, rather than have a change straight away. It's possible that with having bowled 4 and a brief sit down cup of tea, he might come back and have a bit of a dip after tea as well. Evans to face Higgins though, and he again not the tallest man, but up onto his toes and defends.
I suppose they are allowed tea, are they? And these highly trained athletes. I don't know whether there's anything in tea that
Interesting
I don't
point.
know. I'm not sure.
To be fair,
I'd
I
just
think
be interested to know.
I just wonder. I mean, I can only say this really wandering past the where the players eat at Cheltenham, because obviously the proximity of the media there is a lot closer than it is here at Bristol. They drink an awful lot of squash.
Mm-hmm.
Here is Higgins once more, and again Evans defends. Yes, there are always jugs of squash on the tables for the players whenever they eat or whenever they stop, and they seem to go really quickly. Blackcurrant or orange generally flavours of preference. Here is Higgins again, and again Evans defends. I find it may seem an absolutely obvious thing to say, but I find that. Do you find drinking gallons and gallons of water is just a bit plain? It just needs a bit of flavour.
I don't know if maybe it's something about the sugar as well. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
No, I'm not sure really. I know that some athletes are very particular about the temperature of the water that they drink. Novak Djokovic is the one that I'm thinking of. The water has to be room temperature.
Really? Okay. Bright sunshine as Higgins bowls again. Evans is only content on defending here.
I think there's something in that though, because sometimes with really ice cold water, you can't necessarily feel hydrated.
No, that's true.
But he's very insistent. If there are too many
say,
cold
I'm with the players. I much prefer squash to water. Higgins then, in what we think is the last over before tea, in, and again Evans out on the offside. That is the end of the over, but it doesn't look as if they're going to go off for tea at this point, unless they're. I wonder if they are splitting the remaining overs that there were at the end of the lunch session. So they bowled 34, which would leave 62.
So one more then.
So there might be one more on that basis.
Possibly that is what they're doing. It's always a bit of guesswork really, because it's entirely in these situations entirely down to the umpires what they've decided. So there's no necessarily set course of action as far as the tea interval is concerned. So they could have decided we're just going to have tea at 4 o'clock no matter what happens from now on, but apparently that's not what they've decided. As Smith continues, he bowls and he'll off the back foot.
Well, this session has now lasted
field.
2 hours, and the last session would be 2 hours if they took tea after this over. So that might be about right.
Here's Smith, bowls to Hill, who wants more props forward, and there's no run. I think it's one of those instances really where we'll have to come up with another new theory if they bowl another one. And we'll just keep coming up with new theories as to what's going on. In any case, they're still playing. As there's a drive from Hill up towards mid-off, there'll be a shy at the stumps, but to absolutely no avail. 167 for 3. Hill up to 27. Smith has...
That really was a hand-eye coordination, that 6 that he hit, compared to what else we've seen today. He just absolutely backed himself that the ball was the right length to play that shot too, and there really wasn't much movement from the crease. It was all about picking the length of the ball, wasn't it?
Smith bowls to Evans, who carves away. Will pick up a single out towards deep cover. 169 for 3, or is it already ticked over? Has as well. 168 for 3, 65 for Evans. So just a couple of balls we think remaining before the tea break, and the short extra just moves in a couple of steps closer now as Hill plays back to the bowler off the back foot, and like you say, that was a shot of real authority from Hill, and he's really used that to springboard his innings so far. That's not a verb, I know, but never mind. Last ball possibly of the session. Smith to Hill. And Hill moves forward and plays away to mid-wicket, and the bail, one bail, has been removed. So that is that for the afternoon session. Slightly better afternoon session for Gloucestershire than it was morning overall. They have at least managed to dislodge Marcus Harris, but Sam Evans is still there on 65. He hasn't moved his personal tally on very much of late, but he is staying there, and Lewis Hill has not looked in too much trouble since the very start of his innings on 27. All 3 wickets falling to Dan Worrell. Somebody needs to back up Dan Worrell with some wickets of their own in the evening session.
Well, yeah, Worrell 3 for 38 from 18 overs, good figures for him. Higgins 15 overs, no wicket for 29. Dom Goodman 12 overs for 24. Josh Shaw 11 overs for 40, and Tom Smith 9 overs for 29. But the game more evenly poised now than it looked at lunchtime, with Leicestershire's second wicket pair well in at that stage. Harris and Evans looked set to really give Gloucestershire some problems, but at 168 for 3, it's the old adage, add 2 wickets to that, and then what does the score look like? Gloucestershire will go for those in the first hour after tea with an old ball, and they'll have a new ball available for just about the last hour of the day. We hope the light holds, and we hope you can join us again in about 15 minutes for the resumption for this final session on day 1 here at the Bristol County Ground. Leicestershire at tea, 168 for 3, as you can see across the top of your screen. All 3 wickets to Dan Worrell. Will join us shortly before 4:30 for the resumption for the final session. and welcome back to quite a hazily sunny Bristol County ground. It's not a very strong sunlight, but we're grateful for it nonetheless. And Leicestershire about to come out for this final session of the day. We are slightly delayed, not by the overrate, but because of a brief interruption for rain, which prevented a prompt start after lunch. 168 for 3, the Leicestershire score from 65 overs. We've got 31 overs to go in this final session. The scheduled cut-off is at 29 minutes past 6, but obviously that's the scheduled cut-off, so presumably we can keep going beyond that if we have overs to bowl and the light is still fine. And given Gloucestershire's overrate so far today, they may not be far beyond that anyhow. Sam Evans has batted all day for his 65 not out, and Lewis Hill rather more swiftly has made 27 since joining him when the score was on 129. So these two have added 39 together so far for the 4th wicket. The new ball is due in 15 overs time. It's probably an equally important spell, isn't it? Either side of that new ball, one to try and keep the scoring rate down if they can until it, and then can the bowlers who've toiled away all day find a bit more with the new ball in the last hour.
Yeah, it's going to be important, you feel, really, for Gloucestershire to buy one before that new ball at the very least, because they're going to have to do it with their change bowlers, and it will be Josh Short to start things off from the Ashley Down Road end.
Sure, then, to start a new spell. That's on the pads initially of Evans, and the tall figure of Goodman now in a sweater out in front of us does the fielding. We've got 2 sweaters on there, I think, actually, because the sweater he would normally wear has his 83 number on the top, so he might have 2 sweaters on.
I was about to say that I thought it was quite pleasant out there in the sunshine.
Well, in the
sunshine, it's a different story in the marquee.
Yeah. Here is Shaw then from the Ashley Down Road end, and that's let go by Lewis Hill outside the off stump. That stand for the 2nd wicket, I did look up during tea, 127 it was. It took 47 overs and 3 balls, so that really was very steady accumulation.
Yeah, and like I say, they hadn't really gone after anything that they didn't have to go after, and it's arguable whether Marcus Harris had, the ball was there for him to drive that he nicked off for. I must say, I thought that it might have been, really.
Shaw in once more again, that's down the leg side, and well stopped by Bracey, not taken absolutely cleanly, but prevented potential buys to the total. So Leicestershire card dominated by 2 scores really until the arrival of Hill, but his consistency so far this season has been commendable. He's their leading run scorer, and he's on strike here against Shaw in the first over of his 3rd spell of the day. The question is, how will Gloucestershire get to that 2nd new ball? That's the key point. It may be that maybe Shaw and possibly Smith for a while, and then Goodman perhaps to get up to the 2nd new ball before Worrell and Higgins have a final burst. We'll see if that's a pattern that plays itself out into the ground this time from Hill. A tumbling stop out in the offside by Worrell, who might not fancy leaping around too much, having already bowled 18 overs today. Good figures too.
Feel like he can't.
3 for 38, very good figures.
Yeah, definitely. You just feel like it's unlikely that you'll see him before the new ball now, just because of that number of overs, and you want him to be ready and fresh when that new ball comes.
Shaw in a short sleeve shirt and no sweater comes up and bowls, and that's chopped away into the gap past the man at point, but there is a cover at third man, and in fact they've gone to the non-striker's end with the throw. A decent throw it was too. A bit of backing up from Higgins to the fierce throw in from the deep there, and Leicestershire up to 171 for 3, and it looks as if Smith is just replacing the looks like the turf over the, that's one of the areas where the square is roped off on occasion, and that cover is put down. And Smith is going to continue from the pavilion end, and quite a defensive field for him as well.
There is deep cover, although no sweeper out on the leg side, so a fairly similar field to what he had before, as he bowls full and Evans will meet it with a defensive bat. Still that catcher trying to catch out Sam Evans, trying to flick the ball on the pads away fine, possibly also trying to dissuade him from playing that paddle sweep as well, as Smith is in bowls, and that's turned away to mid-wicket by Sam Evans, and there is no run. And for Evans, I mentioned that, I suppose, we talked about Marcus Harris's conversion rate, so it was very important to get him out, because he's basically gone on to make a century every other time he passes 50, as that's pushed away out towards mid-wicket. No run, not every other time, of course. 1 in every 3 times that he passes 50 he makes a century, which is a pretty decent going. But so far in Sam Evans' young career, 2 50s, 2 centuries, but he can make that 3 in 1 as he comes down the pitch here, drives to mid-off, and that's a good tumbling stop by Josh Shaw. The ball's ricocheted off him. There's a bit of uncertainty about whether they should come back for the second, but there was always going to be that second run there, and 2 more runs accrue. 173 for 3. Evans up to 68. One of the first times really that we've seen him do something like that. We've seen Lewis Hill attempt to use his feet to Smith, but signs that Evans wanting to get the total moving a little bit. Clipped away, but straight to mid-wicket, and so he won't get a run for it this time, as Sam Evans now approaches that 200 balls faced mark.
He's scored 10 runs off Smith.
Here is Smith, bowls, it's pushed to cover, so 2 off the over. I think at this point Gloucestershire would probably be taking that, really. Evans 68, Hill 29. If Smith could buy a wicket somehow, that would be terrific, but they don't want to be seeing his overs go for sort of 3.5, 4 and over, ideally. It's just about keeping a lid on things until maybe Goodman can come back for a quick burst before that second new ball, and then the new ball can be taken.
Probably mean maybe 3 more overs from Smith, and then Goodman to try and take Gloucestershire up to the last hour of the day, which is when the second new ball would be available. 173 for 3, as you can see on your screen. 67 overs of the day gone, and Shaw continues to bustle in, and again one more from a little drop and run, really, nothing more than that from these 2 Leicestershire right-handers. And Hill saw the opportunity to almost pinch a single there, and that in a strange way is kind of being positive, just without blasting the ball out of the ground all the time, just seeing where those singles are. The Gloucestershire bowlers have been out in the field all day. They've only taken 3 wickets, Shaw in again. That's a bouncer and taken by James Brace. You say it was a bouncer. It was just a good back of a length ball to climb a little bit, but taken with the batsman ducking out of the way.
So just having a look to see what Sam Evans had done since the fall of the wicket of Marcus Harris. He scored 11 runs in 55 deliveries since the fall of that wicket, and of course 2 of those were in the last over.
Become rooted, really. On 74 for 3.
The Leicestershire balcony has moved, and it seems
En
moved
masse.
permanently, and it's been like that really since very near to the start. The balcony has just been transplanted down a floor, and it's just the other side of the advertising boards.
And they're all
and
there.
they're offering plenty of encouragement to Sam Evans and Lewis Hill out there.
All almost be out without exception wearing bobble hats.
It's the new thing, it seems. Obviously, it works rather well in April, but the bobble hat definitely seems to be the county cricket item of the year.
And if you're Callum Parkinson or Dieter Klein, you may feel the value of it rather more than other people. Another short one from Shaw, taken down the leg side by Brace. I should explain that's because neither of those two have much hair. Neither Parkinson or Klein do.
Well, I was thinking Callum Parkinson's from Lancashire originally, isn't he? So these soft southerners with their bobble hats.
Just joins the fashion, perhaps. Paul Nick's having a chat with Hassan Azad there, I think. And here once again is Shaw again on the hips of the batsman. So it's worked away comfortably for a single. Has there been a little bit too much on leg side today? But we said in the morning session in particular, actually the control was very good, very little on leg stump, but just that absolute accuracy has been released a little bit by Leicestershire since then, and they're up to 175 for 3. I mean, how would Chris Dent feel about 250 for 5 at the close, I wonder, for example?
Well, I suppose if you were looking at it positively, you would say there's the chance still to go out, have a really good morning session tomorrow and bowl Leicestershire out for on or around, or possibly even slightly below 300 from that position if you bowled very well. I think you'd have to say that's maybe from this point that's a situation that he wouldn't be too disappointed with. Smith continues, and that short extra cover field is back in place for Sam Evans, who's pressing forward and defending. I think you'd, from this point, probably with the second new ball and plenty of overs to be bowled with it, I still think in his mind he'd really be wanting 3 in the evening. So that's dabbed by Evans. I think he was looking for the gap between Brathwaite at point and those 2 fielders who are really almost.
I'm not
behind the
saying
other
I'm not
extra
saying
cover.
255 is acceptable. By the way, I'm with you. I think that we'd like to get 3 or 4 actually. Whether you can do that,
I think it's probably what you're suggesting is maybe the par position for
the day, if you like.
as down the pitch comes Evans, and he's got this one away straight down the ground. It's plugged a little bit, but it is going to make it over the rope. So Evans made sure that he got plenty of elevation to get it over the fielders at mid-off and mid-on, and enough distance was never in any danger of being caught. 179 for 3. Sam Evans 73. I thought the ball was just going to plug short of the ropes there. Probably would have been 6 at the other end. As Smith bowls to Evans, short pulled and not timed. And it goes straight to short mid-wicket. Evans up to 73, and he's certainly shown that he's not just going to let Tom Smith bowl at him like a little bit happened before the tea break. He's just gone reaching for that one a little bit as Evans, but no alarm really there. 179 for 3, and it continues to feel a little bit like just ticking overs along and biding time really with Smith bowling at the moment. There's just nothing really there for him, and it's only going to be if one of Hill or Evans makes a mistake that's, you would think, is likely to cause their fall of wicket to Tom Smith. 69 overs bowled, 179 for 3, Evans 73 and Hill 30.
So we've got one of the 4 seamers on at the moment, and that is Josh Shorts down the leg side again, and taken by Bracey.
There have been quite a few deliveries like that from Shaw, haven't there? There's been, well, it hasn't been one and over, but it's been at least one every couple of overs that Shaw's bowled that has been well down the leg side.
Higgins and Worrell probably hold the key here, you feel. Shaw in, again back of a length. I'm thinking that he was wicketless at Southampton.
Yeah, I think
Josh
he was.
Shaw.
Of course, he bowled very well in the Surrey game before that groin injury. You hope, of course, that
Yeah,
there's no permanent damage
for
there.
48 in that one spell in the Surrey match, and then of course in the I think in the second innings he only rolled the 1 over, didn't he, in fact?
Yeah. So I don't mean permanent damage in that respect, but you know what I mean in terms of any lasting damage that's just aggravated a little bit when he bowls
0
now.
for 107 in fact at Southampton in the 1 innings.
Furious shining of the ball going on at mid-on at the moment. It's really a little bit like blood out of a stone, I suspect, at this point.
Back down to just the 1 slip. Chris Dent striking a balance here if he can. Short in, and again that's short again, and Lewis Hill isn't tempted.
Can't have been too far off being a wide, that one, just considering I don't think Hill really had to move down at all. Obviously he's not the tallest, but I can't have been far off being too short, really. Still desperately trying to work away at this ball. They obviously feel as though they might be able to get some reversing happening out there, but feels like a long shot really at this point, definitely.
Shaw turns at the end of his run by the pile of sawdust, and that's clipped away down towards Goodman. At fine leg on the throw, the bounce comes in, and they've taken 2. He got there all right, but it is a long boundary out there, and Hill up to 32 off 62, and Evans 73 off 207. So just batting at his own pace, and Hill has a swish outside the off stump. That was a wideish one, didn't quite get to the pitch of it, didn't get the foot far enough across.
Yeah, that was not a great shot, that.
No.
Really one of the few poor shots that Leicestershire have played today, because that, like you say, it was nowhere near a half volley. The foot hadn't got near to the ball, and if he'd nicked off to that one, he would have been absolutely furious.
So 10 overs to the second new ball. Smith is to continue from the pavilion end, and fingers crossed the weather looks reasonably set fair now for the rest of the day. There was always the risk of a chance of an interruption at some point because of the rain, and we just caught the edge of one shower that held us up for 29 minutes. So we didn't start after lunch until 9 minutes past 2.
Smith persists, bowling to Evans. They'll take off for a quick single here. Dent shies at the non-striker's end, and there'll be no run out there. And it was really nice bit of placement from Sam Evans. There is quite a large gap for him to find, but Evans up to 74, 182 for 3. Really just continuing to take what's on offer here. Sweeper out on the leg side now for Tom Smith, as well as on the off side, deep mid wicket, and a deep cover as Hill moves on strike on 32. Smith bowls to him, full. Smith's not been guilty of dropping the ball in short very much, just been the odd ball which has, so it hasn't really been a lot that Smith has done wrong at all, to be honest. So it's been the odd ball that's allowed them to use their feet, but they're going to use their feet if they want to him. There's a drive, and Hill will get it out to the sweeper at deep cover. Is that George Scott out on the field once again? So do the usual hunt to try and see who's off. 183 for 3, Hill up to 33. Still just taking things along, Leicestershire, this partnership, as Smith bowls, driven by Sam Evans, not timed whatsoever really this time. And, missed the 50 partnership, by the way. Apologies for that. The 50 partnership was brought up between these two. As Smith bowls sweep shot, and it's gone fine. It'll be 4, I think, as it just trickles over the rope now. Yep. So there's hands on heads out there. Possibly they felt it was more bottom edge than anything else. We'll get a second look to see exactly what it was. And well, the problem is the ball was down the leg side really, and it was very full, so he just had to help it round the corner.
I don't know why Bracey felt it was worth such an anguished-looking response, to be fair.
187
always
for 3.
going down the leg side from my perspective, anyway.
It may not have been entirely where he'd looked to hit it initially, but that's where the ball was bowled, and he treated it as such. Defensive shot to extra cover to end the over. 6 more runs have come from that one. 187 for 3, and Sam Evans has got his innings moving again, which is the worrying thing for Gloucestershire really, because Lewis Hill has scored his runs at he's scored his runs at exactly 3 and over, and if Sam Evans gets going as well, then things might not be looking so great even before that second new ball can be taken.
Well, Shaw and Smith have bowled since tea, and we have bowled 10 overs by... That's not true, I'll come back to that in a second. Then my maths has just let me down there. 187 for 3. They've bowled 6 overs since tea. There were 31 remaining, weren't there, at the start of this session? They bowled 65. So Goodman still in his 2 sweaters. You would have thought that if there was going to be a little burst from him might be coming pretty shortly. Smith hasn't really checked matters, and Shaw, past umpire Long, clips. Is clipped, I should say, by Hill, but not with any addition to the score. As you can see, it's by Evans, had to get out of the way.
I think he was anticipating a quick
shot
at the stumps, which never came. He was anticipating
evasive
a
action,
feint which didn't befall him.
Shaw once more. Hill with the bat raised high. He's pulled that, and that's on 2 bounces, and it's gone in the end all the way down beyond the figure of Goodman. Quite fine to the boundary in front of the Leicestershire players for 4 more. Goodman walking into this, but it's not a bad bouncer. It's quite straight, and he's played it pretty well, to be fair. Just got inside. It wasn't an easy one to get inside the line of, but he's kept it down, and Hill goes up to 37.
The direction of it was probably what allowed him to get it away fine. It was in the air for a fair bit, but not really anywhere near the fielder at fine leg.
191 for 3. Shaw in again, and Hill plays that back up the pitch. And we're saying that, what would Gloucestershire think about 250 for 5?
Started to look better and better, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. We want that now. Leicestershire, I suppose, would want. Well, they want 400, would they?
Well, you'd think from the position that they're in, a lot depends probably on the second new ball, but 191 for 3 with 2 pretty well set batsmen out there, then yeah.
Shaw, once more, that's cut away by Hill. It's a good shot. It's gone between Worrell and Lace, and it's gone out to the boundary in front of the scoreboard for 4. And this is just changing the tempo of the scoring a bit, this partnership, since tea. Well, they're obviously conscious that the new ball is coming, so, and that was quite wide too from Josh Shaw.
So they're still not really going after anything that isn't there to be gone after. It's just, for the first time, it feels as though Gloucestershire, and to be fair, Shaw in particular, is just gifting Leicestershire some easy boundary opportunities here.
Well, 95 for 3. Shaw has none for 51. He's in his 15th over. And Smith has bowled 12 overs for 41 at the other end. Into the ground this time, and a good stop by Lace, diving to his left. And the thing with these two is they've only bowled 2 maidens, so in every over you're not kind of building any pressure. There's just the odd single available, and as a result, Leicestershire aren't being squeezed too hard by this particular pairing. More boot maintenance for Smith.
And it's obviously it makes it, because of the situation with that second new ball on the way, it's a doubly bad time to have a period like this, because this is the point at which, at the very least, Gloucestershire need to keep it tight and keep the runs down, and it is just getting away from them a bit, this at the moment. And Don Goodman is warming up at deep cover, and I think he has to be the solution, really.
Yeah.
As Tom Smith continues, and that's hit Lewis Hill a little bit, pardon me, Sam Evans a little bit high on the bat, but once again kept down and controlled as Smith trots in off his longish run, bowls full, and Evans forward and defending. All the noise lately coming from that group of Leicestershire players in front of the pavilion. There's not really been much to encourage Gloucestershire, and there's barely been any shouts for LBW, for example, all day. There's a bit of hesitation here, but they'll take off for a fairly comfortable single in the end, as It's just dabbed to the right of Brathwaite at backward point. One
Yeah,
run
Shaw has
taken.
bowled 4 overs for 15 since tea, and Smith before this over 3 overs for 12.
It's driven. There might be a second run on here. There's a throw in from Goodman, but it won't be in time to get them. So more runs through that gap between backward point and extra cover. A big gap it is too. 198 for 3 now. Hill up to 43. He's on the way to another half century. Smith bowls to him. And Hill goes forward and plays back to the bowler.
So small crumb of comfort here. His top score this season is 70.
Well, I was going to mention actually that he does only have one first class
100.
century, and I was looking back at it and it came opening the batting actually as Smith bowls to Hill, dabs that one away, loud shout of no this time as Brathwaite prowls in and dissuades them from taking that single. 198 for 3, 73 overs have been bowled, Evans 79 and Hill 43. I'm sure it's been mentioned several times. I certainly heard it on the TMS County Cricket podcast this week, or not this week, last week now, as they were talking about Lewis Hill, I think, and the 100 that he made came in a match at the Oval when Kevin Peterson finished 355 not out from 396 balls, 36 fours and 15 sixes.
Short boundary one side, was it?
Well, with Kevin Peterson batting it probably didn't need to be, but yes, it may well have been. Either way, that was where Lewis Hill's only to date first class century came, and as I say, he was opening the batting in that first innings and made 126.
Yeah, Shaw is being given a breather in the captain's language, and Goodman is going to have a first bowl from the Ashley Down Road end in this match, and one would assume with 7 overs to go until the second new ball that he will have the 4 overs to that stage, and we will then see Higgins and Worrell.
At the very least, they need another spell out of Goodman that only goes for around about 2 runs and over, maximum 3. They need to get a lid on the scoring rate at the very least here, Gloucestershire.
Here is Goodman then, and pleasantly driven by Evans up to mid-off on the bounce. No addition to the score, just Brathwaite in the slips. See top of your picture. Other than that, you've got a fine leg and a third man now. Golly, extra cover mid-off. The offside, and Goodman in. And again, Evans quietly away on the offside. Goodman from the pavilion end, our angle is slightly different. His run looks rather smoother from the angle where you're behind it than perhaps when you're actually looking at it front on. Bowling in a sleeveless sweater. And again, Evans content to defend. He's on 79. More than 200 balls faced. And 4.5 hours in the middle.
He's got his eye on Jake Libby's near attempt at the record number of minutes out there in a first class match. I can't remember what the record was overall.
And again Goodman, and on the spot, made the point his action pretty repeatable, not overcomplicated, and James Bracey there having a chat with Craig Brathwaite. Brathwaite now his 4th different county, has clipped again on the onside, but up to the man at mid-on, who's Ryan Higgins. He's quite deep there, so able to scuttled through for a single. Brathwaite, this is, I think, his 12th match at county level. He's had 4 different sides, and his only 100 actually came against Leicestershire in 2019 when he was playing for Glamorgan. So hope to get a chance to add to that later. I'd be amazed if that was today now. You would like to think it's some point early-ish tomorrow. 200 up for Leicestershire. 200 up. First batting bonus point, and we're in the 74th over. So they're not quite at 3 and over scoring rate wise. Hampshire was slightly over that on the first day of the match at the Ageas Bowl, and went on to get 470, of course. And the problem that Gloucestershire have is that if Leicestershire did get that many, then the dictation of the game is all about the visitors, because they've got the big score. And I don't know Paul Nixon personally, but he doesn't strike me as somebody who would say, let's set a game up from that position.
Well, in some ways, what incentive have they got to do that?
Exactly.
Because it's not really, they don't need to hunt those results, having played well for however many days. A loud shout of no there from Lewis Hill, as the ball just wasn't quite far enough away from the fielder Tom Lace.
There is that thing that obviously they did bat on a very flat pitch at the Oval, but having lost 2 games, before you turn the tank around, you've got to stop it.
Driven away up to deep mid-on, easy single available there, 201 for 3, and Hill up to 45. It does have Sam Evans a little way to go before coming close to either Jake Libby's innings or the actual record, as Smith bowls and Evans presses forward and away towards mid-wicket. And I suppose it does just show you, having been here to watch all of Sam Evans' innings, just how incredible a period of time this is. 11 hours and 23 minutes is the record. Jason Gallion in 1996, as that's driven away by Sam Evans out towards Goodman at deep cover. Another run to the Leicestershire total, 202 for 3. Sam Evans up to 81, and Jake Libby 11 hours 21 minutes, and fell 2 minutes short of the record.
In old money, you're batting for 2 days, aren't you?
Yeah. Smith bowls, cut shot from Hill. Goodman's got work to do to prevent the second run, and he's managed to do it. Have to move across the ball and then get the throw off, but managed to stop them turning for the second. 203 for 3. And after this, there will only be 5 overs left until the new ball can be taken, as Smith bowls. And Evans rocking onto the back foot, but can't beat extra cover this time. So another over ticks off the board, which really feels like that's all that's happening at the moment as far as the bowling from the Bristol Pavilion end. Try as he might, Tom Smith just not going to be able to extract turn out of this pitch, because it's only day 1, and we know even day 4 pitches can be rather difficult to bowl spin on here these days.
Yeah, 203 for 3. Chris Dent's having a chat with the umpire. They're going to ask about the ball, which is a tad ironic with only 5 overs to go to a new one, unless there is a big problem with the one that they're currently using. Hill's going to take the opportunity to be given a drink. The last wicket went down at 129, so at that stage it was very much a much more evenly balanced game than had seemed the case at lunch. 92 for 1 Leicestershire at lunch, then 129 for 3 when Worrell dismissed Rishi Patel. He'd earlier nipped out Marcus Harris for 64, and since then this partnership has been really productive for Leicestershire have added 74, of which Hill's share is 46. Evans has gone on to make 81, and after a look into a box of balls that's been brought out, I think by Miles Hammond, Empire, Richard Illingworth, the former Worcestershire and England spinner, I think has decided that maybe that old ball wasn't suitable, and they've picked another one out of the box, and we're going to resume play with a different ball, albeit that it won't be out there very long, I suspect.
I wonder what they do with a ball like the one that's just gone off. 5 overs left before the 80. It's not as though they can use it again in this match. I just wonder what happens to a ball like that.
Would it be used for net bowling?
I suppose it could be. If it is out of shape, though, I don't know if anyone's going to want it. Give it to somebody as a souvenir if there were people in the ground to take it. I don't know, perhaps, who knows, perhaps they can do something with them.
It depends.
There could be some, I mean, speaking of the modern artwork that there is around the ground these days, so maybe they could do something with that, I don't know.
Goodman, continuing from the Ashley Down Road end in this, what we suspect is this mini spell, just to get Gloucestershire to the second new ball, which really has to get them 2 or 3 wickets, you feel, to prevent the game drifting towards Leicestershire's control. Nice shot from Lewis Hill, diving, tumbling stop again. That's Lace out in the offside.
It's been about all the cheers there's been for Gloucestershire since tea. You've been for the occasional bit of good stuff.
Lace is in the offside, but I think that is Worrell actually who did the fielding there. Goodman again. Even that's all just played with a late dab and a very soft hands down to third man.
Yeah, I've just been able to do that all day, really, haven't they? Whether it's been Evans, Hill or Harris, just pretty much play one-day style shots down to third man, because they know there's no demons in this pitch.
Goodman brings the ball down from a great height, but even with his extra height, there hasn't been the extra bounce for him today. And just the single so far in what is his 14th over. You can't knock the economy, but it's the delivery of the wicket-taking ball that's proving the problem for Gloucestershire at the moment. Goodman finishes his over. He's taken no wicket for 27 from his 14 overs, and 204 for 3 is the Leicestershire score. There's the card as out, second ball of the day. Harris and Patel in quick succession once they put on Harris and Sam Evans. 127 for the second wicket, and now another good stand here for the fourth wicket. And Smith with, I think it's fair to assume, 2 overs to go in this spell.
I think it's pretty safe to assume that, yes. And Hill on 47 will face, and pushing forward and meeting that one with a correct defensive shot would be his 5th half century of the season already for Lewis Hill, if he is able to add 3 more runs to this. Smith bowls back foot drive, beats extra cover. They'll be thinking about 2 here, but they are not going to make it. In fact, they're decisive about turning down that second run. 205 for 3. Hill has 48. I was thinking about that kind of control bowling. At least Gloucestershire have had 3 of their bowlers who've been able to do that in Worrell, Higgins and Goodman. You look at Leicestershire's bowling so far this season as Smith bowls and a push drive out to deep extra cover. There'll be one more run, 82 to Evans.
It's probably the nightmare combination. Low number of wickets and relatively high economy.
Yes, exactly, because Chris Wright's the leading wicket taker with 5, and the lowest economy as Smith bowls to Hill, driven once more. There'll be another single out to Goodman, who's got plenty of work to do for somebody who's about to come in and bowl another couple of overs. 207 for 3. Alex Evans only played 1 match, and he has the economy of 3.76, which is the lowest of all the Leicestershire bowlers, and then after that it's Chris Wright, 3.85. So an extravagant looking flick off the back foot by Sam Evans, but
in fact
not able to beat Tom Smith.
Mike and Klein are nearer to 5 and over than 4.
Indeed.
So.
As here is Smith, bowls back foot punch, goes up towards mid-on. There's no run. That ends another over. 77 have been bowled. 3 runs came from that one. 207 for 3. I guess the point would be that there's a fair chance that the game would move fairly quickly in Gloucestershire's innings. Of course, it may well be that, because these things happen, that the Leicestershire bowlers come out and completely tie down Gloucestershire, but there's still the chance, even though Leicestershire are not batting amazingly quickly here, there's still the chance that Gloucestershire could have time to make a big score back if they need to, and possibly something could still happen in the match other than a draw.
Goodman starting the 78th over. I was conscious that with the time at just after 5:15, if you've been out for part of the day or at work for part of the day, then you may not have caught all the day's play, and you may be joining us for the final hour and a quarter as it will be, because we'll be up to about 6:30. Goodman in again, and that all clipped onto the onside, straight to Smith, but 2 bounces before it reached him by Hill. Needs 1 for his 50. Chris Dent won the toss this morning, decided to field first, and Leicestershire have been steadily accumulating runs for most of the day, as that score will tell you. Goodman over the wicket, and Alwyn makes him jump a little bit. Got his bat underneath it, didn't get a touch, but that's where the extra bounce can come from Don Goodman. We haven't really seen that extra bounce much today, though. He's in his 15th over.
Certainly got up more than Hill was thinking, because he was initially looking to play a cut shot off that.
Parman's in the background as Goodman comes in, and he punches that off the back foot. That is straight to extra cover. That's where Higgins is.
A few darker clouds over the flats at the moment. I think we should probably still be all right, but light is a question as well as rain.
Yeah, Hill on 49 wants to 50 here, and he'll get it with a sharply taken single, and Hill gets to 50 for the 5th time this season. He's hit 5 4s and a 6, and he's got this Leicestershire innings to a point of strength at 208 for 3.
Yeah, he has certainly looked like the man in form.
Goodman now to Evans, who defends. He's on 82. He's got, after seeing more than 200 deliveries today, 224 on the screen in front of me, he should be seeing it pretty well by now. 78 overs gone, 18 overs to go in the day, so cut-off time is 6:29, and we should be around about there, I should think, for the conclusion of affairs here at the Bristol County Ground on this first day. A day dominated by a second wicket stand of 127 between Marcus Harris and Sam Evans, and now this unbroken stand for the fourth wicket, which is up to 79.
Just one more over remaining from the Bristol Pavilion end before the new ball can be taken. Smith bowls and Hill punches that one. Good diving stop at wide mid-wicket there by Ryan Higgins, I believe, as Smith is in bowls full and defended to extra cover. There's only 6 players who have more runs than Lewis Hill in the county championship at the moment, which is interesting, as that's dabbed away to Brathwaite at backward point. There's no run, and the reason it's interesting is because I look at the counties that these players play for, and Durham, Sussex, Derbyshire, Glamorgan.
Would Tom Haynes will be Sussex one, would he?
He would, yes. As that's comfortable looking forward press from Hill back up the pitch. No run. I'm certainly not going to ask you to guess who they are, but it's another argument really for the fact that now everybody's runs are going to be treated as equal in this conference system, as Smith bowls, punched, no run, extra cover. Tom Lace moves across to field. In the past, you'd have looked at those runs and you'd have said, well, some of these are second division players, second division attacks, etc., etc. Smith bowls to Hill, struck on the pad. There's not really too much conviction in that one from Gloucestershire, and well, Tom Smith's waited over after over for something to happen, and it's happened off his last ball, you suspect. 79 overs have been bowled, 208 for 3, Evans 82, Hill 50. But yeah, I just think that so many performances have been disregarded really by maybe selectors to some extent, but certainly the national recognition that some performances have got compared with things that happened in Division 1. It's devalued a lot of things that a lot of cricketers have done, and for me, somebody I'm a big fan of, it's great to see Matt Critchley up there, for example, at 4 currently in the run scoring list, and he's somebody who never gets talked about at all, somebody who can bat in the middle order and bowl leg spin. I mean, that's a pretty good cricketer there. I'm not saying that he should necessarily be picked for England, but the reputation that he's got county-wide, I'm not sure is necessarily what it might be with potentially the conference system, and you see what he's done this season with both bat and ball. Anyhow, one more over remaining before the new ball can be taken.
Goodman is to bowl it from the Ashley Down Road end. And that's chopped away by Evans down to third man, and the steady accumulation continues. Leicestershire have added 40, now 41 since the tea interval, and that's been in 14 overs, so it really just tells you everything about the day. Not a day peppered with boundaries, but there is one more, and that's a good shot too, through that quite big gap through the covers out to the shorter boundary on the scoreboard side of the ground, and Goodman hasn't been driven very much like that today either.
No, he's bowled good length in general, and this one was a rare half volley, an absolute genuine half volley, but it was there for the drive, and Hill didn't miss out.
Goodman again in quite bright sunshine. Goes to Hill now on 54.
Certainly very dramatic skies over the flats at the moment. There's clearly rain about beyond the flats. That's not where the weather's coming from, that direction, but you've got a really stunning contrast between the bright sunshine and the dark cloud behind the flats. Very dramatic.
Goodman in again, and that's aggressively driven by Hill, and that's 4 more. So he's really taken the youngster on here in this, probably it will be the last over that he'll bowl today. And that's a little bit floaty, that one from Dom Goodman. Pushed it up a little bit further, not quite the back of a length that he's been bowling most of the day, and as a result Hill climbed into it. There's the shot from the pavilion end. Emphasises the sunshine and indeed the fact that there is cloud around in the distance, but we hope to get through. I said 250 for 5, didn't I? What was the Hampshire? Got to 290 on the first day last week. That would feel a tall order for Leicestershire from here, unless the new ball really does start flying about. Goodman in and punched away, and that will be. Is that going to be 4 more? He's timed that really well. And Goodman, having bowled really well all day here, has had 3 4s taken off his last over, and Lewis Hill has struck all of them. This the latest, and that is actually, that's not quite as floaty as the other 2, but he's just taken half a step back towards leg stump and cracked it away through the offside.
Yeah, I think I'm not being unfair to say that some of the fire looked to have been taken out in that over, but credit to Lewis Hill, that was an absolutely gorgeous shot. He seemed to have ages to play it, and the sound that made off the bat reverberated around the ground, and I think it would have done even if there had been people in here, because it must be hard to time the ball better than that, really. Superb shot there, and that will be that for that ball.
Yeah, I suspect that will be probably it for Dom Goodman as well. Higgins then is to take the new ball straight away and to bowl with it from the pavilion end. 221 for 3 at 80 overs.
So Worrell looks like he'll be getting the Ashley Down Road end, where he picked up 2 of his 3 wickets, so this is in reverse from the morning session. Here's Higgins, he bowls, and Evans pushed that one away comfortably to mid-wicket. There's no run, so Evans, I wonder if he'll just reset here with the new ball, or whether he's feeling confident enough to continue to kick things on.
He scored 30.
Lewis Hill certainly is.
Hill 35 since tea.
Higgins bowls, and that's tucked away through the leg side. Won't be a shot at the stumps there. It's another well-judged single. 222 for 3. Evans 84, and Lewis Hill could almost catch up Sam Evans by the end of the day, the rate this is going. Certainly not to take anything away from the value of the innings of Evans. It's that innings which has allowed Lewis Hill to come out and bat in the way that he has. Really accelerated things with that old ball. They took full advantage of, I should say, a tiring Gloucestershire attack, but it was a mixture of, I think, tiring and just a little bit too much in the way of things given away, as that's back of a length and punched straight to Tom Smith at extra cover. No run for Lewis Hill this time.
So 93 these two have put on since Patel was out.
And yeah, so 62 out of those 93 to Hill, and there's probably 1 or 2 extras in there as well. Here comes Higgins. He He's there, bowls. It's tucked away straight to. I say straight to, it's rolled away in the end. It's mid-wicket, he's moved across to pick the ball up. Still, you'd say they just have not gone hunting for anything. Those drives in that last over from Goodman from Hill were about the most flamboyant shots we've seen today, really. As Higgins bowls to Hill, and there's no shot this time. Gloucestershire hoping somehow that this new ball does something late on in the day, but just thinking back to my last live match, which was at Taunton, and I think there were 2 occasions where the new ball was taken late in a day, and neither time did it do anything at all, really. Higgins bowls to Hill, clipped away by Hill. There was some ooze there, and if Higgins thought maybe there was a bit of away shape on that one and that Hill was playing across the line there, but either way, there's no run, and the middle of the bat found, really. Well, not quite the middle, but more than enough of it. 222 for 3, Evans 84, Hill 62, and Dan Worrell is required, I think, to produce once more here.
Or have he and Higgins got 6 overs each in them at the end of a long day, I wonder? That's the debate. Just to go back to the card, which we'll see again at the end of the over, but Worrell in for his 19th over of the day, and that's wide, and it's gone beyond. I think Bracing gone all the way down to the rope for 4, signalled by umpire Long.
Yep, so 5
Yep.
to the board. Certainly didn't see that one coming.
That was very wide. No Brentford be attached to Bracey there. Here's Worrell once more, and that's again going a long way outside the off stump, largely after it pitches.
Some shape there, though, you'd have to say, which is it's almost more than the first new ball did, really, already, that one. Because, as you say, it was mostly very late, but there was some movement through the air there. There was barely any this morning.
Worrell, in quite bright sunshine again, comes in and bowls, driven up to mid-off, where it's fielded with no addition to the score. 227 for 3. I think at the end of the last over, and Cameron might be able to tell us at the end of this over, Evans 231 balls and Hill 106 balls. So the rate of scoring of the two is very different, and almost turned there on the leg side towards Smith by Sam Evans. It was on the bounce, it was never a chance, but Gloucestershire looking for an important wicket-taking delivery here down the leg side, again taken by Bracey on the tumble.
I think there were 2 strangles down the leg side in that first innings, well, only innings that Hampshire batted at the Aegeus Bowl. It feels like Gloucestershire might require something similar here. We'll see. There's still time, of course, for the new ball to do something, but the rate these two have gone had to be something a little bit different, perhaps.
Worrell again, and Evans' judgment is still pretty good despite a day of concentration. But as Ed's been saying, as he's gradually built this innings, and particularly since going past 50, only one other first-class 100 for Sam Evans.
1 for Hill, 2 for Evans.
Sorry, 2 for, yes, correct. 2 for Evans, 1 for Hill, correct. But Leicestershire bowlers will feel that well, they might have a good total to bowl up potentially. What this picture's shown so far is that it's pretty hard to get people out.
Well, Ryan Higgins to plug away and attempt to do just that. Lewis Hill, 62. Just looking to see what, I'm sure Ian mentioned it, but I've forgotten it already. His highest score this year is Higgins bowls to Hill. There's
70 for Hill.
one hand off the bat, but so yeah, 70, and well, he's approaching that now. It's interesting that he's only had that one century, because he's an absolute purple patch that he's going through at the moment. It's clearly the biggest purple patch of his career, looking at the numbers, as Higgins bowls to him. And he's struck on the pad here, and not out, says umpire Illingworth. Ryan Higgins just making a motion, I think, there as if to ask whether it was potentially going down the leg side. So he's batting outside his crease as well, which is something the umpire would take into account. It was probably quite high, really, as much as anything else.
There's a bit of a grin from Higgins afterwards. I think he knew.
Yes, he does like to do that, does Higgins, as he's there, bowls, and that's a good ball from Ryan Higgins. A rare time that the ball has passed close to the outside edge. Still not a whole lot in the way of movement, but just that perfect line, perfect length, and it doesn't have to do very much when it hits that. As Higgins turns and bowls, Hill on the back foot. One sounded particularly nice as it hit his bat there, so it scored a little bit higher than he was hoping for, but either way, no alarm bells for Hill. It's been a decent over this so far from Ryan Higgins. He's trying desperately to build some pressure at least. Bowls, and that's driven, not timed especially well by Hill, up towards mid-on, no run. So 13 more overs remaining in the day after this. Still with the sun out, looks as though we'll get them, but I'm sure if Gloucestershire would be too desperate to get all of them in, really. If the light got bad, I'm not sure they'd be too disappointed, as that defensive shot played out into the covers. Tom Smith does the fielding, no run. It's a maiden over, 2-2-7 for 3, but if Worrell and Higgins could get all their overs and then some rain or bad light would come along, I'm not entirely sure that Gloucestershire would be too disappointed with that.
No, if you look at the overall today, overall bowling figures, Smith 16 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 50, and Shaw 15 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 55. That's where the Leicestershire batsmen have just tried to tick the score along. And Worrell has all 3 wickets, comes in again from the Ashley Down road end and is clipped into the onside for a single where Smith does the fielding. Goodman has 0 for 41 from 16 overs, and 12 of those runs came, I think, maybe 13 of those runs came in his last over when he was hit for 3 fours by Lewis Hill.
Yeah, it was 13.
13. So 15 overs for 28. It was a very good effort. Higgins has now bowled 17 overs, none for 30, and Worrell 19 overs, 3 for 43. That's a good stop. Gloucestershire with still with 2 slips in only. Worrell, good job because he doesn't take a very long run. Then come back for what is his 4th spell of the day. He would be enthused to bowl with a new ball again, but still asking a lot for when your strike bowler is also possibly going to end up having bowled the most overs as well. You can strike bowler and stop bowler in one is a big ask. And I don't wish to be unkind by calling him a stop bowler. That's at the off stump and let go again by Lewis Hill.
Tried to bring that one back in, did Worrell, but there's precious little really on offer. It would have to be a major misjudgment from Lewis Hill. Certainly not looked like doing that of late.
Worrell wheels in once more, and again it's going by outside the off stump.
He's not looking the happiest there, is Worrell. I'm not sure whether it's in general or it's just the last few deliveries that have been quite wide, but it's a bit of a trudge from Worrell and a look of disgust after that last delivery.
Worrell in again, that's down the ground, but a tumbling stop. George Scott, I think, is out there again as 12th man temporarily. And Leicestershire 2:29.43. We've had 84 overs on the day, so 4 overs with the second new ball. There are 12 to go. And so the scheduled cut-off is 6:29 after a rain delay earlier today, and we'll get those overs in very close to that, I would think.
Well, Gloucestershire fans, if you think today isn't going quite according to plan, there's always somebody worse off than yourself.
Today that's Surrey or Hampshire?
It is Hampshire. As Higgins continues, he's in, bowls to Hill, keeper up, and that's gone towards the short fine leg region off the glove of Bracey, and it's a bye. So 2:30 for 3, and hopefully no damage done there. You can see there's a bit of
Bracey flung the glove off straight away.
Dave Bartlett is just hovering at the moment on the edge of the boundary. He's just been told that everything's okay, because a thumbs up from him, and he's taken a couple of steps backwards now, so it looks as though things are going to be all right. But he did take, looked like, whether it actually happened during that Hampshire match or not, or whether it had already happened going into it, but he did not look happy at all, James Bracey, with a couple of takes early on. Whether, as I say, whether it was from that or he already had it going into that match, I don't know, but it's definitely not the happiest with the fingers at the moment, and especially, I can imagine, especially at Bristol, where you're constantly having to take the ball down low, there's always the possibility of getting those fingers trapped and maybe some blisters or a nail comes off or something like that, even something as minor as that, never mind anything else.
Bracey now standing back, which he wasn't doing before, and that may, unfortunately for Gloucestershire, negate an attacking option for these closing overs.
Higgins is there, bowls, and that's turned away. No timing to mid-wicket this time by Evans, and there's no run. Anyway, that Hampshire-Surrey score at the Oval, so Hampshire bowled out for 92, and in reply, Surrey are 131 for 1. So they've already got a lead of 39, and Burns and Amla out there making your life a misery. It's a bit of a crash down to earth for Hampshire today as Higgins bowls, and there's no shot offered there. Really much shape on that one as it's well wide of off stump. Elsewhere there's a century for Sir Alistair Cook, yet another 115 he was dismissed for. Currently Essex 222 for 2 against Worcestershire. So Cook in the runs once again. Just keeps going really. Higgins bowls back of a length, and Evans, as he's done all innings, make sure he's getting everything out of the way of it. First class century number 67, I believe, for Sir Alistair Cook, assuming that that has ticked over. I'm not sure whether it has or whether it hasn't. It might be 68. I'm not sure. Not sure if that particular part of the website is updated or not. Higgins bowls, and that one's just angled away to mid-wicket. It was heading down the leg side, and Evans able to flick it away fine. Looks like it's been another decent day's cricket at Taunton. Middlesex 296, or 298 for 6 at the moment. Gubbins 75, Robbie White 64, not out. So looks to be pretty evenly poised there in the other match in this group, as that one has, oh gosh, it's been, well, edged, and it's gone for 4. I think it must have been a inside edge, judging by the angle that it's come off. And let's see, yeah, quite a thick inside edge actually, and how that's missed the stumps I'm not exactly sure, but it's a thick inside edge for 4, and Evans up to 89. One of the rare moments of luck that he's needed. 2, 3, 4 for 3. That will add to the frustrations of Ryan Higgins, who's really had a lot happen for him today, and when he has had it happen, it just hasn't gone his way.
Worrell to continue from the Ashley Down Road end, and one more to the Leicestershire total, 235 now for 3. I think some minor internet issues in terms of scorecards updating at the moment, so we'll have to go off the board, I think, just at the minute. Exclusively 235 for 3, and Worrell in, and it's punched away through the offside again. Nice shot by Evans. That's going to go all the way for 4 up in front of the scoreboard to the extra cover boundary, and Evans into the 90s. I don't think he wants to hang about loitering short of 100 tonight. That was a nice shot actually, quite just a little bit of extra width. And Leicestershire at the moment just pressing the pedal in this final session scoring wise.
Yeah,
they started at 168 for 3, now 239 for 3, and 10 overs to go in the day after this one.
They've got to be seeing the ball well to play a shot like that, because that was really driven on the up by Evans. There was nothing edgy about it at all.
Worrell into him, and again that's firmly in the middle.
It just seems as though both of them are absolutely full of confidence out there, which is a credit really to the Leicestershire coaching staff, because the position that they were in coming into this match would not lead you to believe that it was a unit full of confidence.
Worrell in again, and Evans gets the bat well out of the way. Now when you've lost by an innings and 105, and by 9 wickets with only a small score to defend, albeit there was a draw at the Oval in between those two results, you haven't got the biggest squad to choose from. Here's Worrell in. Evans once again defends back to the bowler. You know, a lot of it is about, well, the top 2 inches, as they say in the sport. In instance, you know, what is your head telling you about those performances? And there may be something in the fact that the pitch here at Bristol is not dissimilar to the one they would encounter at Grace Road. It would have that sort of lower, slower element that you generally associate with these two grounds. And really today, the bowlers have found it pretty hard going.
As Higgins continues, he bowls, and Hill is forward, playing back to the bowler. Just run through the rest of the scores that I didn't mention in the match at Cardiff. Despite there being plenty of rain about, 12 wickets have fallen on the day. Kent all out for 138 and Glamorgan close on 47 for 2. Higgins bowls to Hill. That's clipped away down towards long leg. It'll be a run to the total, 240 for 3. Both the Kent wickets taken by Darren Stevens, who will be the birthday boy tomorrow. 45 years of age, but he's taken the wickets of Cook and Marnus Labuschagne in that one. Here comes Higgins. He's there, bowls full and met correctly by Sam Evans. Sussex 310 for 7 against Lancashire, so been a pretty decent day there. Runs, a few more runs for Tom Haynes, 58, Stian van Zyl 79. Yorkshire 180 for 7 against Northamptonshire, so a little bit of trouble there. 3 wickets for Wayne Parnell. Here's Higgins, bowls, and that's driven beautifully through the covers from Sam Evans, and it's heading towards a long boundary. It's a teaser and it will make it, as if to sum up really the Gloucestershire day. Leicestershire have had all the answers and Gloucestershire have been chasing really all day. Nice flowing drive from Sam Evans. He moves up to 97, 244 for 3. Just been a tremendous innings of application from Sam Evans. As here comes Ryan Higgins. He's in, bowls to him. He comes down the pitch and angles that one away down to third man. And will pick up another run. 245 for 3. Evans to 98. Things have not really quietened down since the new ball either. It's really been pretty much more of the same. Not quite the same, but there have been precious few instances where either of these two have looked in trouble against it. Higgins bowls to Hill, and that's well wide of off stump. No shot offered to end the over. 87 bowled, 245 for 3. And I was mentioning it's not been a good day for Hampshire. It's also been a pretty awful day for Warwickshire. Bowled out for 87, and in reply Durham are 59 for no wicket, just trailing by 28. And in the Midlands Derby at Derby, Notts all out for 256. There was a century from Ben Slater. Finn Hudson Prentice 4 for 36, and in reply Derbyshire 30 for 1. Stuart Broad has taken the only wicket to fall there. I believe those are your scores.
245 for 3 then here. A sanitisation break, probably the last one of the day with 9 overs to go. There are the figures of Gloucestershire's wicket taker today. Dan Worrell 3 for 50. Evans 98 off 250 balls. And I wonder how he's feeling on the cusp of only his third first-class 100.
I imagine he's going to be feeling an awful lot more comfortable than he was at the Oval.
Worrell with a bit of a trudge back to his mark, if we're honest. After 87 overs in the field. He's not had a bad day himself, but the side have not had a great one. And nudged away down towards the boundary at fine leg. They've taken one, they'll come back for the second, and Sam Evans has got to his third first class 100. 251 balls it's taken. He's been there all day, but because he has stayed there, Leicestershire have got themselves into a really strong position here. 247 for 3, and we're still 9 overs from the end of the day.
Well batted, well batted. It's been an innings of real concentration and application, and he deserves 3 figures.
Worrell in, and Evans content to defend once more. 23 years old, Sam Evans, only his 15th first class game. So, to score 300s in your first 15 matches, just as a comparison, George Hankins has played 36 matches and he scored one 100. So I appreciate that those games have sometimes been quite well spaced out, and you don't get a flow or a rhythm of batting regularly at first team level, and he's batted in different positions as well, but perhaps indicates that Evans is a player that Leicestershire would want to keep hold of, and to give them some solidity at the top of the order, because Paul Horton obviously retired at the end of last season.
Yep.
So they needed someone else at the top of the order, and perhaps he might provide the answer.
I think it may even have been the season before that, actually, yeah. But either way, I was actually looking at the averages, and I suspect that even were Sam Evans not to add another run, he'd have raised his first class average over 30, which, for a young opener, and it's on the up, he's developing a name for himself.
Worrell in, and Evans lets that go outside the off stump. Well, it's going to be a very, you would think at this stage, a similar score that Gloucestershire are going to face for the second round of games running after the first day, where they've been in the field, and the batting side have not exactly raced away, but they've just steadily accumulated runs throughout the day with the power to add tomorrow. That's the thing.
Yes, exactly, because like you say, the middle to lower order, all of a sudden, with the pressure taken off it, can go out and potentially make some hay, because the work's been done by the top order. And I think there was the feeling, really, that the work had to be done by the top order in this Leicestershire lineup, and that's exactly what has happened. It'll be Evans on strike on 101. Gloucestershire will be hoping somehow that, having reached the milestone, the concentration dips a bit as Higgins bowls, and that's slashed off the back foot straight into the ground though by Evans, who was thinking control first, didn't manage to pierce the field though this time. He went through a real period in the 60s where he just couldn't get the bowling away, and of course that was around about the time that he lost Harris and Rishi Patel at the other end. But since then he's moved on decently. There's a drive, no timing really. Tom Smith moves across to do the fielding, and Gloucestershire of course winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. Wonder if hindsight is 2020, and I don't think any of us here necessarily thought that was a bad decision at the time, so I'm certainly not going to criticise that decision. So that's dropped away out towards point, and there's no run this time.
I wonder whether Chris Gent's judgment of the pitch was that it looked as if it should do a bit more, and it just hasn't.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was meaning, Ray. I wonder whether, if Chris Dent is standing there thinking, if I had the opportunity to do it again, would I still make the same decision? And the answer to that may well still be yes, despite the fact that the current position is with Leicestershire 248 for 3. Higgins bowls to Evans, and that's well, he did push at that one a little bit. The bat went back towards him. He certainly had a little bit of a move of the hands towards the ball, but really that's been as much of a real play and a miss as we've seen in his entire innings, to be honest. There was the inside edge drive, but not been too many chances as Higgins bowls, and that's going to be off a outside edge towards fine third man. Will only be one. 249 for 302 for Sam Evans as Leicestershire move towards another batting point. So well, they have to score 350, so 100 runs in 21 overs. Probably not going to get to 350 unless they really kick on tomorrow. Higgins is there, he bowls, and Hill turns that one away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. At the same time, of course, as thinking of a milestone like that, Gloucestershire are still thinking. Admittedly, it's probably not going to be more than 1 or 2 wickets in their heads now by the end of the day, but they will be thinking that, okay, this hasn't necessarily gone to plan, but if we can limit them to maybe around about that 350 mark with a couple of quick wickets, then, you know, we're not out of this game yet. There is time left, and talked about the economy rates of Leicestershire's bowling attack as it stands at the moment. Nothing to say that it will be like that, but Gloucestershire must not lose hope quite yet.
There's some extra lightweight pads coming out. They're going to put somebody in short on the leg side potentially. Goodman's just having a stretch down in front of us. He might get a couple of overs before the end of the day, perhaps. There are 7 to go, and here is Worrell to bowl his 23rd over of the day. Ashley down road end, flats behind him, comes in, and Leicestershire, I would suggest, I mean, almost I think without exception, short of that last day against Surrey where they batted out for the draw, this is probably their best day of the summer so far.
Yeah, I would think so, without having watched every day of Leicestershire cricket so far this season.
Worrell staying over the wicket, and Hill has become becalmed largely because he hasn't had much strike in the last few overs.
But certainly in terms of the fact that it gives Leicestershire a terrific platform to kick on in the match, I think you would have to say so, certainly for importance, whether you could look at another day that they'd scored a similar number of runs for a similar number of wickets.
I think taken absolutely cleanly by Bracey. The last day, I think they finished them like 259 for 3, I think, at the Oval, second innings.
295
for 3.
For 3.
Yeah, so
yeah.
There is the ability there just to accumulate runs in what you might call a back foot situation. Here, it's gradually become a front foot situation for them. 129 for 3. The day could have still gone either way, but there hasn't really been very much since then. Since Hill came in, that's encouraged the Gloucestershire bowlers.
No, and the second new ball hasn't encouraged them much either. There's just that one ball early on which swung a fair bit, and I thought maybe something might happen here, but it hasn't.
Evans waits once more, and he's gone. And Tom Lace has taken the catch, and Evans does go at the end of a day where he's dominated it and made his 3rd first-class 100 of his career. There is Lace in shot. A little clip and straight into Lacey's hands. Evans can't believe he's played that, and the stand ends at 120, and Gloucestershire will be very grateful to get rid of Evans for 102. I wonder if Leicester should think about a light night watchman here from this position. 249 for 4.
Well, you know what I would say to that? No, but I'm not Paul Nixon. I would not be thinking of a night watchman here, and neither is Paul Nixon, because it is going to be Harry Swindles to come out next. So I think particularly because you might be looking at a situation tomorrow where potentially you could be looking at some quicker runs. I think in this instance, especially because there are quite a few overs left as well, I think you don't want to be completely deadening these 6+ overs that are remaining. So yeah, I certainly wouldn't have done it, but well, Sam Evans, he's not going to be particularly happy with a dismissal, but he'll be delighted with his innings and the way he went about it. He played really, I would say, a perfect Bristol innings, and it was the one thing that you could say from what we saw today, that there was that one technical issue almost, was the fact that we saw it a couple of times early, and he did it once more, I think maybe also to Worrell with the second new ball, where he just flicked the ball in the air for a little while through that leg side, and in the end that has been what's caused his downfall. It's just that it's come at short leg rather than at backward square leg, but it was the one thing that you could see that potentially that was the way that you could get him if nothing else was happening, which it wasn't.
4th wicket of the day for Dan Worrell. 4 for 53 he has, and he has 1 ball left in his 23rd over. I'll give you the numbers for Evans' innings in a moment. 13 fours he struck, and here is Worrell to wicketkeeper Swindles, and he pushes at that, and it's taken by James Bracey. So 263 balls and 334 minutes, so just over 5.5 hours at the crease for Sam Evans. And there is the card now with Swindles coming in to join Lewis Hill, who of course will keep wicket himself but isn't doing so in this match. 6 overs to go, and if Gloucestershire could, well, if they could get Hill out as well, that would just change the day a little bit.
I think, to be honest, any wicket from this point, because that then potentially opens up lower order. Higgins bowls, and I can't see a thing because there are 3 Leicestershire players walking right in front of me, so I'm afraid I didn't see what happened that ball.
Played defensively.
Thank you, Ian.
I would say.
That was bad timing. Anyway.
They're excused.
That's fine. I don't mind that. It's just one of the things about commentating from ground level. Not annoyed at them at all. It's just I couldn't see, so Ian thankfully could. Higgins bowls, and that struck the splice of the bat, and it drops down into the offside. There is no run, but Hill was jumping a bit at that one, and we'll get a second look just to see exactly how far back of a length ball was. It wasn't. It was more the fact that it jagged back at him a little bit. I would say that it's done something a little bit there. Higgins is in, he bowls, and this time Hill is able to leave alone outside the off stump. Both these two, but particularly Swindles, were having a pretty tough time of it against Craig Overton in that last match. Now, Gloucestershire don't possess a Craig Overton, but they do possess somebody with some height who may well be coming on for a short burst soon, so we shall see whether he tries a few short balls, because Swindles in particular did not look comfortable against the short ball as Higgins bowls, and there's a drive, nice looking shot, and it's going to be a single shot at the striker's end, I should say, and I'm not sure whether Swindles didn't take off particularly quickly there or what, but a couple of moves from Gloucestershire there. I thought there was always a single there, but I can't say that.
Depends how quickly.
I didn't actually see how quickly Swindles got out of the blocks.
And it depends how quickly the call was made to that end. And
having a chat about it now, anyway. I used to assume it's about that and not something else. Perhaps it is about something else. two keeper batsmen together at the crease for Leicestershire as Higgins bowls to Swindles. Swindles drives and rather cloths that one off the inside half of the bat and rehearses a straight bat. But no harm done there. 250 came up with that last single, so a second batting point for Leicestershire. 2-1 on points at the moment, as here comes Higgins. He's there, bowls, and that's a little bit further back of a length, and Swindles is comfortably onto the back foot to defend.
Obviously, Leicestershire have had a long stint in Division 2. They've not been in Division 1 since 2003. They would have a relatively small membership, so as a result, they have to go about building their side in a different way. They've got quite a group of younger players here. So Sam Evans, who's made this 100 today, is 23. Rishi Patel, who was out cheaply, 22. Young Swindles, who's keeping wicket in this match, 22. Ben Mike, who will be in next, 22. Alex Evans, who bat low down the order, is only 20. So Paul Nixon's having to work with a different group here, isn't it? A different type of side compared to the experience that some other counties have.
And what I would say to that is that I mentioned that little preview bit I did for BBC Radio Leicester, but I heard Paul Nixon there talking about actually that Gloucestershire. Oh, I'll come back to that after this ball.
Here's Worrell. He is continuing for the moment. Oh, and that's again clipped into the knees of Lace at short leg this time.
Test up those shin pads.
Yeah, he's got those on by Lewis Hill, who's got 66 to his name. 66 from 131 balls.
But the question that Paul Nixon was asked was talking about Gloucestershire, actually, saying it. Gloucestershire have been held up by some people as an example of how to run a club with, slightly, not one of the big clubs, basically.
Worrell, that's again bowling to Hill, and a flick throw from out in the deep by Tom Smith keeps them down to 1. So Worrell will have a chance to go at Swindles for the first time.
Non-test playing clubs, of course, is what I mean by that. But he was asked, do you see what Gloucestershire have done as a kind of an example? And he said very much yes. And the talk was about a group of players who've played together a lot. So they will hope that they'll be able to hold on to all these young players, and that they will be able to play a lot of cricket together, and that they can build something here.
Worrell to Swindles then. Still to get off the mark, and lets that go outside the off stump again. It shaped quite a long way after it pitched, and there is Tom Lace, heavily protected with those pads beneath his trousers and with the lid as well. I'm sure there's other protection too, which we can imagine. Here's Worrell in, and Swindles thought to have a snappy single to get off the mark, but he's sent back by Lewis Hill.
I'm sure he's got net guards on. That's what you were talking about, wasn't it?
Yeah. 4 overs after this. Worrell's had. This will be his 4th 6-over spell of the day. Has he got 2 more in him, I wonder, or will they just try a couple of Goodman just at the end, just to see if he can nip a wicket out? Swindles, little push drive, not really any power or timing to that, and it's fielded at mid-off. We've gone back to 3 slips again: Brathwaite, Hankins and Dent. And Josh Shaw also just making sure that he is ready if called upon. He's down to our right at long leg, and they've just got Goodman now at a backward square as well, just to give him the thought there might be a short one coming, which of course there is, and Swindles gets well out of the way.
Well, that would definitely lead you to suggest that somebody from Gloucestershire also watched that match last week with Somerset and saw how Swindles was playing the short ball, and have thought, will test him out early on in his innings, and I think even on this surface, I think it's a very good move because, as I said, he never looked comfortable playing the short ball, whether it was ducking or trying to go after it. It looks as though it will be Josh Shaw to bowl, so he was making himself ready because he was going to bowl, so he'll just get 2 overs, I suspect. I think they can possibly get through any more than those.
14 minutes to the cut-off, so I would think Gloucestershire going to be right on the money today with their over rate.
Only to their credit, given the interruptions. As here comes Shaw, he's there, bowls to Hill, and that's wide and cut away. Lace coming off the boundary, but it's a long old way out there, and they'll come back for a second run. There's a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and it's got through, and there's going to be buzzers. I think it's only going to be the 1 overthrow, but Bracey's throw to the non-strikers end got away, and so it's 3 runs to the total. Hill up to 60, no, Hill up to 70 now, to 54 for 4. Oh, perhaps they just wanted to bowl at Swindles. That's what
maybe
James Bracey
so.
was thinking, I'm sure.
And now, of course, Hill has equalled his best score of the summer. So, as we've said, he has been consistent. This is his 5th half century, but he's only got this far twice.
It has been a golden summer so far for Lewis Hill. What he's missing, of course, is the 3 figures as Shaw bowls to Swindles, and it's on a good length and met comfortably by Swindles defensively. But it's interesting because if you look at the players that are ahead of Swindles in terms of the run scoring, they've basically...
In terms of Hill, ahead of Hill?
Hill, yes, sorry,
Sorry.
I said Swindles, didn't I? In terms of the scores that they've got, you look at Beddingham, for example, who scored 257, Vasconcelos 185 not out, Haynes 155 not out. Hill has just been incredibly consistent. Shaw bowls, and that's left alone rather disdainfully by Swindles, who swats the bat away from it. And to say,
So
what
you're
do you
saying
expect
is
me to
that
do with that?
the other players, and I separate Haynes in this sense, have largely had one big innings which has got them to the total, whereas Hill has had 5 smaller innings.
Yeah, it's not entirely, because Matt Critchley, for example, high score 109, but a couple of the players that are ahead of him, that's been the case, as Shaw bowls to Swindles, and Swindles will not play a shot at that one. Just been guilty of being a little bit too straight today in general, Josh Shaw. Just a little bit
Goodman's taken off
determined
both
to do the
sweaters, there he is, down on the boundary.
He felt that the change probably had to come.
You don't want to break Dan Worrell.
No. There's
24 over 6 maidens, 4 for 54 is a good day's work.
Here's Shaw, he bowls. There's a push drive and he's beaten mid-off. There'll be 2. I think that's all there will be as Tom Smith is back to field. Bracey shielding his eyes from the sun, and another one for those fingertips to take. Don't think he's enjoying things as much as he was earlier on, is James Bracey, as far as those fingertips are concerned. It's beginning to look a little bit like what it was looking against Hampshire, where it seems as though every ball, he thinks, might do some damage and cause some pain, and it does. So Swindle's off the mark. He's got 256 for 4. Here's Shaw, who's there. Bowl, short, wide, cut, and on the bounce, it's stopped by Tom Lace at point, so no run. And just 3 more overs left in what has been Leicestershire's day. 1 more wicket, though, could just open things up for an exciting morning tomorrow. Well, I think it could be an exciting morning anyway, but 1 more wicket would leave things looking a little bit more even, although still I think you would say that it would be Leicestershire's day.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It would tease Gloucestershire into thinking that they might still be able to get them out for sort of 320
Yeah.
if they were to get one more wicket tonight.
Particularly if, like you said, it were Hill.
Well, Goodman's got 2 overs in this spell because there are only 3 overs left on the day, so the last burst from him. 16 overs, 4 maidens, not 41 so far.
Josh Shaw with a very angry look towards the pigeons, and I don't blame him.
Here is Goodman, who gets cut for 4, first ball. That was wide enough to be punched away square of the wicket on the offside, and Hill goes to his highest score of the summer. He's up to 74.
Yeah, there was a bit of a loosener there from Goodman. Lots of width and short enough for somebody like Hill, who's, like a lot of wicketkeeper batsmen, strong through the point region with a cut shot, and they're going to give him a bit of cover out there with a sweeper now to prevent the same thing happening again.
Swindles leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, has 2. Goodman will feel a bit weary at the end of today. And that's steered down to third man. No other left-handers in the Leicestershire team. The only 2. Hassan Azad, the opener, and Marcus Harris, who was missed second over after lunch. A catch by George Hankins at slip. He wasn't very costly in the big scheme of things, because in the end Harris was out for 62. He had 49 at lunch, so he didn't add very many more before he was caught by Bracey off Worrell. But on a day when there hasn't been much created in terms of opportunities for wickets, Gloucestershire have spilled a couple of chances. That was one of them. That was a difficult one for Bracey as well, and that's quietly played out by Swindles into the slip cordon on the bounce, taken by skipper Dent. There's the camera view across the ground, and of course we should say that as things stand, pending government advice, we are hopeful that the Somerset match here, which is the next home game, of course 20th of May, there will be spectators in, which will feel very different. Goodman in, Swindles lets that go. Outside the off stump.
I mentioned a couple of times during that Somerset match, really, I think it was probably just because I was, apart from the players and staff, the only Gloucestershire angled person in the entire ground, but it really hit home somehow more than it does here, the fact that there weren't crowds, and I can't really explain why that is, other than just to say that fact, really.
Goodman into Swindles, who defends. 261 for 4, Leicestershire. 2 overs to negotiate to the end of a day which, having been put into bat, they will be very pleased with. A century for Sam Evans and a season's best score for Lewis Hill, who's still there. 75 not out. And actually, when you consider 135 balls for his 75, he's scored at a good rate.
Yeah, a lot of those runs coming in a flurry towards the end of that old ball, but in general he's not looked in any trouble at all. I can barely remember a play and a miss even from him. There must have been 1 or 2, but I can't really remember them. Short to bowl, holes, and he tries to flick that one away through the leg side, does Hill, but there's a strangled shout, but I think I can imagine already why it was strangled, because the shot that was played and where the ball ended up. Yeah, it was that odd mixture really at Taunton, because he just desperately wanted to be able to share that terrific moment of the win against Somerset with somebody, and there was nobody there to share it with. As here comes Shaw, bowls to Hill, and that's left outside the off stump. But I think the moment that it hit the most was on that second evening, when it looked as though Gloucestershire towards the end of that day, they'd gone from looking as though they were going to fall well short of Somerset's first innings total and Somerset bowling attack when they've got any kind of a score to defend. You were thinking that could be game over already, and then there was the partnership between Bracey and Matt Taylor that rescued things. Shaw bowls back of a length and up the pitch for no run, and you'd, like I said, you wanted to be able to share the win, but you also wanted to be able to share a moment like that with Gloucestershire fans who would have been thinking exactly the same thing. We're up against it here, not going to we're not going to be in a good position here at the end of the day, and then all of a sudden, hang on, we're almost at parity, they would have been thinking. But at the same time as that, and I'll come back to that after this ball, as Shaw bowls full, and once more he'll do the fielding off his own bowling as Hill is playing watchfully. At the same time, it's hard to describe the level of intensity that there was on the end of that third day when Gloucestershire had, was about 10 overs I think they had to face at the end of that third day with Dent, Brathwaite, Bracey. Obviously Dent got out, those three, and you felt if two of those had got out during those 10 overs, then it would have been a very awkward final day for Gloucestershire as Shaw bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side and fielded just in front of square for no run. But the way that Somerset are a very loud team, and the evening was sort of closing in, and the way that their sound kind of reverberated around the cauldron of Taunton, the empty cauldron of Taunton, was an experience that I don't think that I will ever have again. I hope never to have again, but it was incredible. As Shaw bowls, this time it's very full and pushed up to mid-on, so a maiden over from Josh Shaw to end his work for the day. 17 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 60, 261 for 4 is the scoreline. But it really was just you and them basically, and the noise around the stadium. It was an extraordinary experience, eerie in a way, but also you just felt as though you were the action, if that's not a silly thing to say. A very extraordinary, in every sense of the word, experience.
Well, Goodman to Swindles is the action at the start of the last over of the day, and Swindles gets the bat well out of the way, and Goodman will put everything into this over. You should be sure of that, despite the fact that he's in his 4th spell, but then that's been common for all the main 4 seam bowlers today, even though they've had the help from Tom Smith, who's got through 16 overs. Largely they're really of containment more than threat. Goodman in, and Swindles wants a single, and he'll get one out into the offside. It's fielded by Dan Worrell. 262 for 4.
Well, Dan Worrell's still on for the 10 for.
He's got all 4 on the card today. 4 for 54 from 24 overs. It's a determined effort, or a willing effort too, to keep coming in for 4 separate spells across the day. Goodman this time to Hill, who lets that go, and taken by Bracey. Higgins 21 overs, 0 for 42. Shaw 17 overs, 0 for 60. Worrell 4 for 60, 454 from 24. Smith 0 for 50 from 16. But the bottom, Shaw and Smith in particular, unable to really create very much pressure. Nudged into the onside, but straight to Smith by Lewis Hill. 75 not out. Yeah, 4 maidens only out of the 33 bowled between Shaw and Smith, and that probably tells you that Leicestershire were just able to slowly accumulate runs off those 2 bowlers, and a little bit like we felt sometimes with the Surrey matches, that the threat was only coming from a couple of areas. Here's Goodman trying his best still, but wicketless on the day, and again brace he takes. So for Leicestershire, the rest of their batting order: Ben Mike, Callum Parkinson, Chris Wright, Dieter Klein and Alex Evans. Gloucestershire will start tomorrow morning with a ball that's 16 overs old, so it's not a really old ball. It might be a bit of reverse swing for them perhaps. Goodman in from the Ashley Down Road end, and that's all squirted. Is squirted away. We can really say that. Smith on the chase. They're going to come back for a couple, and that's all there will be. No reward for Goodman unless he can do something tomorrow in this innings. So far his card shows 0 for 49 from 18 overs, but that's how Leicestershire have batted today, from the position where they were put in this morning when Chris Dent won the toss. 264 for 4, and if Sam Evans is not a familiar name to you, he's an old-fashioned opening bat, and he made 102 today until Worrell finally got him in his last spell.
Yeah, and it's good to see actually that, like you say, old-fashioned opening batsmen still exist in this country, because saw what Hasib Hamid did last week, and Sam Evans with 2 centuries in his last 2 matches that he's played. So he's making a name for himself, and Lewis Hill, more runs for him, and he's got the chance to kick on and make his second first-class century, and it'll be his first since 2015 as well. So big times for him tomorrow, big times for Gloucestershire as well. There'll be tired bodies, there'll be tired minds in that dressing room. They're going to have to refresh themselves somehow to come back tomorrow, and from this position you'd have to say they'll be looking for quick wickets, and they will hope to keep Leicestershire to, I think, the dream situation now would be less than 350, I think you'd have to say.
That was the figure I was coming up with, for sure. Leicestershire, in terms of their own bonus point situation, they should get to, well, they would like to think to get to 300. They may not get to 350 within the times for the bonus points, but the overall card today: Azad out for naught, then a stand of 127 for the second wicket between Harris, who made 62, and Evans, who went on to make 102, his third century of his career. He was finally out to Dan Worrell. Patel had fallen cheaply to Worrell soon after Harris's dismissal, and at 129 for 3, Gloucestershire might have thought that they had a chance of bowling Leicestershire out reasonably cheaply, but there was no second wave of wickets, and a stand of 120 then occurred in 40 overs, very patiently put together between Hill and Evans before Evans was out, caught at short leg by Lace. Worrell, the bowler with the wickets today, 4 for 54, and Higgins, Goodman, Shaw and Smith will try and add to those 4 wickets tomorrow. Thanks to you for your company today. Thanks to Cameron and to Shane for all the technical gadgetry work, and we hope you can join us tomorrow just before 11 o'clock for the second day of this match. There might be again a little bit of rain around tomorrow, but Gloucestershire will hope it stays away, and as Ed said, I think the target will be to try and dismiss Leicestershire for fewer than 350. As I say, thanks for your company today. From Ed, good night.
Good night.
And from Ian Randall, until tomorrow at 5 to 11, when we'll be with you again. For now, from the Bristol County Ground, goodbye.